This is DW News, live from Berlin. Election day in the United States. Who will be the next U.S. president? Voters are choosing between Vice President Kamala Harris and former U.S. President Donald Trump. Trump voted in Florida today as he seeks a return to the White House 4 years after being voted out. And the focus is on 7 key battleground states that could decide this election. If it's Harris, she will be the first woman president in American history. I'm Brent Goff. It's good to have you with us. It is Election Day in the United States. Voters are choosing a new president. Polling stations are beginning to close, including in one of the battleground states, Georgia. Another key state, North Carolina, closes in less than 30 minutes from now. Results will start coming in over the next few hours in an election that the pollsters say is too close to call as Americans decide between Democratic candidate Vice President Kamala Harris and the Republican candidate, former U.S. President Donald Trump. Yeah, it promises to be an historic evening, and to talk about where we're headed, I've got 2 people here at the big table who have something to say about that. To my immediate right is my colleague Amin Esif, and to my far right is political analyst Mike Coburn. Gentlemen, good to have you with us. I should let our viewers know they're going to be with us for several hours tonight.
Yep.
So I hope people have the coffee brewing. What do you expect, though? What can we expect tonight, Amin?
Well, I was in the U.S. in 2020. I took a road trip across the country, talked to literally hundreds of voters, and I had the feeling that Trump was going to win that election just because of the kind of passion that a lot of his supporters have for him. They still have that passion, but Trump didn't win last time, and I was wrong about that. So it's really anybody's guess who's going to win this election. Trump really is by some standards at the peak of his power, at least for his supporters. He has the highest favorability index since he's been on the political scene. So he has that going for him. But again, Biden beat him last time, and a lot of people say the U.S. wants to move on from Trump.
Mike, what do you say?
I think that we're most likely going to see a very close election. But what I do hope is that, unlike 2020, I think, given that we're not in the same pandemic circumstances, hopefully we should see a result, and we should be able to know in the next few hours, probably kind of mid-morning European time, who the next president is likely to be. We may not be able to confirm that completely, but I think we're going to have a strong idea in the coming hours who that's going to be. As Armin says, this could go either way, and it's likely to be a very close election.
Yeah, that's right. And those key states, Georgia, North Carolina, could give us the first early signs. We will see. We want you to take a listen now. This is the final message from Kamala Harris that voters took with them to the ballot box today. Take a listen.
The most consequential election of our lifetime, and the momentum is on our side. Our campaign has tapped into the ambitions and the aspirations and the dreams of the American people. We are optimistic and we are excited about what we can do together. And we know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America. And I am ready to offer that leadership as the next president of the United States of America.
And this is what Donald Trump had to say after casting his vote in Florida.
No, I feel very confident. I have felt. You know, we went in with a very big lead today, and it looks like Republicans have shown up in force. If I lose an election, if it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it. And I think so far, I think it's been fair. I don't have to tell them that there'll be no violence. Of course there'll be no violence. My supporters are not violent people. I don't have to tell them that. And I certainly don't want any violence, but I certainly don't have to tell. These are great people.
All right, we're going to go now to our chief international editor, Richard Walker. He joins us now from southern Florida, I think Miami. Richard, good evening.
Hi, Brent. Yeah, so we are in Miami. We drove down here actually from Palm Beach, where we were just outside that polling station where Trump voted earlier today. Now we've come to Miami. We've come to Little Havana. This is the heartland of the Cuban emigre community in Florida. And you'll see that people are having quite a party here by the roadside, flying the flag for Trump and attracting a lot of honking horns as people drive past throughout this part of Miami. And you definitely get the feeling it's election night here, Brent. It really is election night here. Interestingly, just a moment ago, we saw also 2 trucks from the Harris-Walz campaign come past. They slowed down. They also honked their horns. And there was no kind of shouting. There was no booing or anything like that. There was actually a kind of sense of, OK, we're the two teams in this fight. So if that happened across the country, that, of course, would assuage some of those concerns that we just heard you guys referring to. But yeah, we're going to be here for the night, so we're going to be talking to you throughout the night from here in Little Havana. I'll hand back to you at this point, Brent.
Imagine Little Havana could be the capital of a very civil United States. We will see. Richard Walker. Richard, we'll be talking with you throughout the evening. Thank you. All right, I want to go now to my colleague, Janelle Dumoulin. She is near Howard University in Washington, D.C., where Kamala Harris is about to hold her election party. We should say that Howard University is also the alma mater of the vice president. So how are things looking where you are, Janelle?
Well, Brent, you can definitely feel that it's election night here, too. I am standing close to Howard University. The doors don't open here for Kamala Harris's election watch party for another few hours. But I don't know if you can see behind me, Brent. You have quite a few people here already gathered. Kamala Harris supporters, definitely also a strong police presence. I've also seen my share of really creative signs. I saw one that said, "Do you want Madam President or do you want a madman president?" I also saw a T-shirt that said, "This is Kamala," which I thought was quite clever. So definitely some very creative Kamala Harris supporters here in this crowd. But, you know, I've spent today talking to voters as well, because this is Washington, D.C. It's reliably Democrat, reliably liberal. A lot of people are voting for Kamala Harris, and their mood is very upbeat. They're very optimistic, very confident. I think there really is something about the voting process that makes people feel like they have power over the outcome. And I think it's also helped their feelings of anxiety that there have been very little reports of disruption to the voting process. So they voted safely. Most people they know and love voted safely. And now they're all gathered here to see if the candidate they chose, whether she made it or not. But they are hopeful, of course, that she did.
And Janelle, this has been a very short campaign season for American, terms. Has that been good or bad for Kamala Harris? I mean, has she had enough time to present her platform, her case to the American people?
I mean, we'll know that it's good or bad if she won, but you are right. This was a historically short campaign time for her. What was it, 105, 106 days, including today? And one of the dangers in the very beginning of the campaign was that if she made any really big errors, then she wouldn't have the time to correct those errors because of how short that campaign season is. But I think for all intents and purposes, she really made the most of the time that she had. She did multiple interviews. She debated Donald Trump. She went on several podcasts. She went to the 7 battleground states several times. I think her ground game was also very well organized. I read one estimate that the Kamala Harris campaign knocked on something like 800,000 doors in Pennsylvania on a single Saturday, the Saturday before the election. Now, if she doesn't end up winning, there will be questions as to what she could have done more. Should she have gone on Joe Rogan's podcast? Joe Rogan, of course, being that podcast that is famous among young men. That is a group that she has a problem with. He has 14 million listeners. Joe Rogan, of course, endorsed Donald Trump. But whether it will come down to that, we don't know in the end. But of course, whether or not this was good for her will depend very much on whether it ends up working in her favor.
Okay, Janelle Dumoulin there on the campus of Howard University in Washington, D.C. with the Harris camp tonight. Janelle, thank you. I'm back here at the big table. Now, I want to pick up on this topic of how long this campaign has been. I mean, this is, if you look at time-wise, it has felt more like a European campaign than an American campaign, right?
Yeah.
Is that good or bad for a country that, you know, where we hear people always saying, God, I mean, I'm tired of this campaign already?
Yeah. I think it's great for Kamala Harris, actually. I mean, that's the feeling I've gotten. A lot of analysts have said the same thing, that if she had longer to campaign, it might get into the details, and she hasn't had that much time to prepare and put together a package where she can say, look, I might be the sitting vice president. I might have campaigned with Joe Biden. I might have been sitting with him in the White House for most of the time that he's been president, but I'm a totally different person, and you should vote for me if you want change. A lot of Americans they're voting for change this election. They see her as change because of what she represents, who she is as a person, her personality, her energy, her ability to form coherent phrases is very different from Joe Biden's. But at the same time, she has put her name on a lot of his bills. So I think it's in her favor that she hasn't had too much time to really get into how very different she's going to be from Biden.
Mike, it's a short amount of time. That means not enough time to make a lot of mistakes, right?
Well, it also affects how Trump has run in this year. So Trump spent most of this year thinking that he was going to be running against Joe Biden. And even some of the specific decisions that Trump makes, most obviously the nomination of J.D. Vance as his running mate. I think it's very unlikely that he picks Vance if he knows he's running against Harris.
It was reported that it was Don Jr. who convinced his father to go with Vance, right?
I think Peter Thiel as well, who's obviously got a lot of money and a lot of influence in these spaces. But I think the Vance pick looks worse once the candidate is switched. And when we see here, we know that women are going to disproportionately break for Harris. And potentially there is something that Trump could have done about that if he'd have known in advance that Harris was going to be his opponent. But of course, because he thinks he's running against Biden, and from Trump's perspective, he's then obviously very unhappy about that because he's kind of feels like he spent all of this time and energy and effort campaigning and against Joe Biden, and then he has to kind of start over. So I think the short campaign from the Harris side not only affects the Democrats, but it also really affects Trump and how Trump runs his campaign.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. Stand by. With barely a percentage point between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris in some key states, this U.S. election is, as we've been saying, too close to call. For both campaigns, the job has been to plot a course to victory along a very difficult tactical path. DW's Melissa Chan looks now at some of those electoral pathways that lead to the White House.
For Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, there are only a handful of states that really matter in this race, where either candidate can build their path to the presidency. To win the White House, they need 270 Electoral College votes. And for campaign strategists on both sides, working out their winning combination starts by mapping out the safe bets and likely wins. The states that, because of demographics or candidate affiliations, among other things, historically tend to always vote the same way. And that is most of them. It leaves us with 7 so-called swing states still in play, also known as purple states because they swing between Republican red and Democrat blue. And it's in these places where this election will be decided. Those are the states of Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And here's the thing, neither candidate needs to take all of them for victory. So what winning combinations could work for them? Let's look first at Donald Trump. To reclaim the White House, one of his easiest routes would be to take back the states he lost to Joe Biden by the narrowest of margins in 2020, places like Georgia and Arizona. Add to that North Carolina, which Trump won in both 2016 and 2020, and he's almost there. It then comes down to just one win for him in any of these 3 states to get him over the line. All won by Trump in 2016, but retaken by Biden in 2020. Pennsylvania is arguably his main focus, the place where Joe Biden captured the presidency in 2020. With its 19 Electoral College votes, a win here would promise victory. Or it could open up other routes for the former president if he doesn't win in, say, Georgia or North Carolina. Okay, so what about Kamala Harris? How might she build her way to the White House through these 7 battleground states? Well, her best path to victory is probably through what are called the blue wall states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Capture those and she'd hit exactly 270 for the win. But say the Democrats fail in the big state of Pennsylvania. Harris might look towards the swing states in the South, although this would be much harder for her. For example, Georgia, a state that turned blue for the first time since 1992 in the last election, could be instrumental again, potentially offering an alternative path to victory. If Harris wins here, she just needs 3 more Electoral College votes. And even if Arizona and North Carolina turn red for Trump, Harris could take Nevada, where the race is even tighter, although by this point you'll notice the swing states are all tight, to claim a narrow victory. So there you have it. It's messy and complicated. Whatever happens, we are guaranteed a very close race for the White House. And with the margins in these crucial swing states too close to call, it could take days before we know who will be the 47th president of the United States of America.
Right. Melissa, thank you. Let's go now to our Washington Bureau Chief, Enos Pohl. Enos, we've got some numbers coming in now. We want to let our viewers know. The polling places in Georgia have closed, but we don't have any numbers from that. We do have the Associated Press calling the votes in Kentucky and Indiana for Donald Trump and in Vermont for Kamala Harris. None of this unexpected. Let me get your reaction to that. So this is no surprise yet.
No, not at all. That's really what it was to be expected here. And, you know, Georgia, we, of course, really watching that very closely, also because there were several bomb threats. So some of these polling stations were closed for some time, especially in areas which are crucial for the Democrats to win. And I talked to some people working in the hotlines, in emergency hotlines, and they told me that they also got calls, threats from numbers from China and from Russia. So this is definitely something we all will have a closer look. So voting in Georgia will be a little bit extended because of these bomb threats. That's at least what we are just learning right now.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point to make. That is a key battleground state that we're looking for tonight. That and North Carolina, which its polling places close in about, 12, 13 minutes from now. I want to pick up, though, on this notion of, these threats of violence that have unfortunately been associated with U.S. elections in the recent past. What about this election and then post-election?
Yeah, I mean, not only Washington is getting ready for some riots. I mean, the many stores are barricaded and streets are closed, Brent, I mean, just listen to the remarks from Donald Trump during his last rallies. He just said, he wouldn't mind if reporters would get killed. He actually talked actively how he would like if people would shoot at Liz Cheney, a former member of the House of Representatives. So he's really spreading violent kind of word attacks in preparation for the possibility that he might lose, and then he might ask his supporters to fight the outcome of the election. So yes, indeed, not only Washington, but other places as well in this country are getting ready for possible riots.
And we were saying Vermont, Kentucky, and Indiana, no surprise in terms of the elections being called there for the Republicans or the Democrats. Let's talk about a very unexpected polling number that came out this week, and that is for the state of Iowa. Talk to me about why that has people inside the Trump campaign reportedly nervous.
You know, this comes down to the core threat of the Donald Trump campaign, and these are women this year. In the last two elections, many suburban, especially white women, voted for Donald Trump. This has changed because of the Supreme Court decision to take away abortion or the protection of nationwide abortion rights. So this is in the core for many, many women, and of course also men who support Kamala Harris, because she promised to bring back these nationwide abortion protections in case she wins the White House and gets the majority in the Senate for this change. So by the end of the day, abortion rights, reproduction rights might cause Donald Trump, or might cause that Donald Trump is losing the White House. And that's kind of some irony in there, because he is known as such a macho, and also a man who is very kind of misogynist in the way he talks about women, and that he might lose the White House just because of that. Well, that might be some special history in the making.
Okay, our Washington Bureau Chief Enos Pohl. Enos, thank you very much. We'll be checking in with you later this evening as more numbers come in. Let's come back into the studio here. I want to pick up on this topic of the difference between men and women, the gender gap.
It's a huge gap, this election. We're looking at two different Americas if we break it down by gender, and especially gender and education. So non-college educated men are voting for Trump, or said they're voting for Trump in this election by 16 points. And for Kamala Harris, 27 points advantage among college-educated women. So this has bearing in Iowa, where we were talking about that split there.
It's like a 43-point spread.
And this is college-educated women who identify as Republican or Democrat, but this is 30 points. So it really includes a lot of Republican women that have switched to the Democrats this election.
And is that because of the overturning of Roe v. Wade?
Yeah, we can't say for certain exactly why it's happening, but we already saw that as soon as Trump came onto the scene, that he appealed more to men than to women. What we have seen recently in this election especially is even black men without college degrees are going for Trump in higher numbers than they ever have before.
Yeah, do we know, Mike, why that? I mean, that seems counterintuitive if we look at the past, that you would have minorities, particularly male minorities in the United States, you know, moving to the Trump camp.
So we need to be careful, because most minorities will still overwhelmingly support Kamala Harris in this election, and especially black Americans. But there does seem to be some kind of slow shifting, particularly among younger men.
And how do we explain that?
So one potential explanation for this among Latinos in particular is this feeling of white identity, this idea, and I've actually done some research on this, this idea that actually many members of the Latino or Hispanic community, particularly men, are now identifying as white. And so when Trump talks about kind of whiteness and white identity, they're kind of identifying with that and feeling as if, yeah, that's he's talking about me, and so there's this kind of including themselves in this kind of white in-group status.
And that's ironic, isn't it? Because when you look at the census, the last census that was taken, you know, there were many choices when you're asked about your ethnicity. 20 years ago, 30 years ago, that wasn't the case. And yet, as the choice or the ability to reflect reality has been put on paper, you've seen more of this merging when it comes to the notion of who's a white American and who isn't it.
I saw a poll that said 60% of Latino Americans don't think Trump is talking about him when he attacks Latino groups in the United States. They think of immigrants who are the bad guys that Trump is talking about. And this is obviously, Trump would probably say that this is a good thing, that what he's doing is he's appealing to people as Americans. Anybody who comes across the border illegally, he would say, is in his sights. But if you're in the U.S. and you're an American, then it's kind of big tent politics. That's the way he would pitch it anyway. So it's not necessarily a bad thing that Latinos are identifying as just
as the majority.
As the majority, yeah. As the majority.
What about Arab Americans?
This is very interesting in this election, and I'm sure you have something to say about this.
So I think in particular in Michigan, this could be really important. Right. So obviously, Harris has done made some statements to try and create some daylight, some space between her and President Biden on the issue of Gaza. She's not really done, from the perspective of the Arab American community, she has not done anything kind of concrete. There are no specific policies. She has made kind of rhetorical statements about wanting to end the war in Gaza, but there is a problem here potentially in Michigan. Michigan has the largest Arab American population, and of course is going to be a really close swing state. So if en masse the Arab Americans decide to stay home and in Michigan not vote for her, and she loses Michigan by a couple of thousand votes, then this would certainly be something that will come up again.
But Mike, in a two-party system, though, as the United States is, by not voting for someone, you're automatically, giving votes to the opponent. I mean, do you think that Arab Americans, particularly in Michigan, are they aware of the opportunity cost of their decisions?
I think many of them will vote for. My feeling is many of them will vote for Harris. We had this this movement during the primaries against Biden, but I think most of them will vote. But we're talking here about really slim margins, and so we're not talking about the entire community staying home. But what we're talking about is at the margins. If Michigan is really that close, then what happens?
The numbers show that in the latest polls that we have the numbers indicate that Trump would get 43% of the Arab American vote nationwide. Harris would get 41%, so he is leading in those polls. But that's probably also because Jill Stein, the Green Party third-party candidate, is looking to pick up 4%. Again, these are the people who are answering polls, and a lot of people, when they're protest voting, they exaggerate their claims in the polls. So people who say they're going to vote third-party when they finally get in the booth don't do it, but they want to send the message that they're not happy with the Democratic Party because of the war in Gaza.
And I mean, we're also relying on polls, right? And we'll be talking about that some later in the evening, too, about just how reliable polls are. Gentlemen, thank you very much. We'll be back with you at the top of the hour. You're watching DW News on this election night in America. Polling stations are now beginning to close in the United States as Americans vote in the tightest presidential election in years. The battleground swing state Georgia has closed, but the numbers we understand right now too close to call. The Associated Press and the U.S. networks have already given Kentucky and Indiana to Trump. They've given the state of Vermont to Kamala Harris. Those, of course, no surprise. You're watching DW News. Our special coverage of the U.S. election starts in just 30 minutes. We will be here on your television as well as streaming on social media and on our app and at DW.com. Wherever you can, we hope you watch us. We'll see you in about 30 minutes.
Get the greenest of all your updates. With green innovations,
super green and super eco-friendly.
Green trends,
the holy grail of electromobility,
and green revolutions.
Global solution to all our climate problems.
Keep up to speed.
If you're curious about climate topics, subscribe to this channel. We've got new videos every Friday.
Subscribe to Planet A. 25 years after the fall of the Berlin Wall, November 9th on DW. Somewhere in the desert between Tunisia and Libya.
The objective is to have a holistic approach to migration policy rooted in the respect for human rights.
Our investigative research shows the cruel realities behind the EU's refugee deals.
The desert dons would not take place without funding from the EU.
It's deterrence by death.
What is happening to migrants on the African continent?
I was not having any hope. I said, Debbie, maybe I will die here.
Deserted, Europe's deadly migration policy starts November 9th on DW.
Well, it's one of the most closely contested US elections in memory. Kamala Harris could become the first woman of colour to be elected US president. Donald Trump is trying to make a comeback and serve a second term. Voters in the US are deciding who will lead the country for the next 4 years. Opinion polls indicate no clear front runner, so who's it going to be? I'm Phil Gale in Berlin, and this is The Day.
With your vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America, indeed the world, to new heights of glory.
Tried to stick to my values and just tried to pick candidates that align to those values.
And we finish as we started, with optimism, with energy, with joy.
If we show up, they can't win. They can't. They mathematically can't win because they're so far behind.
The election right here is a tipping point. You hear me? This is the tipping point for the future, whether it's going to be positive or negative.
This could be one of the closest races in history. Every single vote matters.
Regardless of who wins today, I'm hoping that there will be peace in America. I hope that we'll accept the election results. Either way, it swings.
Welcome to The Day. Well, in case it had escaped your attention, American voters are going to the polls today to decide who will be their next president. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris campaigned right up to Election Day in what's widely expected to be one of the closest races in modern US history. Both campaigns are hoping that a high voter turnout for their candidate will put them over the line. That's 270 electoral votes allocated on a state-by-state basis. Now, analysts believe the contest will come down to a handful of battleground states which are too close to predict. This year, more than 80 million people cast their ballots ahead of Election Day. In addition to choosing the next president, voters are also deciding which party will control the two chambers of Congress. Whoever's elected president, they'll need congressional support to get legislation passed. Julius van der Laar is a political campaign advisor and digital media strategist. He'll be with me throughout the show. Welcome back to DW, Julius. What do you think? Where does this election campaign and contest rank in your top 10?
Well, I've been involved in a few, so those were special. But I think from the, just propensity, velocity, everything that's taken place up to this point in this election cycle, I would say it's certainly historic. A candidate being shot, of course, the leading candidate stepping down, and then, of course, the polls being this tight. I don't think we've had that in quite some time.
And you've recently attended rallies from both campaigns, including in the key state of Pennsylvania. What did you learn?
Man, it was exciting. On the one hand, Donald Trump, I went to his rally. I saw his supporters out in full force, half of them wearing the red MAGA hats, excitement, up to a T. A lot of young people, that was surprising. Of course, it was a university campus, University of Pennsylvania, that I attended the rally at, but I would say half the people that showed up, close to 5,000 people, young people, and that is a specific demographic that Donald Trump needs, and he needs to turn them out in record numbers. Again, he has a ceiling of about 48%, maybe 49%, so he needs to activate some voters that usually do not show up on Election Day, and I think that is his strategy to get those out to the polls. Same, of course, is true for Kamala Harris. We just saw last night that she's turning out Lady Gaga and other celebrities, having great rallies, great energy. And now, of course, the question for her is as well, can she actually activate her voters and make sure that they turn out in the polls?
An historic moment for more than just the US. The rest of the world is watching.
Right. I mean, it is a great consequential election. We always say that about the United States, but I think there is a significant difference in Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. We're sitting in Berlin, Germany right now. There's a war waging in Ukraine just over there, and there's specific difference in the positions of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. So, of course, it matters a great deal to us. It matters for free trade all across the world. And, of course, it matters with regard to foreign policy, especially also for migrants wanting to enter in the country in the United States. So a lot is at stake on a very different levels.
OK. Julius, stay with us. Julius van der Laar is going to stay with us for the whole of this programme. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Let's find out now from Melissa Chan, who's doing the Electoral College maths that will lead one of the candidates to the White House.
For Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, there are only a handful of states that really matter in this race, where either candidate can build their path to the presidency. To win the White House, they need 270 Electoral College votes. And for campaign strategists on both sides, working out their winning combination starts by mapping out the safe bets and likely wins. The states that, because of demographics or candidate affiliations, among other things, historically tend to always vote the same way. And that is most of them. It leaves us with 7 so-called swing states still in play, also known as purple states because they swing between Republican red and Democrat blue. And it's in these places where this election will be decided. Those are the states of Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And here's the thing, neither candidate needs to take all of them for victory. So what winning combinations could work for them? Let's look first at Donald Trump. To reclaim the White House, one of his easiest routes would be to take back the states he lost to Joe Biden by the narrowest of margins in 2020, places like Georgia and Arizona. Add to that North Carolina, which Trump won in both 2016 and 2020, and he's almost there. It then comes down to just one win for him in any of these 3 states to get him over the line. All won by Trump in 2016, but retaken by Biden in 2020. Pennsylvania is arguably his main focus, the place where Joe Biden captured the presidency in 2020. With its 19 Electoral College votes, a win here would promise victory. Or it could open up other routes for the former president if he doesn't win in, say, Georgia or North Carolina. Okay, so what about Kamala Harris? How might she build her way to the White House through these 7 battleground states? Well, her best path to victory is probably through what are called the blue wall states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Capture those and she'd hit exactly 270 for the win. But say the Democrats fail in the big state of Pennsylvania, Harris might look towards the swing states in the South, although this would be much harder for her. For example, Georgia, a state that turned blue for the first time since 1992 in the last election, could be instrumental again, potentially offering an alternative path to victory. If Harris wins here, she just needs 3 more Electoral College votes. And even if Arizona and North Carolina turn red for Trump, Harris could take Nevada, where the race is even tighter, although by this point you'll notice the swing states are all tight, to claim a narrow victory. So there you have it. It's messy and complicated. Whatever happens, we are guaranteed a very close race for the White House. And with the margins in these crucial swing states too close to call, it could take days, before we know who will be the 47th president of the United States of America.
Okay, Melissa Chan getting messy and complicated there. Campaign advisor and digital media strategist Julius van der Laar is still with us. Have you been in the room when those sort of conversations are taking place? We need to do this there in order to get this on a... Is it like a big chart on a wall?
That's exactly what it is. Well, it used to be a big chart on the wall. Now it's, of course, all digital. But we're taking a look at the numbers. And, you know, if you drill down in one of those specific states, let's take Pennsylvania, for instance, you have 10 million eligible voters. Now, you, of course, have to break it down. Where do you actually reach your voters? Now, you have, of course, Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, the two main cities. And, of course, this is where turnout needs to be driven up. You take a look at the numbers, and Joe Biden won Pennsylvania by 82,000 votes last time around. Hillary Clinton lost to Donald Trump by 44,000 votes. So you see how close it is. Now, you're going to look at Erie County. That is one of the main counties that is hard fought of. So Donald Trump is trying to peel off some votes there. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have been campaigning out there. Joe Biden last election cycle, Kamala Harris now, and she knows Erie County is the state that...
It's that granular.
It is that granular. You go down on the precinct level. Let me break it down for you. Precinct level, last time around, it was 5 votes in each precinct that actually made the difference between winning and losing the great state of Pennsylvania.
And so these swing states, this is where so much of the campaign funds get spent.
$500 million just in Pennsylvania, just in the last 6 weeks by the Harris campaign spent in Pennsylvania. Let me repeat that, $500 million just in Pennsylvania. The whole campaign has been worth...
What are they spending it on?
TV, basically TV. Now, all those rallies, of course, cost a lot of money as well. Last night, Kamala Harris was out in Philadelphia. You've seen the movie Rocky Balboa. Of course, he runs up the stairs right? That's where they had their final campaign event. Music was playing in the background.
Presumably that won't have been a coincidence.
Of course not. That's the closing message. Her running up the stairs saying, you know, we're going to go up to victory. It's polyoptics. It's the optics of politics, and that's, of course, what she's digging in for. So Lady Gaga's out there. You got to fly her out. The Roots, legendary Roots crew is out there playing the music. So it's a big show, and, of course, events cost money as well, but the vast majority of the funds are going into TV ads.
Talk to me about the celebrity endorsement. How much difference does it make? And what do we take from the difference between the celebs endorsing the two candidates?
I mean, they're very different. Just in terms of what difference does it make, we don't know until after Election Day. Of course, it makes a difference if Taylor Swift endorses Kamala Harris, writes a post after the election, after the debate. And, of course, you get a bunch of viral signals throughout social media that the campaign can pick up and target voters right after that. But, you know, Donald Trump has viral supporters as well. Kid Rock, Hulk Hogan ripping up his shirt over at the Republican National Convention. But then also, of course, Joe Rogan, one of the main podcast hosts with a huge following, who actually gave his endorsement just last night, giving Donald Trump momentum leading into this election day. So I think it makes a difference. But again, celebrities are the one thing. It drives up optimism, enthusiasm for supporters. But in the end, they need to go out and vote.
OK, Julius, thank you for now. So we've looked then at the possible Electoral College paths to the White House for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. But what else should we be looking out for? Our Washington correspondent Janelle Dumalau has 5 things.
Here are the 5 things to watch out for on election night. And number 1, Trump tactics. Expect Donald Trump to claim a victory at some point during the night. Even if he's losing, the former president is almost certain not to concede in such a tight race.
We're leading in the polls, but we have to do it too big to rig.
He's already made repeated warnings about voter fraud, claiming he'll prosecute anyone found cheating if elected.
Because they are good at one thing. You know what that one thing is? Here goes cheating. That's true. They're professional thieves.
Some say Trump's rhetoric is his way of preemptively questioning a Kamala Harris victory, if it happens, laying the groundwork for a legal challenge. And lawyers from both campaigns have been gearing up for months, actually years, in anticipation. The election results could very possibly get mired in litigation. More on that later. Number 2, the Jill Stein effect. Now, obviously, the Green Party candidate has no path to the presidency, but she is on the ballot in key swing states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And in such a tight race, a tiny vote share going to Stein could tilt the balance, more likely away from Harris and towards Trump. Check out this attack ad from the Democrats.
Jill Stein, Green Party candidate for president. So why are Trump's close allies helping her? Stein was key to Trump's 2016 wins in battleground states. She's not sorry she helped Trump win. That's why a vote for Stein is really a vote for Trump.
Stein's stance against U.S. support of Israel's war in Gaza has also helped her gain traction among Arab Americans.
This is a very dire situation that will be continued under both Democrats and Republicans. So we say there is no lesser evil in this race.
Number 3, abortion rights. The issue is also on the ballot in 10 states. And in most cases, voters are deciding whether to add constitutional protections on the state level to abortion. And some of the places involved, like Arizona and Nevada, are battleground states. Now, for his part, Donald Trump has struggled to find consistent messaging on the issue, while Kamala Harris has put the fight for restoring reproductive rights at the forefront of her campaign.
And I promise you, when I am President of the United States and Congress passes a bill to restore the protections of Roe v. Wade, I will proudly sign it into law.
Number 4, the Senate and House. Whichever party controls the House and Senate will determine how much the newly elected president actually gets done. Currently, the Democrats have the slimmest of majorities, 51-49, in the Senate, the upper chamber of the United States Congress, while the Republicans just about control the lower chamber, known as the House. 34 seats are up for grabs in the Senate, and the Democrats can ill afford to lose any seats, especially since West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin retiring means they're already down 1. As for the House, well, that's widely considered a coin toss, with most analysts giving the Democrats a slight edge. All 435 seats are up for election, with a few dozen races considered competitive. And finally, number 5, expect to wait for a winner. Each state has its own set of rules governing elections. For instance, the swing state of Pennsylvania can't start counting absentee and mail-in ballots until Election Day. It's a big state, so that could take a while. Suffice to say, it is possible we will not know the election result on the night of November 5, or 6, or 7. And with so much uncertainty, that brings us back to the issue of legal challenges and litigation, with experts warning that the longer the wait for a winner to be announced, the more opportunity for conspiracy theories to take hold and create doubt over the process.
There's lots of reasons to be concerned when so much of the rhetoric and misinformation and sort of anti-democratic campaign talking points are so prevalent and getting repeated so much out of mainstream party candidates. That's not what you want to see.
So there you have it. 5 things to watch out for as this 2024 presidential election unfolds, setting you up for the hours and probably long days ahead.
Well, political campaign advisor and digital media strategist Julius van der Laar is still with us. Julius, what do you think will be some of the issues to watch out for as voting unfolds?
I mean, I've looked closely at the polling, and the main issue seems to be the economy and the increasing cost of living. So a lot of people are focused on grocery prices, cost of living, how much am I paying for rent? And people are worried about it. There's a poll out in the field that's asking, is the country on the right track or the wrong track? And people are responding and saying that 72% of Americans are saying we're on the wrong track, on the wrong path. So that gives me a signal that people want a change. Now, do they want to change back to Donald Trump or change from back to from Joe Biden to Kamala Harris? That's, of course, the big question, but people are ready for some changes. Now, economy is the number 1 issue, inflation. Number 2 issue is immigration, and it is closely followed by abortion. So both issues that, of course, drive Republican or Democratic turnout. And I think that's going to be the main battle. Which one mobilizes the voters of Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, I should say, more?
It's important we don't forget the congressional races amid all the presidential hoopla. What are you going to be looking out for there?
I'm going to look for turnout. Again, I think bottom of the ticket is always influenced by top of the ticket. So I'm going to look at where is Kamala Harris performing, where is, of course, Donald Trump performing. I'm going to look at some of the key races in Georgia. I'm going to try to figure out Latino turnout, African-American turnout down in Georgia, over in Pennsylvania. And I think that's going to give me an index whether we're going to see a vast majority of turnout, and that's most certainly going to influence the congressional races as well.
Tell me about, you were just telling me about one of the Trump rallies that you attended where the former president appeared to go off on a mad ramble, but you found it effective.
Yeah. I mean, he calls it the weave, where he says, I'm going to go off on a weave, and there's one issue and a second issue. I'm going to weave it all together. The specific thing that I had in mind is when he talked about Elon Musk. And he talked about the spaceship that went into space and then came back, and it was captured. And he describes it in great detail. And I thought, this is just some rambling and, excuse me, but nonsense that he's talking about on the final leg of this election campaign when he could be talking about issues. But then I thought to myself, he is describing something that is unique. And he's always talking about making America great again. And that is a specific example of American exceptionalism. Nobody else can shoot a rocket up in space and bring it back. And as he was talking, I noticed I had vivid pictures in my head. Now, other people might see it differently. But I thought there is a specific reason why he does it. And he says, only we in America can do it. The guy who does it is supporting me. I can be that guy who can do it again. I'm not saying Donald Trump is winning this election. I'm not. But I'm saying he's figured out an interesting way of communicating.
OK, it's about the heart, not just their head. Julius, stay with us. Our last section, we're going to talk about the international picture, because as voters in the US exercise their democratic franchise, here in Germany, politicians are waiting to find out the identity of the next US president with trepidation. Berlin says it will foster productive relations with whoever's elected, but a second Trump presidency could spell trouble.
The kinship between Germany and the US is thriving. What may have been Joe Biden's last foreign trip as president was in fact to Berlin. Here, he was awarded Germany's highest honor, the Grand Cross of the Order of Merit.
For Germany, the friendship with the United States has been, is now, and will always be existentially important.
Biden's lifelong commitment to the transatlantic relationship and focus on foreign policy helped the US-German friendship bloom. He and German Chancellor Scholz see eye to eye on support for Ukraine and NATO. The US is Germany's biggest trading partner, and Berlin's stance on China has increasingly aligned with Washington's. The expectation is that with Kamala Harris as president, the rapport would continue on the same track.
Asia will probably play a more important role, but I'm pretty sure that the transatlantic relationships and the partnerships will remain.
It's a far cry from the days when Donald Trump repeatedly locked horns with former German Chancellor Angela Merkel. Back when he was president, Trump regularly criticized Germany's defense spending and bashed Merkel's immigration policy. His presidency can be considered a low point in the relationship between Washington and Berlin.
It was stressful not only because of Germany, but of I would say, the government and style of President Trump, but particularly towards Germany because of issues like trade.
With isolationist Trump threatening to cut support for Ukraine and slap tariffs on all imported goods, it's hard to imagine a harmonious relationship if he gets back into the White House. Germany's ruling parties feel Berlin is more prepared this time, for one, having taken on more responsibility for its own defense. The conservative opposition disagrees.
Frankly, the German government has to be blamed for, at least for the past 4 years, for not doing enough to secure a bigger European sovereignty on security and defense topics.
The German government says it will stay friends with the US regardless of who ends up in the White House. Polls show that 2/3 of Germans would prefer Kamala Harris as US president. And in political Berlin, there appears to be a consensus that with a President Kamala Harris, the US-German friendship would stand on more solid ground.
Let's pick up some matters at Transatlantic with Julius van der Laar. Just heard in the report there, Julius, Harris probably Berlin's preferred candidate for president. There have, however, been points of friction with the Biden administration, haven't there?
Of course. And look, you know, every American president is first going to look out for the interests of the United States. And I think it is, you know, completely false to think that Kamala Harris is going to be exactly like Joe Biden. Joe Biden has probably the greatest transatlanticist over the last 50 years. He's been in the Foreign Relations Committee. He's probably attended the Munich Security Conference more than anyone else. And Kamala Harris, of course, has a completely different story. She's been a senator, she's been a prosecutor, but she has not been involved in transatlantic relationship building as has Joe Biden. So I think things are going to change. Now, when we look at specific policies, especially when we look at Ukraine, there's, of course, a continuation with Kamala Harris compared to what Donald Trump has been saying, how he would pull the plug first on weapons, but also on financial support for the Ukraine. So I think there is a significant difference when it comes to tariffs. The things that Donald Trump has threatened, of course, is different from the policies that Kamala Harris is going to carry out. But it's not going to be Joe Biden, and we will have to get used to a Harris administration as well.
Okay, so no necessarily continuation, but of course, a Trump 2 presidency is going to be something completely different.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, starting with the rhetoric, and we saw the pictures of Angela Merkel, of course, sitting with Donald Trump. There's a different vibe. And of course, you need sort of vibes and relationship building in the sphere of international politics and, of course, diplomacy. And I think that's going to be easier with Kamala Harris. But again, if the economy in the U.S. continues to be stagnant the way it has been, people are going to look at Kamala Harris to turn up the heat as well. And she's going to put America first, just like Donald Trump will be. It's going to be a different slogan, but it's going to be tough for us economically as well.
In less than a minute, tell me about how Trump actually might be right. It is time for Europe to grow up and take responsibility for its own defence and its own affairs.
Well, look, when I'm talking to Republican voters, they're saying, why in the world should we be paying for a war halfway across the world when we've got our own problems? I think they have a reasonable argument they're making. So I think we do need to step up. And if Donald Trump were to pull out, all of a sudden, there's a new frontier in Ukraine. There's a new space that we need to actually secure and a Europe that we need to secure. So we better step up quickly.
OK, political campaign advisor and digital media strategist Julius van der Laar, thank you so much for the last half hour.
Thanks for having me.
And that is the day. More online, of course, and continuing coverage of the US election overnight here on DW News. Have a good day.
What did you do before? I played the cello. Fantastic.
She survived Auschwitz thanks to music. He was the Nazis' favorite conductor. Two musicians under the swastika. A documentary about the sounds of power, an inspiring story about survival. Music in Nazi Germany. Watch now on YouTube, DW Documentary.
The US presidential election coverage 2024 on DW. We address the pivotal issues and the central themes, asking the questions that matter to voters and the world.
Latinos are the fastest growing demographic group in the United States, but historically their voter turnout has been low. So which issues will motivate Latinos to vote?
The Arab and Muslim votes are important for both candidates, especially in key swing states like Michigan. So how will it affect the outcome of the presidential election?
The US presidential election 2024. Watch the whole coverage on DW.
I am a flower. Yes, I'm beautiful. I've heard it before, and it never grows old. I'm worshipped for my looks, my scent, my looks. But here's the thing. Life starts with me. You see, I feed people. Every fruit comes from me. Every potato, me. Every kernel of corn, me. Every grain of rice, me. Me. I know, but it's true. And sometimes I feed their souls. I am their words when they have none. I say I love you without a sound. I'm sorry without a voice. I inspire the greatest of them. Painters, poets, pattern makers. I've been amused to them all. But in my experience, people underestimate the power of a pretty little flower. Because their life does start with me. And it could end without me.
This is DW News live from Berlin. Special coverage of the U.S. presidential election. The race is over between Democrat Vice President Kamala Harris and Republican former U.S. President Donald Trump. The results are now coming in tonight as America decides.
I feel very confident. I have felt. We went in with a very big lead today. And it looks like Republicans have shown up in force.
The most consequential election of our lifetime. And the momentum is on our side.
And it all comes down to this. Election day in America is almost over. U.S. voters and people around the world are waiting in anticipation to find out who will be the 47th President of the United States. It will be history in the making. Whoever wins, Kamala Harris would be the first female president in U.S. history. Donald Trump would be the first convicted criminal to win the White House. Stark differences reflecting the polarization of 21st century American politics. Now, these were the final messages from Harris and Trump that voters took with them to the ballot box today. Take a listen.
The most consequential election of our lifetime, and the momentum is on our side. Our campaign has tapped into the ambitions and the aspirations and the dreams of the American people. We are optimistic and we are excited about what we can do together. And we know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America. And I am ready to offer that leadership as the next President of the United States of America.
I feel very confident. I have felt. We went in with a very big lead today. And it looks like Republicans have shown up in force. If I lose an election, if it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it. And I think so far I think it's been fair. I don't have to tell them that there'll be no violence. Of course there'll be no violence. My supporters are not violent people. I don't have to tell them that. And I certainly don't want any violence, but I certainly don't have to tell. These are great people.
All right, well, voting is wrapping up on the East Coast of the United States. All eyes on those key battleground states. The polls in 3 of them, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, have now closed. The ballot counting is now underway. To my right is my colleague, Christine Mundwa. She is with us, keeping a look on the numbers and also keeping a DW tradition alive, just as she did back in 2020 on election night. Christine will bring us the latest vote count as the polling places across the United States close. And to my left is Amin Esif. He's a colleague, a DW correspondent. He is in Berlin with us tonight, but He has reported in the United States, based out of our Washington, D.C. bureau. And to my far right, Mike Coburn. He is an expert on the U.S. political party system. He's a researcher at the European University Viadrina. He's also an author. His first book examines the parties in congressional elections and how they've contributed to America's polarized politics of today. To all of you, it's good to have you here.
Good to
at the
be
big
here.
table. Yeah, it's an exciting night. And of course, we want to get to the numbers first, Christine.
Yeah.
So what do we have?
Why don't we do that? Well, I've also brought some graphics for us, and let's roll the first one of those. If you haven't been paying attention, the magic number tonight is 270, and that is the number of Electoral College votes that a candidate needs to win. So look at how the race is shaping up now. Trump's got his 95 votes in the bag. Kamala Harris trailing there with 35, but we know that as more states call in, that is almost certainly to change. I mean, coming into this, we sort of knew that she has a bit of an easier numerical path, right? If voters vote the way they've always voted historically, then she does have a little bit more going in to this. It is a bit of an uphill for Donald Trump, who has to work much harder to pick up more states. But why don't we go over now and just give you a sense of how that map is colouring up for us now. This would be a geographical map of the United States, and we'll start seeing where places or some of those results have been called in, and that will come up momentarily for us. So look at it, as expected, polls having closed in the East Coast, and some of those, not very many surprises, right?
No.
Not very many surprises. And just the caveat here, so everything that's sort of in the dark shade, that's been called that's certain. Where it looks a bit like it's in a lighter shade, that is what the Associated Press is projecting that the result will be. And one of the key ones for us tonight is, of course, Georgia. Look at that in the lighter shade. But we know that results have come in places like Vermont, that's gone and stayed Democrat. But yeah, why don't we actually talk about Georgia? Now, look at that. 33% of the vote has been counted. Donald Trump in the clear lead over there. Kamala Harris at 44% of that vote. But this is one of those, this is one state that unexpectedly turned Democrat.
That's right.
In the 20 election, right? So this was a real surprise, but it's looking like, and I think all the polls coming in were sort of indicating that the Republicans will take this one back. But
and it's because they have to count at the Atlanta area, which
that's
is
right.
where Georgians live,
That's
actually,
right.
and that usually goes Democrats.
Yeah.
That's why we're seeing her trailing so much, even though the polls show it being closer.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is Georgia for you, one that we're certainly going to be watching. So 33% of that vote count in Georgia. Why don't we have a look at the next one for you now? We'll either go North Carolina or we'll do Florida. Which one will it be? Well, that's North Carolina.
That's right.
That's home, Brent, isn't it?
That's my home state. That's right.
That's okay. So it's still early days in this rate, right? 6% of that vote coming in. North Carolina is an interesting one tonight, right? So Harris definitely needs that strong black turnout.
So really interestingly, in North Carolina, we've seen already that the governor's race has been called for the Democratic candidate. The Republican candidate here was a very controversial figure. He made comments about himself being a black Nazi, and there was a long-standing expectation that there would be a split and that the governorship would go to the Democrats. So there's a potential chance that the governor's ticket, rather than the presidential ticket affecting what's going on in the governor's race, there may be some small impact of the governor's race on the presidential race here and maybe potentially helping Kamala Harris a bit.
It's one of those states where the demographics are changing. The last time North Carolina was Democrat was when Obama was elected. And so the feeling is with more people moving in, you've got more urban areas, that this could maybe be the chance for Kamala Harris.
There's also been, in some of these other states, much of the suburbs have already moved to the Democrats. And in North Carolina, that hasn't happened quite so much. So in essence, what we might think of that as being is potential upside for the Democratic Party, that if they can get the suburbs to move in a similar way, particularly those suburbs did around Atlanta last time, if those suburbs around places like Raleigh can also move in that direction, then this is a potential pickup for the Democratic Party.
Well, I'll just remind everybody that this is the only battleground state that Trump was able to win in the last election, right? And it's 16 Electoral College votes. Everybody wants that in the bag, right? So that's North Carolina as it goes. And then I know one of the ones that you're particularly looking at tonight is Florida. I think we have a sense of how the vote's going there. It should be very much almost close to finishing the count there. 83% of that vote counts in Florida. Is anybody surprised at how it's looking?
Yeah, that's not a surprise.
No surprises there. So that is Florida. We expect that to firmly go to the Republicans.
Trump's home state, right? I mean, he's from New York, but Mar-a-Lago means that he's a resident Floridian. So
yeah,
a lot of times that does have an effect on U.S. elections, where the candidate is from.
I think if we learned anything from 2020 as well is to not overgeneralize from Florida. Quite often what can happen in Florida is that Florida goes in one direction and the rest of the country can go in a different direction. So, of course, this does look like very good news for Donald Trump, but we need to be careful not to kind of extrapolate out to these other more competitive states.
That's right.
Everyone expected Trump to win Florida, but of course he's going to look at those numbers and be pleased.
Sure. All right, Christine, thank you. Let's go now. I understand our Washington Bureau Chief, Enos Pohl, is standing by. We want to go now to her. Enos, this is still very, very early in this evening, and we're trusting, we've been talking about the polls and their predicting factor in this election. Are we, treading at our own risk if we follow the polls in this election?
Well, no, there's also a margin of error, and as this is so close, we can follow the polls and they can be wrong and they still were right, if this makes sense, because, if it's so close, they can say it goes either way, and they still were right. I mean, what I find interesting with Florida, I totally agree with your panel, but there was some hope here in the United States because abortion is so crucial. Reproductive rights are so important for so many women and also men here in the United States. There were a slight hope that this might turn Florida to Kamala Harris. This didn't happen, so that is indeed for some Democrats at least a little bit of a downer here so early in the evening. Even so, I agree we shouldn't kind of overestimate this result. What is a little bit surprising in my take is that apparently more independent voters in Georgia are voting or have been voting for Donald Trump than last time, and that's also like a little bit of an indication for worries here for the Democrats that early in the evening. That's
a very good point, Enos. I mean, when we look at all the votes, these early voting trends, what we've seen, and maybe Mike or Ami, maybe you guys have noticed this too, it's about 30% registered Democrats, 30% Republicans, and the other 30% third independents. Does that surprise you?
No, not at all. I mean, this is kind of well established at this point, but we need to be careful when we talk about independence. So there's quite a lot of political science literature that suggests that around about 90% of people who identify as independents are kind of independents in name only and not really independents. And basically, they have a soft identification with one of the two parties. They do have a preference. And basically, these independents behave exactly like a partisan member or identifier with those groups. So there's really, of that third, really probably only about kind of 10% of that third that's like true independent swing voters who, based on the kind of the election campaigns or whatever, might go from one party to the other.
Okay.
Yeah, and don't forget that it's not just about swinging voters from one party to the other, it's about bringing voters out to the polls. So a candidate who can really get the energy behind their campaign and get people out who support them, but maybe they were just too lazy on a Tuesday evening to go out and vote, to get them out of their chair and to go do that.
All right. I mean, thank you. We've got team coverage tonight. We've got correspondents there where the candidates are, and that includes our Chief International Editor, Richard Walker. He is in Miami, I understand, near the Trump campaign headquarters, if you will. Good evening to you, Richard.
Brent, hi. Yes, well, you can say that Florida pretty much feels like Trump world tonight, given that it has already been called by AP and several others for Donald Trump pretty early on in this election night. And we are at the Versailles restaurant in Little Havana in Miami, which is a hotbed of the big Cuban community here in southern Florida and in Miami in particular. And as the news of this state being called for Donald Trump has sort of rippled through the crowds here, there's been even more excitement. I can tell you it is so loud here that my smart watch keeps buzzing at me, telling me this place is very loud. So yeah, what you see here is a lot of trucks and cars driving past, stopping and honking. Pretty much a celebratory atmosphere here tonight. And of course, this is celebrating the result in Florida that Florida is being called by many outlets now for Donald Trump. But of course, people here are hoping that you can extrapolate it. I've just been listening to you guys talking. Of course, you know, you shouldn't extrapolate too much. But of course, for Trump supporters here, they are hoping that this is a harbinger of a big night for Trump.
Richard, let me ask you, I mean, I'm sure you heard the sound that came from Donald Trump today right after he voted. He was asked about the election, the campaign, if it had been fair so far. He said it had been fair so far, also saying that his supporters are peaceful. He almost, you got the impression that this was dare I say, a kinder, gentler Donald Trump that we heard today. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, so we were just outside the polling station in Palm Beach. So we were in Palm Beach earlier in the day. We just came down to Miami this afternoon. So we were out there. We saw the motorcade going in. We waited outside while he voted. We saw the snipers on the rooftops around there, kind of watching over in case anything happened. And we were following on live feed, seeing what he was saying in there. And I think I agree with you, Brent. It was an interesting kind of tone that he tried to strike in there. I think he genuinely seemed a little bit tired as well, and trying to say, you know, this has been a fair election so far, but he said, you know, everybody's lawyered up. There's been a lot of, you know, everybody is prepared to kind of hit the button on litigation if something happens that they don't like. But then during the course of the day after that, he started putting out messages on his social media platforms alleging that there were discrepancies in Pennsylvania. Local officials in Pennsylvania quickly came out and said that's simply not true. So some would be watching what Trump is saying in that situation and thinking, okay, is he sowing the seeds to try to undermine credibility in the result in Pennsylvania, which of course, you know, could well be the decisive state on this night tonight. So yeah, while he was seemed to set quite a moderate tone in those comments that he made while voting in Palm Beach earlier today, some of the comments that have come out since then pointing in a bit of a direction that of course we've seen in recent weeks too, that you get a sense from the Republicans and from Trump and people like Elon Musk in his orbit who seem to be kind of laying the groundwork for potential questioning of the result if it is a very close result.
What did you hear this week, Richard, from inside the Trump camp about their reactions to this poll that was reported from Iowa this week, showing Kamala Harris with not a small lead there, a shocking result coming from what has traditionally been a red state. I mean, I read that his campaign insiders were nervous, were almost panicky.
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, speaking on the outside, they tried to dismiss that poll as an outlier, but I think it is one that sent some shivers through Trump's camp, and you have seen a little bit of nervousness among people we've spoken to here today. Of course, you know, seeing an awful lot of upbeat mood here right now, but we've been in Florida now for a couple of days, and certainly some people are a bit nervous about where the result might be going on a national level. But I think in Iowa, of course, you know, it's felt like a red state recently, but it hasn't always been that. So it's conceivable that that will happen. And I think the great unknown about this election going into it in the last few days has been, okay, on the one hand, you had Trump establishing more of a lead on a national level in the polling averages in recent weeks, and you had Trump pulling ahead in a lot of the swing states in recent weeks. But the question that the Iowa poll raised, particularly because it showed very significant support for Kamala Harris in older women, the question that poll raised was whether all of the polls might be off a bit for underestimating the motivation of particular groups of women, and perhaps particularly older groups of women, in their desire to push back against Trump, in their desire to use this election to kind of try to end the Trump era for good. We really don't know what the answer to that question is. That's what we're going to be finding out tonight. And I think that is the thing that has been unsettling some on the Republican side. But it's certainly not I have to say, something you particularly feel on the streets right now here in Little Havana, because as you can tell, right now, the mood is one of celebration.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you didn't know better, you would think that they were celebrating an election victory there. Richard Walker, following the Trump election campaigners tonight there in southern Florida. Richard, thank you. All right, we want to go now to Washington, D.C., the nation's capital. That is where my colleague Janelle Dumoulin is standing by. She is, I think, near Howard University in Washington, D.C. That's the alma mater of Kamala Harris. That is where she is watching the election results come in tonight. Janelle, talk to us. We've had some states called already, but no surprises. It looks like Florida has gone to Donald Trump. Again, that's not a surprise.
No surprise at all, and there is no indication at all that that is dampening the mood here in any way of the Kamala Harris supporters who have been coming in a steady stream to enter Howard University behind me, where the Kamala Harris election watch party is set to kick off at 9 p.m. Eastern time. The mood here is still very upbeat, still very confident. People are shrugging off that news out of Florida. You know, Florida, of course, is Trump's home base. That is not lost on the people here at all. I've been talking to the people here. One of them said to me that her favorite thing about Kamala Harris is that she is everything that Donald Trump is not. And I really do think, just to add to what Richard was saying earlier, when I think we're at a stage where when people look at polls, when people look at results, they are so far seeing what they want to see. Nobody is abandoning hope yet. They are looking at states like Florida and saying there's no surprise. But they are, of course, like everyone else, watching to see whether results in those key battleground states. The clearest path to victory for Kamala Harris, of course, being those blue wall states plus one electoral vote for Nebraska. I think that is when people might start getting anxious as soon as we see those states getting called. But for now, it's all easy here. Music is playing. People are happy.
And we did not have video of Kamala Harris voting today because she did not go to a polling place to vote, right?
No, she didn't. She voted via mail. I guess, she would have voted in her home state of California, and I guess that is a little far. We've been pointing out just how little time she's had in her campaign. Perhaps California was just a little bit far for her to go in order to vote. That, of course, is a 7-hour flight from Washington, D.C., and in the last states, she had been crisscrossing the battleground states. But she has had a very busy day here on Election Day anyway, so she started with radio interviews in the morning. She went by the DNC headquarters. She said hello to phone bankers who were working on her behalf. She even manned the phones at one point herself. She thanked all of the campaigners working on her behalf for all their support. Now she's reportedly at her residence having family dinner. That is supposedly a tradition that she has on election night. But of course, people here are waiting for a Kamala Harris appearance. Nobody quite knows when that might be tonight, but that is the expected highlight, naturally.
Okay. Janelle, thank you very much. I want to pick up on what we've talked about earlier tonight. Let me come to you. This gender gap that we're seeing, or at least the polls have showed us that we're seeing. Talk to me about that. I mean, who are women voting for? Who are men voting for?
Yeah, well, it's been described as two different Americas. What we're seeing is a huge split in gender in terms of voting, especially when you factor in education levels. So men without a college education are voting for Trump by plus 16 points. Women with a college education are voting for Kamala Harris by plus 27. When you factor out education, it's looking more like 10 and 5 on either side. But still, that's a huge gap, 27 points in favor of Harris for college-educated women. That's the biggest gap we've seen so far. And and it's also transcending race, ethnicity, background, things like this. So we're seeing women, even women who formerly identified as Republicans, who formerly voted for Trump, coming out for Kamala Harris. Some of this has to do with the issue of abortion. This was what Kamala Harris was really campaigning on. This was one of the major issues where she got people's emotions involved, because a lot of her campaign issues are focused on policy. She's trying to separate herself from Biden, but really where she put her emotional energy was the abortion issue, because it's really important to people in the United States. Just for context, under Trump, he put in judges on the Supreme Court who then took away the federal level protections, the constitutional protections for women to get an abortion.
And
that's on the ballot.
That was seen, though, by the Trump campaign as a win because they were going to, get even more of those evangelical Christian votes, right?
I mean, I grew up in the U.S. I knew for a long time there was single-issue voters out there who were going to polls just to vote for the candidate who was against abortion. Trump thought he was tapping into that, but it seems opinions have changed. And we were talking about Florida earlier. Yeah. What we saw is Florida is a red state. It's voted for Republicans in the past several elections, but it had an amendment, a referendum on the ballot that needs 60% to pass, and it would institute protections for women to get an abortion up until 24 weeks of pregnancy. So that is on the ballot at the same time that Trump is looking to take the state. We are seeing now with about 87% of votes counted, the 57% have voted for the amendment, for the abortion protection. So this is for women who want the right to abortion, that's good news. But pollsters might also say that this indicates that while people are voting in a red state for abortion protections, that doesn't mean they're not voting for Trump at the same time.
Yeah, the single issue, the single issue voter, Mike. I mean, when we try to explain the American political system to a global audience, I mean, it comes with challenges, right? You've got only basically two parties in the United States, and yet with such a limited choice of parties, you still have voters who allow themselves to be steered by one issue.
Absolutely, and I think one of the really interesting things that we've seen in some of the data in the polling prior to tonight is that it's in particular older women who've potentially shifted towards Harris. And so some of these older women might literally remember before Roe was codified. So, of course, Roe versus Wade was the initial decision made in 1973 that said that abortion would be provided across the entire country. And then, of course, the Dobbs decision undertaken by these Supreme Court justices in 2022 undid that. So what we're seeing is there's a specific section of the American public, the American women, who remember what things were like before Roe versus Wade and are really strongly pushing back and saying, no, I don't want that. And we've seen that across 2 years ago, we had a number of ballot initiatives in really, really red states, even places like Nebraska and Ohio that push back against this. But as Armin says, there does seem to be this continued split. It doesn't mean just because you're for abortion rights that you're necessarily not willing to vote for Republicans, which, as you say, Brand, from a global perspective, can sometimes be a little perplexing.
Yeah, it's perplexing, and we're talking about cultural wars here, but I remember back in the 1990s there was a candidate by the name of Bill Clinton who won, and he won because it's the economy, stupid, right? I mean, they were told that people will vote based on their pocketbooks. We've got high inflation, or people say it's high felt inflation in the United States. The economy is growing. There's not a lot of unemployment. Is that not motivating?
So I think the salience of the issue of the economy across the last kind of year has been really interesting. So if you'd have asked American voters at the start of this calendar year what's going to be the most important issue in this election, they absolutely would have said the economy. When inflation was higher, and as over time, as the inflation has declined, and as the American economy keeps improving, I mean, from a global perspective, there is essentially no country that has come out of the pandemic as well as strongly as the United States.
True.
But as you say, there's this perception that the United States economy remains in a difficult place. But kind of as those perceptions have improved, then the relative position that people answer that the economy is the most important issue has kind of dropped down the list a little bit. Which maybe for the Democrats, they'd like it to still be at the top of the list if they could kind of frame it in the more absolute terms.
Trump has been urging his supporters to stay in line throughout the day, wants them to stay in line and vote if they haven't done early voting. Just a short while ago, he posted this message on the social media platform X. We're going to pull that up.
Hi, Republicans. We're doing really well. If you're in line, stay in line. Don't let them take you off that line. Vote. Stay on the line. They can't do anything about it. And vote. We're going to win it big. Thank you.
Yeah, that's interesting, too, because there was a time when the president would have wanted all Republicans to vote on Election Day. He didn't want them to vote early election. That's different this time around. We want to remind people, too, we're streaming now on all of our social media platforms, and we've got comments, questions coming in.
Yeah, we've got questions, and just for all our viewers who happen to be watching on the stream, we're happy to take your questions. I'll be bringing them into our conversation. Mike, maybe I'll throw this one your way, because one of our viewers is actually asking about the vote count and the process here. How can it be that with such a small percentage of the votes counted so far that some states are already being called for either candidate?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a really great question. So the way that these projections work is that there is essentially a modelling system. So they know characteristics about the percentage of the vote that they have already collected, and therefore they can infer characteristics and likely kind of voting behaviour of other members of other people within the state. So let's just take an example of a race that's already been called. So the North Carolina governor's race has already been called for Josh Stein, the Democrat, and he's got 58% of the vote at this point, and his opponent, Mark Robinson, has only got 38%. Essentially, what these models can do is they can say, OK, well, there's a 20-point gap there. How much of the vote would Robinson need to make up that we haven't currently counted? OK, well, we can map out based on the vote that he's got so far that's just kind of an implausible scenario. Therefore, the networks at this point are now happy to say, yeah, we're going to make the call. We're going to call this for Stein. Now, of course, they do on occasion get this wrong, or they kind of make this call a little earlier than they might wish they had, and then of course you have a number of executives kind of sitting on their hands and very hopefully hoping that the thing that they called comes in. So this can be a kind of testy issue. I don't think it will be in the North Carolina governor's race, but it can be.
OK, if you're just joining us, we want to just say it is 2:30 in the morning here in Berlin. That means it is 8:30 in the evening on the East Coast. If you're just joining us, this is DW News special coverage. America Decides 2025. The polls have now closed in multiple U.S. states in the tightest presidential election that we have seen in years. The crucial battleground states of Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and parts of Michigan are among those where voting has ended. Counting is well underway in those states. The Associated Press and the American television networks have already called numerous other states for Trump and for Harris. No surprises so far. So, Christine, let's go through the numbers again to bring people up to speed with where we are.
All right, so let's do that. Let's start with the basics here, right? So we're going to pull up that first graphic that gives us a sense of where we are in terms of this race. And I can already see from where I'm sitting that Kamala Harris has 49 Electoral College votes so far going into this. Donald Trump at 101. I imagine a big, sizable chunk of electoral votes from Florida would have made the difference there right now. But, we're still looking at that, and we're saying 270 is the number that you want to be hitting tonight. It is a number that will take you to the White House, essentially. But why don't we now just have a look at the map and see how much has come in already. Just as a snapshot of the country. Half the country of still voting, right? Voting is probably still underway, what you see in grey, but we were just talking about the projections that are coming in. So again, the lighter shade, this is what the Associated Press is projecting the result will be when the full tally does come in. But we've already had some firm results, particularly in the East Coast over there, those Democrat strongholds, so to say. Again, no surprises. So why don't we unpack it at a state level, right? And let's head to the biggest prize of the night, gentlemen. What would that be, would you say? Pennsylvania, right? OK, so here we go. So the first thing I have to tell you is that it is still very early days in this race. Only 8% of the vote has been counted. Please do not let that Kamala Harris...
We want to let people know we're not expecting anyone to be able to call Pennsylvania this evening. I mean, we may be talking about sometime on Wednesday.
Right.
If we're being very realistic,
if we're being okay. So 8% of that vote counted there. Kamala Harris at 72%. I mean, I don't even want to quote these numbers right now, but yeah, this is a crucial state tonight. I mean, is it right in saying that if you win Pennsylvania, you have a very good chance of winning tonight?
I think.
Or is it the other way? You lose, you can't. Yeah.
There are paths to victory for both candidates without Pennsylvania, but it gets very difficult very quickly. I think all of the models suggest that Pennsylvania is going to be the most likely tipping point state, in part because of those 19 electoral college votes. It just has more of these electoral college votes than its competitors. It's also a very diverse state. It has kind of big cities like Philadelphia, where Kamala Harris is going to look to run up the score.
Yep.
Of course, then there are more rural areas, particularly as we get kind of towards Ohio, and of course, Trump is going to do better in those areas. So what we might see here is kind of some votes coming in where different bits come in. Then we're going to see these numbers shifting. I expect that the final result will be very close.
And I know we've got people asking, I know people have been asking on social media too, why is it that in Georgia or North Carolina, why can we expect to call those states within, the next hour or two, but we can't with Pennsylvania? I think one reason is because in Pennsylvania, the absentee ballots, for example, they can't be opened until the polling places have closed in the state of Pennsylvania. So that means they are just now opening and processing those ballots. In North Carolina, for example, I mean, I did absentee voting there. I sent my ballot in last week. On, let's say, Monday. By Wednesday, I got an email back saying that they had received and accepted my ballot. So it's been processed. They're not doing that in Pennsylvania.
And that's another reason why this big split between Kamala Harris and Trump in Pennsylvania is probably not an indicator of what we're going to see at the end of the counting, because historically, and I don't know about this election because we've seen some counter indications, but historically, absentee ballots often go in the favor of Democrats because there's people living abroad with, women with higher educations. They were going much more for Democrats. So what we're going to see is a big shift in Pennsylvania once they start counting those.
And I've seen projections that say that whoever wins Pennsylvania has upwards of a 90% chance of winning the election tonight. Mike,
Pennsylvania also has this extra quirk where you have to put your ballot, if you want to mail your ballot in, you have to put it in 2 envelopes. So you put it in a secure envelope, and then you put the secure envelope in another envelope. And if you miss that middle envelope, your ballot is known as a naked ballot.
I would have been so naked.
What happens is that then you will get, much like you got a message saying your vote has been counted, you will then, if you've submitted one of these naked ballots, you will then get a message saying, oh, by the way, there was a bit of a problem, so we won't count this ballot, but you are still eligible to go cast another ballot, a provisional ballot, on election day. And of course, if we're talking about really small margins here, that's probably going to affect a few thousand people, and so then this might drag Pennsylvania on even longer.
It's not a good day when you get an email of someone saying that you're naked.
Okay, why don't we do another Rust Belt state here, right? Staying in the industrial heartland, so to say, Michigan. Let's see how much of the votes been counted there. But this is also, and I mean, it's interesting for me how these states tend to go the same way each election, right? So it would be Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. So the first thing I need to tell you, 5% of the votes been counted there. And yeah, of course, Kamala Harris is in the lead. Same dynamics, right? As with Pennsylvania, you've got, the inner cities, of course, and then you've got the suburbs and, of course, the diversity that we have there. So that is Michigan tonight, 15 electoral college votes up in Michigan, the heart of the automotive industry. A lot of these voters here would have been, these are Democrat strongholds, or have been Democrat strongholds, right? Unionized workers with a strong affiliation, but they're swing states in this election, battleground states in this election.
I understand that. We should be getting results from Michigan faster than we have in the past. That's the prediction for tonight. But, we, like you said, we're what is that, 5%?
5%.
Yeah.
So again, with Michigan, we'll get the early votes in. So this is what we're seeing here is likely early voters, these early ballots. But then what we'll likely see is over the course of the next few hours, that will swing pretty pretty decisively towards Trump because Wayne County, which is where Detroit is, the biggest city, will be the last to report. And, of course, we would expect that a big city like Detroit would lean much more heavily towards the Democrats. So what we should probably expect here is that at some point Trump is leading, and then it's just a case of whether the Wayne County ballots are going to be enough to then push Michigan back into
We also have
direction.
to make the point about the Arab American population in Michigan and how they will be consequential to this election because of the war in the Middle East, right? Amy?
I mean, it's a huge issue, not just for Arab Americans, for young voters, for first-time voters, for college students. They don't vote in high numbers, actually, in the United States. The United States does have a problem with voter turnout. In the last election, it was very high for Americans, but it still wasn't on the level of many European countries, not like Sweden, not even like Germany for the most part. But back to the Arab Americans, what we're seeing is a shift where Trump, in the latest polling data that we have, Trump is up by 2 points, so 43 to 41 in favor of Trump among Arab Americans, with 4% of Arab Americans saying that they were going to vote third party. So Jill Stein from the Green Party, who has actually obviously the strongest pro-Palestinian platform. So she really was appealing to Arab Americans. Her running mate is Moroccan American. So really appealing to Arab Americans who are fed up with the policy of the Biden administration, but don't necessarily want to turn to Trump, who was president for 4 years and is very pro-Israel.
All right, why don't we do two more, if we can, gentlemen? Race through North Carolina, and we'll do Georgia afterwards. But let's see where we are at in terms of the vote count in the state of North Carolina. This is also a key prize of the night. Our dear Brent Goff hails from North Carolina. OK, so there, 16% of that vote counts in over there, and we can see Donald Trump has a bit of a lead over there. So why don't we go to Georgia next? Georgia, let's see how far we are in the race.
You know, as we were saying, the predictions are, if this is true for Trump and for Kamala Harris, if they are able to win both North Carolina and Georgia tonight, if both of those states are called for one candidate, then the chances of that candidate winning are very, very good.
OK, well, that's Georgia. As well there, Georgia, 16, I should say, Electoral College votes for North Carolina as well as Georgia. So combined 32 in the bag there, if you take both of those.
So again, with Georgia, it's going to be a similar dynamic between the urban and rural populations. Obviously, Atlanta is the big city, and Harris will look to run up the score there. What will be really interesting to pay attention to is the suburbs around Atlanta. How much of the vote is Harris winning there? Because I think if we include Atlanta and all of the suburbs, that makes up nearly 60% of the vote in Georgia. So if Harris can perform well in those suburbs, that's going to be the key area for her in Georgia.
And we have to make the point about Georgia. Trump almost certainly needs to win Georgia. Otherwise, he's probably going to have a difficulty getting to the White House.
OK, we're going to go back now to Florida. Richard Walker, I've been watching him here on the screen. I mean, it looks like he's got the cushy assignment tonight. It looks like a party there in Little Havana. Richard, and I guess they are celebrating because, you know, Florida has been called for Donald Trump, but they certainly can't say that they didn't expect that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, that's been expected, that's for sure, Brent. But I think there's a feeling that Florida did get called relatively early in the evening, and there definitely is a party atmosphere. You know, we've been talking to you from here earlier on, and I think there's also a certain relief that there was bad weather forecast for tonight here in Florida. It was meant to be raining, but actually it's fine. It's pretty windy, but no rain. Now, we've got a guest with us for our hit this time. This is Abel Carvajal, who is from the Republican Party from the local chapter in this county called Miami-Dade. So, Abel, thanks for speaking with us on DW.
Thank you very much.
So, you're here with the Republican Party. Obviously, you're a Trump supporter.
Yes.
Florida has been called for Donald Trump. It felt like it was relatively early in the evening. Do you feel like that was earlier than you expected?
Well, I mean, I've been a lifelong resident of Florida, and we're not used to these races being called at 8 p.m. when the central time zones have closed. We're used to this going on into the night. I remember in 2018, we had a recount, and it was 10,000 votes for the U.S. Senate race when Senator Scott was first elected. And now Senator Scott appears to be winning by double digits across the state. So it's really a show that the state has trended in a more right direction than where it's been in past cycles.
Yeah, and that is interesting, isn't it, Brent, with so many states across the United States that they can shift over time towards one party or away from another party. And of course, many of the older viewers will remember back in the Al Gore versus George W. Bush election, it was Florida that ended up being the tipping point that brought George W. Bush into power. And that was a recount that went on for a long time. That's not the case now, but there are other states which could be where this election hinges. So where do you see the next few states going? There are southern states and then other swing states more in the Rust Belt. Where do you see it going?
I feel really confident about our odds in Georgia. I feel really confident about North Carolina. I think we're well positioned to win those states, but Trump still probably needs one of the Rust Belt states, be it Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, or Michigan. And I've been using the New York Times feature, The Needle, and it looks like it's a 1% race in those states. So counting will go on into the night, maybe on for a few days, might go into recounts. It's very close, and it goes to show the importance of voting in this country. You know, this could come down to a fraction of a vote per precinct in a lot of these states, and that's where the White House might come down to. And in Florida, 537 votes, that's 2,000. That's where we very infamously had that race in 2000. Look, it shows that your vote really does count, and there's a lot of cynicism about, oh, my vote doesn't matter. Oh, it really does. And tonight is an exercise in that for sure.
Yeah, so we were just talking before we came on, and yeah, you said your thought is that the southern states are likely to go towards Trump, yes, and that it's the Rust Belt that will then be decisive, and it really could come down to Pennsylvania. So that's the state you're going to be watching tonight.
Absolutely. I mean, Trump needs one of the three. He needs Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin, provided that he takes either Arizona or Nevada in addition to the southern states. But Pennsylvania plus Georgia takes him exactly to 270 if he holds North Carolina and all the other states he won. So it's very close. There's also that possibility of a tie in the Electoral College. I don't think that's going to be the case. But it goes to show how evenly split this country really is. And again, how important turning out is, because these elections hinge on thousands and thousands of votes, and it really is competitive right here in America.
Yeah, so I mean, that has been the story for quite a long time, that this election could hinge on Pennsylvania. Let's see how this night turns out. One thing I've been asking a lot of Republicans over the last couple of days that we've been down here in Florida is, would you accept the result if Kamala Harris wins? There is obviously great fear, I think, in the country, but also in the rest of the world watching this, of a repeat of what happened in 2020 when, you know, a significant section of one party rejected the result. This even led to violence. This led to the events of January the 6th. So what do you say to that? If Kamala Harris comes out the winner after this election, would you accept that?
Look, at the end of the day, if the election does come down to a decisive difference, right, a matter of a few hundred or a few thousand votes, there will be recounts, there will be litigation processes. When there is a dispute over an election's result, the best place to solve it is in the courts of law. And at the end of the day, what the courts decide are final. And so I will accept the result of a lawful process, and that if there is a dispute, it will go through the courts. Those are the appropriate channels for solving any dispute. And if the courts do decide, if this election does come to a dispute, and we don't know if that will be the case, I will accept the decision of fact and law made by American courts.
Okay, Abel, thank you very much for speaking to us here in Miami. Brent, back to you in Berlin.
Okay, all right, Richard, thank you very much. Richard there in Miami, Florida. We want to go now to the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. Our Washington Bureau Chief, Enos Pohl, is standing by. Enos, yeah, there you are. Okay, it's not quite as loud where you are, Enos. So put this in the context for us. No, it's not. No, it's not. Sorry for you tonight.
No, I envy Richard a little bit. I have to say, it looks really very happy and lively there, and you're also doing a really lively job in Berlin. I really enjoy listening to your expertise. It's fantastic. Yeah, well, I mean, the capital here, as most parts of this country are, is holding its breath. I mean, I get messages from colleagues and friends from all over. It's so close. It's so tight. We hear some information from Georgia that some areas which were expected to go to Kamala Harris, it looks rather that they go to Donald Trump. So some people are getting really worried, but then again, it's really too early to make these predictions. I'm also checking websites from different bigger media outlets, and there is a small tendency they're predicting a little bit more into the direction of a win of Donald Trump. But again, it's far too early to say anything. But yeah, it's an exciting night, and everybody is just like holding his or her breath.
Ines, let me get your reaction to this. We've got the AP calling these two races. Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene winning re-election to the U.S. House from Georgia. Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think that is a name that has become global. And Jim Jordan has won re-election to the U.S. House. He is from Ohio. Both of these are considered big wins for Donald Trump, aren't they?
Of course, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I mean, I actually tried to interview her a couple of times. She's on the spectrum, I shall say. She's like spreading lies from the early days on, a very kind of toxic way to do politics. She's very negative, nothing like a politician who is really looking for solutions. She just wants to hurt the other party. So yes, it's also not really a surprise, but it's also maybe another little sign that ways go, at least for now, not so bad for Donald Trump.
All right, Ines Poland, Washington. Ines, thank you very much. This is a global event. It's not just an American election. I mean, it matters to the world, the U.S., a superpower, what the U.S. does. It has consequences far beyond its borders. With that in mind, we want to take you now to our Brussels correspondent, Terry Schultz. I understand Terry is at an election party in Brussels. There she is. Terry, you look very nice tonight. All spiffied up for the election. So what are they telling you? I would, if I were a betting man, I would say they're hoping that this will be a night to celebrate Kamala Harris.
That's right. That's not very surprising here in Europe. Europe normally does favor Democrats. And in fact, there's a couple hundred people here in the early morning hours watching the results trickle in county by county on CNN. And yeah, there's silence when the numbers come in for Donald Trump, and, applause when they come in for Harris. So that's not very surprising. There are also cutout figures of both Harris and Trump downstairs. And you saw a lot of people having their picture taken with the Harris cutout. And now in these early morning hours, Donald Trump has had his head pulled off. So seems to be a lot of animosity even for a cutout Donald Trump here in Brussels.
It's not a good time to be made out of cardboard. That is for sure. Tell me, you and I have spoken so many times about the impact of U.S. foreign policy on Europe, the European Union. What is on the line tonight for Europe with this election?
That's right. Now, most of the people here tonight are Europeans and not Americans, from what I hear speaking around here at the party, and they are incredibly invested in this, as you say. Now, Kamala Harris doesn't have much of a record in Europe. She hasn't spent a lot of time here. She doesn't have a lot of experience in foreign policy. But Donald Trump does have a record here. He's called Brussels a hellhole. He has said that he would like to possibly pull the U.S. out of NATO, something that's very important to Europeans. And he has said that if he gets another term, he'll put tariffs on all European imports. Just a week ago, he said that, America's allies are treating it worse than what he said its so-called enemies. So certainly Donald Trump is not putting out any warm feelers to Europe about what it would be like if he gets another term as president.
You have a long history of covering NATO. You know the the impact that a presidential election can have on the military alliance. Is NATO prepared for another 4 years of Donald Trump?
You know, both NATO and the European Union have been very conscious that they needed to make some changes, not just to be ready for a possible next Trump administration, but even for a Harris administration that would be less invested in Europe. So there certainly have been some administrative changes made at NATO. For example, you know, Ukraine would be a big issue if Donald Trump wins again. He said that he would cut off aid, that he would basically bring them to the table, and everyone knows that would mean Russia getting more of what it wants. So NATO has actually taken some of the Ukraine assistance procedure out from under the United States and put it under NATO so that it would be protected against whatever happens next. The European Union is said to be holding urgent meetings with ambassadors now, talking about what another Trump administration would mean for them. Nobody knows exactly how they could protect against U.S. tariffs, for example, but it is certainly something that everybody has on their agenda now.
And I know you talked to a lot of people, a lot of policymakers there in Brussels. You know, behind closed doors, are they secretly hoping that if Trump wins, that, you know, he's promised to bring this war in Ukraine to an end? We know this war has been very expensive for the European Union, also for NATO. Are they telling you behind closed doors that that would be a good thing in terms of letting up on the expenditure pressure that they've had for the past 2 years?
People are tired of the war. Now, most mainstream policymakers, ambassadors, the people that I talk to at NATO would never say that. Their official policy, even in private, is that Ukraine needs to win this war because otherwise Russia will be empowered to do something to a NATO country. So people very much want Ukraine to win, unless you're talking to people like Hungarians and Slovakians who are openly favor Trump. But other than just this very small minority of Europeans, people very much fear what a Trump presidency would mean when it comes to Ukraine and giving Russia the upper hand in that conflict.
And Terry, here in Germany, when President Biden visited a couple of weeks ago, basically to tell allies goodbye, to bid them farewell, there was a lot of reporting saying that he is the last transatlanticist. Is that something you're hearing there, that people, are they worried that the next president, Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, and then the ones that will come after them, that this connection to Europe that we've had since 1945, that connection is being eroded away and rather quickly?
Absolutely. They've been worried about that for years. Biden really is the last one, because there have been people previously saying that they were the last ones. But certainly they feel that already with Kamala Harris. Now, while, of course, she would be a more attractive choice for president for Europeans, she certainly isn't heavily invested in Europe. You know, she hasn't spent a lot of time here as vice president, nor in her life before that. And everyone knows that she would not be as she wouldn't know as much about Europe. She doesn't have close friends here. So it certainly wouldn't be the same kind of relationship as it was with Joe Biden, where he'd worked with the same leaders for many, many years. So, yeah, people are aware of that, and they need to adjust to that no matter who wins this presidential election in the United States.
All right. Terry Schultz in Brussels at an election party. Terry, good to see you, and we appreciate you working while you party. Thank you. All right. I understand we've got some questions coming in now on social media from viewers. Let's go through those.
That's right. So, gentlemen, our viewers are really interested to know about what would potentially happen when that result does come in. But before we get to what happens or what will Trump potentially do if he doesn't win, I think there's an important one here about, do we know how people voted? How many people voted per mail versus how many people will turn out today or would have turned out on actual vote day? So what could be said about that? I think we shattered records.
I know in Georgia and in North Carolina, there were record numbers for early voting.
And it was up to 80 million people, right, voted before the actual voting day. But it's always the case, turnout on the actual day is really... Is it difficult to predict, or do we ever get a good sense? You can never tell, right?
Well, I mean, there's, what, about 244 million Americans who are eligible to vote, and we had, what, about a third of those that have voted in early voting, which is strong.
Yeah. An important question, when will we see the results in Pennsylvania, right? So we know that polls will close there, or have closed.
So this is really going to come down to as we were talking about earlier, just how close it is. I mean, if there's a point, a couple of points or more in it, then I would hope that European time, kind of mid-morning or by midday on Wednesday, we would have a result in Pennsylvania if that's the case. But if it's really close, if it's going to come down to these ballots that are then going to be challenged, and then there's going to be, we need to count these extra votes, then we might be sort of looking at kind of days again. But in theory, Pennsylvania should be relatively quick. Where we'll have an election that really will take a while to call is if it does come down to Nevada and Georgia. If it comes down to those two states, we know that those states just take much longer to count, and so then we really won't be getting a result by kind of lunchtime tomorrow European time if it does come down to those states in the West.
I would just remind you that in 2020, I was sent to Pennsylvania after the election. So on Thursday, I was sent to Pennsylvania where they were counting ballots. They didn't finish until Saturday. They didn't even finish on Saturday, but they had enough counted on Saturday to where the AP could call the election for President Biden. So it came down to Pennsylvania that year, and it wasn't until the afternoon on Saturday that
they're promising it's not going to take that long this time, but... You know, promises.
Right.
Promises.
Not all of them get kept. And I think there's concern about what could happen. I think January 6th shifted things for a lot of people here, and people are asking, what if Trump loses? Could there be riots like what we saw on January 6th?
So in terms of the violence, obviously we have seen 12 bomb threats in Georgia today. So we need to contextualise this and say this is a live topic and not kind of a theoretical topic that might come down the track. This is something that's happening here. In terms of kind of pushing back against kind of legitimate results, the Democratic Party do have some kind of key cogs in the wheel here that they didn't have 4 years ago. Namely, that they hold the presidency. Of course, the vice president is a very important figure as the president of the Senate in this process. We also saw that there was a bill passed in Congress since 2020 that basically institutionalized the idea that really the vice president's role is really kind of ceremonial to count these votes. Of course, if we remember back 4 years ago, Trump was pushing very heavily on Mike Pence. One of the reasons Pence is not on the ticket this time is because Mike Pence put the Constitution above his loyalty to Trump, and Trump was trying to get him to find fake electors. And what we've got now in this scenario is because that was kind of a loosely interpreted rule or law. At this point, Congress did react to that and tighten that up a bit. And so even if there were that kind of pressure, there wouldn't be the ability to get these kind of fake electors as easily in place. And of course, Kamala Harris is herself the vice president.
She's president of the Senate. That's exactly right.
In terms of violence, this might sound way out in left field, but I'm serious when I say this. QAnon is gone, and that makes a difference. If you're not following
Marjorie Taylor Greene is not, though.
She's not. She's still there. But it was astonishing in 2020 how much of an effect this had on the electorate. Every maybe 5 people I talked to, Trump supporters, they would cite QAnon as their motivating factor for why they were voting for Donald Trump. And it was on these online chat forums where January 6th was planned, and it was planned before the election. I heard rumors that they were going to storm the Capitol after the election back in late October. Nobody really took it seriously, but it was out there. And we're not seeing the same kind of plotting and conspiracy theories.
I think also the experience of January the 6th from a security perspective, one would think that, you know, that hopefully the relevant people have learned from that and certainly wouldn't be allowing a rally near the Capitol or anything like that around that timeline. But we all obviously hope that that's the case.
It is 3 o'clock in the morning here in Berlin. That means it is 9 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States. If you are just joining us, this is DW News' special coverage, America Decides 2024. The Americans have elected a new president. Who that will be, well, we're still waiting to find out. But we've got some numbers that will give us some clues.
That's right.
Christine.
Why don't we have a look at how that race is shaping up, that race to 270. Of course, our magic number tonight is 270. That is the number of Electoral College votes that are needed to secure a victory. And Eamon, why don't we just take a pause here and just discuss the Electoral College for our viewers who aren't well-versed in the system. Just give us an explanation of what this Electoral College is.
I'd say even for an American who went through the school system, you still need a refresher every now and then. So the U.S. is the only presidential democracy in the world where the winner of the popular vote doesn't necessarily become the president. So the loser of the popular vote might become the president. And that's because we don't, in the U.S., vote directly for president. We vote in each state for electors. The number of the electors is based on the population of the state. So that's why everybody's focused on Pennsylvania. Happens to be the swing state with the most electors. California is a huge state. It has 54 Electoral College votes, but we basically know that it's going to go Democratic. It's gone Democratic in the past several elections, so that's a safe state. So that's why we're all focused on swing states, because you don't need to get the popular vote overall. You need to get the popular vote in a certain number of states. This year it's 7, where the vote is the margin is so small that the number of electoral votes could go either way. And don't forget, this is winner takes all. So if you vote in Pennsylvania, several million people live there, but if it goes in favor of Trump by 10 people's votes, or in Florida in 2000, Bush won by 537 votes, all of Florida's 30 I think back then it was different, but this year it's 30 Electoral College votes goes just to the winner of the state. So that's why we're so focused on Electoral College votes, and that's why we're so focused on swing states, because that's where we don't know where these number of Electoral College votes are going to go in the end.
Yeah, and there are 7 swing states this time round.
This year, right.
Yeah, so why don't we go and have a look now, because more polls have been closing, so to say, vote closing. And let's have a look at the geographical map, and that will give us a sense of what the tally is nationwide. All right, guys, let's see how well you know the map. What can you see in terms of what's been called? We're still waiting for some concrete results to come out of certain places, like Texas, for example. I'm pretty sure we'll be getting a result out of Texas very soon. It will probably go Republican. But look at everything else. I mean, Illinois, we've been saying that we don't have many surprises right now. Your North Dakota will likely, and just the caveat here is obviously the lighter shade is the projection of what the result will be when the full tally comes in.
For our viewers, I want to just be clear on that. So the light blue means we're expecting them to go Democrat.
That's right.
Light red means Republican.
That's right.
The dark colors are the ones where states have already been called.
Exactly. So look at Illinois. And then, of course, your states on the East Coast over there, Vermont, which, and the likes of Maine, etc., which we know have gone or stayed Democrat, so to say. So that is how that map, and you'll see that as the time zone shifts to the West Coast, we'll get more colour on that map. There'll be less grey on that. But before we came on air, remember you were telling us, Amir, about how after the Reagan election, when the whole map was red. I mean, I've never seen something like that. And we won't have a map looking like that after
every state except was Minnesota went for Ronald Reagan.
That was 1984.
Yeah.
Can we pull that map back up again?
Let's get the geographical map back on there.
Because we need to look at what is being projected right now. Can we pull that map back up? So, Georgia and North Carolina both. I mean, it's still early. They haven't. These haven't been called, but they're projected. The thinking is that they're tending to go. So we were saying earlier, if Georgia and North Carolina, both swing states, go for Donald Trump, the chances of a Harris victory are diminished significantly.
Then she needs to sweep the upper Midwest. She needs to take Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin. I will say that these votes, I appreciate that Georgia and North Carolina on this have got the kind of light red. Let's be very, very careful. We don't have the full picture here. We know that in Georgia, Atlanta, which is where Harris is going to get most of her votes, those votes are not going to come in. We've got to remember that the votes don't come in across the whole state at the same time, and we know that the geography of the state is really important. So if you've got a big city city, like an Atlanta in Georgia or a Detroit in Michigan, that's where the Democrats are going to run up the score and going to get all those votes. So it really depends on the makeup of what those votes that we've got at the moment are. If it's strongly leaning towards mail-in ballots, then we would expect that the Democratic Party would perform better. If we've then got then over time, then the kind of more rural areas from Republicans coming in, and then at the end, we likely see these kind of bigger urban areas, and so we have this kind of this temporal shift of who's ahead. So I appreciate they're red on the map right now, but the Georgia and North Carolina, very provisional. We're not making any statements about those. We're only, talking about having called these dark blue states. So, for example, here we can see that if we look at somewhere like Kansas, the KS in the middle here, at the moment that's in light blue. Now, everyone would very strongly expect that Donald Trump is going to win Kansas. Probably this light blue comes from the mail-in ballots leaning more Democratic.
That's right. That's right.
But just looking up top there, the Rust Belt, Pennsylvania, Michigan, light blue. Again, of course, you've given us that caveat, but that trend of they go the same way and tend to go the same way, right? So
those three states in particular tend to move as a unit. They have kind of similar demographic properties. They have kind of similar backgrounds with industry, and so and then similarly have this division between one or two big urban areas that are strongly Democrat, and then more rural areas that then lead.
And what you were describing too, I think Nate Cohn at the New York Times was calling this too like a red mirage that you get as we're going through the evening, where you think that these states are going to be red or Republican, but that's because, as you're saying, the demographics and the votes being counted still have to be.
This, of course, especially last time when so many people voted by mail, and obviously then Trump said, don't vote by mail. Of course, what this does is it also opens up opportunities for maybe a nefarious candidate to say, hey, this doesn't seem right. Look, I was in the lead, and then suddenly all these ballots were found. And that has been exactly what Trump has been saying in the past. So we just need to be really careful to say, OK, well, it might be that it looks like it's leaning one way, but then we get all the votes in from somewhere like Atlanta or Detroit. And that all that is the full picture. It's not that it's not that someone's done anything nefarious or found any other votes in
why don't we just break it down very quickly on a state-by-state basis? So let's get North Carolina. We can get a sense of how much of that vote's actually been counted, factoring in the caveat that we've presented up front here. So let's have a look at the state of North Carolina. And 40% of the vote has been counted there. Perhaps, would you say that's still too early to make a call right here?
Yeah, again, so it depends where that 40% comes from. What percentage of that 40% has come from mail-in ballots? What percentage of that is coming from rural areas? You would expect that larger cities, places like Raleigh, for example, Charlotte are going to take longer just because of the nature of the vote there. And so, again, it would not surprise me at all to see that over the next couple of hours, that lead for Trump increases. But then when we get nearer to the 100%, then we get something that kind of fully reflects the picture of what's going on.
And it might be worth saying, just for our international audience, a lot of times when you look at the United States, you see all the different states and you think, oh, this is like the European Union. The country is divided by state. But the major divide that I see anyway, and I think most people are in agreement, it's between cities and countryside, so urban and rural areas. So the red states are not necessarily, they have their own issues that they're voting for. What you see in a red state is generally where the population is divided more evenly distributed between rural and big cities, whereas you have a place like New York where most of the population lives in New York City, so it's an urban state, and they vote on issues that are important to people who live in big cities. There's also huge immigrant communities. You have higher black populations, and black Americans vote for Democrats in higher numbers. So what you're seeing really when you look at this map of the U.S. where you see red and blue states, you're seeing a kind of general breakdown of where the urban populations and where the rural populations.
It's a very good point. Why don't we do Georgia, a place which is home to the city of Atlanta, which, to your point, right, where you have a huge voting bloc of African Americans. So, so we're almost 70% into that vote count over there. Donald Trump having that lead. That is, of course,
the difference is getting smaller. as more of the votes come in between the two candidates.
Yeah, and we'll just remind everybody that this is where Biden won, right, in 2020. It was that unexpected flip that Biden took Georgia.
And we saw that firsthand because when we were in Atlanta, Georgia, where you have that's the biggest city in the South, a lot of people say, there's a very high black population there, and there was huge lines to vote. A lot of people came out in strong numbers to vote for Biden, especially from the black community there, and it took a long time to count those votes. Since then, what you've seen is Republicans who are trying to counter that by implementing laws that would make it more difficult for those communities to vote. That's the way the Democrats frame it anyway. You've had, right after that election, you had local Republicans implement a law where you weren't allowed to hand out water at polling stations. And I remember being there, it was like 90 degrees Fahrenheit, so in the high 30s
Celsius for the rest of us.
And somebody passed out, had to be taken away on in an ambulance. So water was very important. That's one of the things that kept people standing in lines for that long. So there is a push in states like Georgia to make sure that the urban populations who vote for Democrats, that it might be not as easy for them to come out in strong numbers.
And what we're seeing, just as a data point here, I've got in these states, what we're seeing is roughly an extra 5% shift towards Trump in these rural areas, but we're seeing a shift back towards Harris in these more suburban areas. And again, the suburban areas are shifting slightly towards Harris, and the more rural areas are shifting towards Trump, but we just don't know about the urban areas yet. And so there are some reports people are saying, particularly I saw a bunch of people talking earlier about Philadelphia, just massive amounts of turnout, way higher turnout than we've seen. But we just don't know yet because these are the places that take the longest to count by their very nature. They're huge cities. There's just a huge amount of people in these places. And so we might look at that Georgia result for now and say, oh, OK, that's a bit more, even with knowing the vote map we've got at the moment, that's a bit more towards Trump than we thought. But if the bit that we haven't got yet moves even further towards Harris, then she's likely still going to be competitive.
And we are so conditioned to, because of the way politics in general is reported, but particularly in the United States, we're conditioned to expect this horse race reporting, right? So, you're told who's ahead today, who's ahead tomorrow, but actually that has no impact on who actually wins the race. So, your point's well taken. Patience is really a virtue on Election Day. It may not get you elected, but it
I like the way you put it, Brent. You said America has already chosen the next president. We just have to find out who it is.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, let's do one more, Pennsylvania, because this is really the big prize of the night. 19 Electoral College votes. It's a key state. Some projections suggest that you win Pennsylvania and you've got upwards of a 90% chance of making it into the White House. But let's just begin with that initial caveat that only 18% of the vote, less than a fifth of the votes, have been counted in Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris with a sizable lead over there, but this is, of course, a crucial state, Pennsylvania, going into this election.
Okay, that's the last one we've got right now that's coming in.
For now. Yeah.
All right. Well, good. Let's see then if we can go to Janelle, who is standing by in Washington, D.C. She is near there. I see her right now. She's near the Kamala Harris election party. Janelle, okay, talk to me. We've had some states called, but again, as we were saying, it's still early days.
It is still early days, but what I am noticing here, Brent, is that the mood seems to be getting a little bit more anxious than it was when I arrived initially and when I started talking to voters, Kamala Harris voters earlier today. Now, of course, they're still coming in droves. If you can see that behind me, Kamala Harris is expected to speak between 10 to 11 Eastern. Everyone's still very excited for that. But you do see a few more people now refreshing those electoral maps on their phones. Everybody a little bit more worried about how strongly Donald Trump appears to be performing in Georgia at the moment. Now, Georgia, of course, is one of those. Hi there. How do you feel tonight?
Oh, loving the experience. Very inspirational. We definitely want Kamala to win the presidency. Go Kamala.
All right, so while I was talking about some voters being anxious, clearly we just spoke to one woman who was still feeling optimistic. But in any case, I was talking about Georgia, and Georgia, of course, being one of those states where Democrats really did pin their hopes on Joe Biden. Of course, delivered a victory in Georgia, but very narrowly. But there were reasons for them to believe that Kamala Harris could do well in the state. I heard one of you mentioning the record turnout among early black voters, the record turnout in the Atlanta suburbs. All those were reasons for Democrats to hope that it could turn well. Of course, there was also a record turnout for rural voters as well, so the Republicans could claim the same. But there was this other galvanizing issue in Georgia, and that's the near total abortion ban there. Voters were thought to have been galvanized by the issue because there was one Georgia woman, Amber Thurman, who died of complications from an abortion medication after she had difficulties accessing emergency care in the state. Now, of course, not all the votes have been counted yet, but at the moment, as it turns slowly more red, that is dampening enthusiasm somewhat among Kamala Harris supporters. But of course, there's still a ways to go, as you've been saying, Brent.
And Janelle, I just want to be clear on that. You said that Kamala Harris is scheduled to speak between 10 and 11 p.m. your time.
Scheduled is a strong word. That is the expectation. Now, of course, we never know how these things will turn out exactly, but that is what people here are counting on.
Okay. All right. Well, stand by. We're going to go to Richard. I'm told Richard is standing by in Florida. Richard, I guess right now you're seeing more red on the map, and I guess that explains the mood where you are in southern Florida.
Yeah, Brent, it was pretty good mood already when we arrived here before any results started coming in, but I think let's take a look at the crowd now. It's been this pretty heavy crowd most of the evening since we got here. So how long have we been here now? For a little more than 3 hours. But as soon as news came through that Florida was being called for Donald Trump by AP, which we follow, and also many of the other outlets, then of course it took on pretty much a new level here. People realize, of course, that this is just one state. It doesn't mean that they're going to win the whole race, but certainly party atmosphere right here in Little Havana right now, Brent.
And since you're in Florida, give us just a primer, if you will. We're waiting for some other states to come in, but Florida is now a solid red state. Why is that, Richard? I know you've been there many times reporting anyway.
Yeah, so, I mean, the last time I was remembering this on this trip, so the last time that I was here covering elections in Florida, it was 2016, so 8 years ago, 2 cycles ago, and I was covering that election campaign which turned into the Trump versus Hillary Clinton election, the notorious one in 2016, that really shook the Democratic Party to its core. Hillary Clinton, this established candidate from the Democratic Party, being beaten by this outsider, Donald Trump. We were in Florida at that time to see the primary going on, and there you saw Marco Rubio was one of the more established candidates within the Republican Party. He's, of course, a Floridian senator from Florida. He's still in the Senate. He's now a fully paid up Trump supporter, which you pretty much have to be anywhere in the Republican Party these days. Back then, he was somebody who was hoping to lead the party. It didn't pan out for him. But I think it's an interesting sort of demographic process that you see happening over the years in the United States, that you see certain states shifting politically. Florida was for a long time seen as a swing state. It's been seen as increasingly politically conservative in recent years. That is partly a kind of a migration thing that's going on. You get more and more people moving to Florida, particularly retirees. They tend to be more conservative, and that is shifting the state more conservative. And there's been some interesting work done in recent years, looking at this sort of ideological sorting of the United States, that you have people who are more conservative in a liberal state and finding that they move to a more conservative state because they feel more comfortable there, and vice versa. And just yesterday, just last night in Palm Beach, we were at a rally a little bit like this, just down the road from Mar-a-Lago, where Donald Trump has his club. We were speaking to a young Republican there. He's in his late 20s, and he said that he moved to Florida just a couple of years ago from Massachusetts. He said partly for that very reason, that he felt that he was a young conservative in Massachusetts. He felt that he just didn't really fit anymore. He looked at Florida, a state with a Republican governor who also has made waves, Ron DeSantis. He's somebody who actually wanted to be the Republican candidate this year. It also didn't work out for him, but this is a state that is being seen as more and more solidly Republican. And we saw that tonight, this state getting called so early for Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, if social media has put us in these ideological silos, I guess a knock-on effect is that people are now moving to be physically in those silos too. Having a neighbor who thinks like you seems to be what more and more people want. Richard, thank you very much. We're going to go from... We'll be back in just a second with you. We want to take a look now, though, at Pennsylvania. It is the largest of the battleground states with 19 Electoral College votes. And here's what some voters have been saying today on this election day.
I don't want an autocrat. I don't want someone who is convicted of a felon to be the #1 person in our political environment. I am hopeful. I feel there is a blue wave. I just hope that America votes the way their morals are. I mean, we want a moral person guiding our country.
We need jobs. We don't need another 4 more years of high inflation, gas prices, lying, close the border, murder. America comes first, and Harris is not going to support that.
I feel like she's going to put us back together. I think that, she'll put the whole community, the whole world back together again, because we're so divided right now, and she's about peace, and everything that her opponent has to say is like really negative all the time, like nothing ever positive, everything. So I feel like, that's why I'm voting for her, because I want peace.
All right, those were comments coming from voters in Pennsylvania. We've got comments now coming from you watching us on social media, watching our live stream.
That's
Christine,
right.
You've got some of those questions.
We love the comments, but we love the questions too, even more, right? And why don't we go in there? Because, well, actually, let's talk about third-party candidates, and I think I'll bring this one to you, Amian. Could independent candidates, Jill Stein and Robert Kennedy, determine whether or not, or whether Trump or Harris wins?
Well, first I'll talk about Jill Stein, because she's running for the Green Party. This is her 3rd time. She actually didn't run in 2020. They had the Green Party nominated Howie Hawkins, but she's back this year, and she's picked up a lot of the vote for people who are especially angry about the Democrats' position on the war in Gaza and some military support for Israel. So a lot of young voters and Arab American voters. And while she's only polling a little bit over 1% nationwide, which wouldn't have an effect on an election that was going to split by more than 1%, it all depends on the swing states. So don't forget, Joe Biden won by several million votes, the popular vote, but in the end it came down to tens of thousands of votes in Pennsylvania that finally called the election for him. So it could be a very close vote, and she definitely has higher margins in several swing states than the margin between Trump and Harris. So it could affect the election. Another thing is RFK Jr., Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was running as a third-party candidate, the most popular third-party candidate. So Jill Stein gets a lot of hate, but he was the one who was going to take a lot of votes away from Donald Trump. But he dropped out and he endorsed Donald Trump. He's actually been promised a position doing something with health, I think, in Trump administration. But the problem is he's still on a lot of ballots. So his message is, don't vote for me. If you want me to get into power, then vote for Trump, and he'll give me a cushy position after he wins.
And just coming back to Jill Stein, I know the Democrats have spent a lot of money advertising to people in the battleground states that a vote for Jill Stein is effectively a vote for Trump, is how they're communicating that message to voters.
And they've also fought her getting onto ballots, so she's not on ballots in a lot of Democrat-controlled states, and rather than Republican-controlled, because it's Democrats are most worried about her. So they've fought, given her legal challenges, and prevented her from getting on all 50 state ballots.
One more. So a recent poll, we know that this was a shock poll, right, that came out in Iowa suggesting a 3-point advantage for Kamala Harris. Do you anticipate a similar pattern to emerge in other traditionally red states? I guess the question is here, could more states become swing states in this election?
So this was a super interesting poll. This poll was done by a pollster called Ann Seltzer, who is probably the most, if not one of the most respected pollsters in the entire country, most famous for doing her polls of the Iowa caucuses. She's specifically based in Iowa. And so, yeah, she had Harris +3 in this poll. That was within the margin of error. I think the margin of error was about 3.4, so it could have gone either way, according to her poll. But what we've got to remember is Trump won Iowa by 8 points in 2020. So this would indicate an 11-point swing. And in particular, this was really interesting if you looked into what are called crosstabs. And we see here that the older women, we've talked about the abortion issue already today, but particularly the older women were going disproportionately in this poll for Harris. The other thing that this poll does that's very different to other polls, so other polls do what's called weighting on recalled 2020 vote. And it's a bit technical here, but what they're doing is they're asking you to remember who you voted for last time, and they're making their results weighted based on this. Now, this is a very clever and smart thing to do by all these other pollsters if the electorate in 2024 looks the same as the electorate in 2020. So and Seltzer does not do this. So the question is basically, do we think the electorate is going to be the same this time around as it was 4 years ago? And I think there are reasons to suspect it might not be. If that's the case, and then Seltzer may well be proved correct if that's what's happened. What the initial things we're looking at right now suggest that all of the other kind of the traditional pollsters appear to be on the money, where we're looking at the margins looks about where we would expect from the polling. So that would, to me, suggest that no, we really are going to be focused on these 7 states. In terms of kind of beyond tonight, kind of longer-term trends, we do see that over time that Texas is slowly trending towards the Democratic Party. I'll be very surprised if at a presidential level, Texas kind of goes anything other than for the Republicans before about 2030, but certainly not tonight. So no, for tonight, I think we should focus solely on these 7 states. Right. But of course, it's good to think about kind of why is it these states that matter, and obviously we'll just keep half an eye on Iowa just to see how close it is to 2020 or how close it is to Ann Seltzer's poll on Saturday.
Yeah. Well, thank you for those questions, guys. Great questions. Keep them coming. We'll leave it here for now.
Yeah, more polls have now closed in key U.S. states in the tightest presidential election that we have seen in a long time. The crucial battleground states of Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona, and Wisconsin are among those where voting has ended. Counting is well underway. The Associated Press and U.S. television networks have already called numerous other states for Trump and for Harris, with both candidates picking up early expected wins. And I'm seeing here, Christine, too, is more and more of the pollsters that we follow are saying that Georgia and North Carolina are looking, it's still early, but are looking more and more like Trump wins. And if that is the case, then Kamala Harris she'll have to sweep Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. It's possible, but it's something that has to happen if she is to win. But again, as we've been saying, as Mike has told us, we have to wait until these numbers come in.
That's right. And why don't we look into those numbers now? Why don't we actually just start by looking at a geographical map of the country to get a sense of how the races is shaping up, how that map is colouring in over there. So let's just take a look. And again, as we've been saying, what is in the lighter shade is what the projected result will be according to the votes that have been counted. And of course, some states have already been called. But let's have a look at that. And to your point, Brent, the Associated Press is projecting that Georgia and North Carolina, that is a combined 32 Electoral College votes. If those go to Donald Trump, Kamala Harris has to do quite a lot of picking up in the Rust Belt. She's got to pick up all of those 3 states up in the Rust Belt to be able to stay in this race, so to say. So that is how it is. And as you can see, most states, voting has closed, and we're now in the counting process, which is underway. Why don't we now just maybe have a look at those states closely now? We'll begin with perhaps North Carolina. Let's have a look at how much of that vote has actually been counted. We know it's projecting red for Donald Trump with his lead of,
Let's see, it's getting closer.
And we have 50. And just over half of the vote has been counted in North Carolina, the purple state.
So again, in North Carolina, you're not allowed to count the ballots until this morning. So you can only start counting even the early ballots. So even Brent's ballot does not get counted until today. And so there's going to be a chunk of those ballots that are early ballots. Those ballots will lean Democratic. But then what we'll see is that the smaller counties will be able to get their results in earlier. And so these are the counties that we expect. As we've talked about this kind of rural-urban divide, we expect that the smaller counties are going to be going more for Trump. And then as we get to the larger counties, we're going to expect them to go more for Harris. And, of course, by definition, those larger counties just have more votes in them. So we might still see a lot swinging. This is obviously very, very close. And we've got, half the ballots counted and 3 points in it. So, very, very close in North Carolina.
Why don't we have a look at Georgia? Another one of those battleground states that is trending red. Let's have a look at how much of the vote count is in Georgia. Well, 75% of the votes in Georgia. And Trump, I mean, it's a narrow lead, so to say, right? Is this neck-on-neck that the polls were predicting? Are we seeing that playing out here?
I think so. Again, without looking into further detail about what the question is, then which 25% is not counted. So if this 25% is disproportionately coming from the city of Atlanta, which then that city is going to go for Harris. Harris will win Atlanta, and she'll rack up the score there. So the more and more of that vote that is coming from Atlanta, the narrower the remaining vote is coming from Atlanta, the closer we would expect this to be. And remember, Harris does not need to win Georgia. Georgia is a more important state for Trump.
That's right.
Harris is clearest path and simplest path to victory goes through the upper Midwest, goes through Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan.
Right. Let's have a look at 2 more. Pennsylvania, which is, of course, the big prize of the night. It has the most amount of Electoral College votes of all of the swing states. That would be 19 Electoral College votes. 27% of the votes been counted there. Kamala Harris in the lead at just over 55%. I think the caveats have been well illustrated. Again, those similar dynamics. I mean, as you were saying, Armian, earlier, it's this rural sort of urban divide in a state like Pennsylvania. This is really the microcosm of the United States, this one state, right?
What Trump's campaign is really hoping for here is that the pollsters got it wrong and that it isn't actually a close race, but he's going to sweep it. Because what kind of gives Kamala Harris's campaign the jitters is that Hillary Clinton was expected to win. She had a 5-point lead in the national polling average right up until the election. She won actually by 2% in the popular vote, but then lost the Electoral College. Then what you saw with Joe Biden, when he won in 2020, he was predicted to win by a margin of 8 points, and in the end, he pulled off a 4-point margin, which gave him the narrowest lead in the Electoral College vote. So with Kamala Harris, if you just look at how the polls have done in the past, if you just forget all the rest of the context, that really looks bad for Kamala Harris that it's neck and neck, because the last 2 Democrats had huge leads that diminished when you got to Election Day, and she had no lead going to Election Day. But as you were talking about earlier, the pollsters are always looking at the last year and trying to correct for their biases, for their mistakes, their errors, but we don't know if they guessed right and corrected them or if they got it completely wrong again.
Yeah, and I have to make the point, I mean, Pennsylvania is where we've seen the campaigns spend most of their financial resources, right? And a lot of money has gone into this record numbers. And a lot of it's been these TV ads, right? The sort of traditional television, mass television ads, trying to reach older voters who are reliable.
Who are reliable voters, right.
They come out on polling day.
They happen to still watch television.
Yeah.
Linear television. It has a place.
It's funny, if you go there, I did some door knocking in Pennsylvania just to get some people to talk to me about the election, and they opened the door and they're like, yes, I'm voting, leave me alone. They thought I was one of the, from a campaign, because they really, these swing states get like bombarded with campaigners.
Text messages as well, like constant text
I can attest to that. I mean, my phone was blowing up the last 3 weeks. Yeah, and I would write back, you know, please stop, I haven't voted. But they would still, they were checking. I mean, it's like they were paranoid that I was lying to them.
Okay, well, why don't we have a look at one more? Wisconsin. It should, I mean, this is also one of those swing states up in the Rust Belt that is crucial. Let's see if we can bring that up. Okay, so early days in this race, less than 20% of the votes been counted over there. And there is Wisconsin for you over there, but also one of those Rust Belt states that has been traditionally a Democrat stronghold, but is a swing state in this election. A super important state. Both candidates, of course, would be looking to bag this one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think very little to say about this at the moment. As with some of the others, incredibly close. A very small amount of the vote has been counted here. Yeah, of course, both candidates have been hitting this hard. This was, of course, the state that Hillary Clinton kind of famously overlooked and somewhat took for granted. Didn't spend much time campaigning there, and of course, Trump winning there was important for getting him over the line in 2016. So, yeah, both candidates taking this state very seriously this time. And we'll keep looking at that.
In 2020, Biden took the state with just 21,000 votes.
Yeah, I mean, can we also talk about the generational impact of this election? We've talked a lot about the baby boomers. There's also Generation X. There's the millennials, Generation Z. Who's making the biggest impact, or who's expected to make the biggest impact in this vote? Is it still boomer land?
I think so, yeah.
As you said previously, I mean, these are the people who just turn out and reliably vote time after time after time. I think what's been really interesting is, particularly with Gen Z, there's been this big shift, and we've talked a little bit about the gender gap already tonight, but there's been this big shift where basically Gen Z men are kind of in the same place that millennial men are in terms of their voting behaviour, but Gen Z women have gone right across to the Democratic Party. And again, if we think about the kind of age profile of these people, some of them, basically their whole kind of adolescence and remembrance has been with Donald Trump as a political figure.
Yeah.
I saw the other day that, you know, some of the content from some of the kind of more offensive content, the Access Hollywood tape, was trending from 2016, was trending on TikTok.
Yeah, they've discovered it, right?
As Gen Z were not rediscovering this, they were discovering it for the first time and being
too young 8 years ago.
You know, 8 years ago, the youngest voters in that election were 10 years old, and they didn't experience this. And so particularly women of that age group. And so it'd be a big question for the Harris campaign is, OK, they overwhelmingly support the Harris campaign. Can we get you to vote? If
they think she's Brett.
Exactly. This whole, when she launched her campaign, this whole like engagement with these pop culture memes and recognition. In this way, definitely, that's absolutely the target audience for the House
have campaign. To raise the flag here, though, for Gen X. I think I'm the only one at this table representing Gen X. Yeah, we always get forgotten. We are always forgotten here. But yeah, Gen X is becoming as reliable as the baby boomers, right? Because retirement is not that far away from some very older Gen Xers. I don't know them, but they exist, yes.
Who are, interestingly, the most conservative generation in the United States. So in Europe, we tend to think of kind of the older you are, the more conservative you are. That's not quite true in the United States. Actually, the Gen X are slightly to the right and slightly more Republican than baby boomers. But it's just a question of numbers, I'm afraid, Brent.
Because the baby boomers is a bigger generation,
exactly,
right?
Yeah,
because the baby boomers, they didn't do like their parents. They decided to have one kid instead of two. Yeah.
Well, just bringing us back to the numbers now. I think everybody's looking at the screen. So 270 is the mark that you want to be hitting tonight. So far, Donald Trump in the lead with 178, Harris at 99. One of our viewers is actually asking the question, with Trump's lead growing, can Harris even win now?
Absolutely. It's, again, still far too early. Again, let's think about what those numbers mean. Those numbers from Trump are almost all coming from states we fully expected Trump to win. Just for the geography of the state, Harris has still got some numbers in the bank that just aren't there yet. The whole of the West Coast, that's a big number of California with its 54 electoral votes, is definitely going to go for Harris. So yeah, it's far too early. Don't worry about the overall numbers. We basically know where 43 of the states plus DC are going to end up. It's just about these 7 swing states. And again, all of those swing states at the moment are too close to call.
It's going to take longer than a TikTok video.
Unfortunately so, Bram.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
We do have some results from kind of down the ballot. I know we want to focus primarily on the presidency here, but we've got a couple of somewhat interesting results. So the Florida abortion bill, that needed 60% to pass, and that has not passed. It did get a majority, but it's failed to pass with 57%. What that means is Florida's 6-week abortion ban stays in place. This was a constitutional amendment that people had tried to amend that. And also a bit of news, we have the first openly trans member of Congress elected. So Sarah McBride, the Democrat, has won the Delaware House seat. So a little bit of history that has been made there already tonight in Delaware.
But history will be made tonight regardless of who wins, right? We're either the first woman or we'll have the first convicted felon.
But can we talk about... there's one name that we have not mentioned and very much, and that is Joe Biden. His legacy, his impact is all over this election, am I right? I mean, what was it, 4 months ago? He was still considered the candidate.
That's right.
That's right. Yeah.
I mean, so what has Joe Biden done to this election tonight?
Well, the interesting thing is that I do think for a lot of voters, Kamala Harris has managed to separate herself, at least visually, call it spiritually, from Joe Biden, despite the fact that she was his running mate and his vice president, approved of a lot of the policies that he put through. But just on sheer her image, she's definitely an opposite of Joe Biden. We were talking about the young voters. Trump thought he could really clear them in with his nomination of Vance as vice president, but that, don't forget, was before Joe Biden dropped out and Kamala Harris won the nomination of the Democratic Party. So once she became the nominee, she was the youngest candidate on the ticket, and then it made Trump look like one of the old men who was running for president. I don't think that's, despite all the disenfranchisement, all the disengagement of young voters, it does appeal to them that it's not just an old, shaky man who wants to take over the White House for the next 4 years. So Biden dropping out of the race was definitely the best thing that could happen for the Democratic Party and the worst thing for the Republicans at that time. But the fact that Joe Biden is the sitting president and Kamala Harris is his vice president may not be enough to convince voters that she is the vote for change.
I mean, is there agreement, though, that if Biden had stayed in the race, that we would be talking about a landslide victory?
I think this was a really interesting development, the way that the Democratic Party was able to do this. People like Nancy Pelosi, behind the scenes, were able to engineer this decision. I think a lot of people, up until that point, saw some of the flaws, particularly after that debate he had at the end, Biden had at the end of June, and saw that this wasn't the easiest sell to the American people, that this person could go on for four more years. But one of the things that was really interesting is how quickly the Democratic Party managed to do that. Yeah. And if you think about that compared to, say, the Republican Party, there are a lot of people, particularly in Congress, in the Republican Party, who would have preferred to move on from Trump.
But I remember, though, covering the election in 2020, and when Biden won, it just stands out in my mind of him saying that he wanted to be a bridge president, which I think everyone understood to be a one-term president. And so after the midterms in 2022, when nothing came from Biden about stepping down, then there was this feeling of he's building a bridge a little too far.
I mean, what's interesting to me, though, is that he's building a bridge with Kamala Harris, who was chosen for a lot of reasons, but one of them was not that she was the second most popular Democratic nominee. If you remember back at the time when Joe Biden won the Democratic nomination, it was Bernie Sanders who was polling in the lead. He even won several states as a Democratic nominee. He was able to get a lot of young voters to support him, even though he would have been even older than Joe Biden if he became president, but he was appealing to young voters. So the bridge was a maneuver on his part to, in some ways, push Bernie Sanders out of the way, make room for Kamala Harris, and kind of, clear the ground to make the United States ready for a female president. That's another thing that she does. She very rarely mentions the fact that she would be the first female president. It's not like Hillary Clinton kind of made that part of her platform, that she was a woman and she was going to break the glass ceiling. But Kamala Harris is kind of ignoring that issue because I think
she's not an identity politician, is she?
Right. Yeah. No, she's not. I think it speaks for herself, who she is as a person, but she plays that down because I think the lessons learned by the Democratic Party since Hillary Clinton's failure was that this isn't something you campaign on. You can maybe just be confident and let it speak for itself, but Americans are not going to go to the polls and vote specifically for a woman.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the electorate, and this is not just for the United States, but this is all over the West particularly, it seems to have been conditioned to think that especially voters, but also politicians, are going to vote based on these identity politics, that if she's a woman of color, then she's going to expect women of color or people of color to vote for her. And we're seeing in the United States that's not the case.
And again, if we think about things in terms of identity politics, I think the candidate in this race who's been the most identity politics candidate has been Donald Trump, who's lent so heavily into this white identity, and even to the point that he's managing to talk to particularly younger men who are Hispanic, is making them understand that is also part of their identity. So that this identity question is, as ever with American politics, at the heart of it. But it's also, I think when we think about identity politics, it's also really important to think about white identity, which of course is also a highly salient identity particularly among Trump voters.
I want to ask Christine, because we've talked about this before. Yeah. You come from Zimbabwe.
That's right.
And how does the American election and the way politicians try to reach voters, how does that appear to people in Harare, for example?
Well, it's fascinating. I mean, I think no election in the world grips people the way a U.S. election does, right? And in so many ways, we look at an election like this, how sophisticated it is, the volumes of money that go into the campaigning and all of that. But I think for the outcome of a U.S. election, whether it's Democrat or Republican, I don't think it makes all that much of a difference. I think from a foreign policy perspective, Africa's right at the bottom of the list for any U.S. administration, let's be honest, and increasingly so now with the world changing in the way that it is. I think, for people in Africa looking at this, Trump really shifted a lot of things because we have problematic autocrats on the African continent who would have seen a Trump presidency and who would have felt emboldened and say, well, you turn the lens on us, but have a look at what's going on in the United States. Yeah. So it's so important what happens. And I think also just this idea of U.S. hegemony and this appetite to break that down. But, when you talk to people and say, what is the alternative? If we lose the United States in this position of it being this global policeman, championing democracy, what does it mean for young people on the African continent who I would boldly say millions of, in fact, most of Africa is under the oppression of old men who are out of touch with the new world, the new reality and their population. So it's so crucial in so many ways because of the example that the United States has to set for the rest of the world.
Would a Kamala Harris victory, would that send a signal then to young Africans that the age of the despot, the age of the autocrats is ending?
Absolutely, because people can stand and say, look at the United States, right? She's not a very young woman, but that is a break, right? And it's a new generation of leadership, something that we are yearning for on the African continent. And I can almost see a Kamala Harris in bilateral relations you know, singing a different tune, right? I mean, that would be such a break. But I think for, you know, we keep hearing that democracy is on the ballot in the United States. That's not something that we say lightly on the African continent, right? A free and fair election is not the privilege of everybody on the African continent, right? So it's so important that whoever comes into office, but I think it would be so different to see a Kamala Harris presidency. We all know what happened with the Donald Trump presidency, right?
Right. So, we know where we've been with him.
But I think we overestimate we underestimate the popularity of Donald Trump in some areas of the world. Here in Europe, U.S. isolationism is a scary prospect because of NATO, because Europe is protected by U.S. nuclear weapons, U.S. military supremacy. But there's parts of the world that don't like U.S. military supremacy, and they like the fact that Donald Trump is an isolationist and unpredictable and willing to do things that presidents before him, whether Democrat or Republican, weren't willing to do, to retreat from certain areas of the world. For Europe, that is foreboding, but for places in the Middle East, for Pakistan, for example, for Afghanistan, places like this, remember the drone wars started by President Obama, and Kamala Harris is a direct descendant of his political movement. So I don't think that we can say for sure that Trump is that unpopular in parts of the world who have been, in their opinion, victim of U.S. hegemony.
Yeah, and Viktor Orban thinks he's a great guy as well.
And Viktor Orban. We have one European country where he's very popular.
Our chief international editor, Richard Walker, he spoke with Trump supporters in Miami, and here is what they had to say. Take a listen.
I'm here because I'm supporting the one and only, the one and only Mr. Donald J. Trump, Make America Great Again, Trump 2024. Why? Because he's the only one that can do the job. I'm Cuban. I came when I was 9 years old, and I'm here in Miami. I've been living in Miami all my life, and I noticed the job that he's done.
Trump is the guy for here, for United States. He's the strong man, and America needs a strong man that made the best for us, that are the American people. We are the American people, and he loves America. For this reason, I'm here.
I support him because there's a democracy, liberty for the people, economy, everything. That's what we need. No more rhetoric, speaking bad all the time about him. He's the best.
Regardless of how you feel about his rhetoric, the policies are outlined. We were much better off before COVID, and there's been no change in the last 3 years. So I think we're ready to go back to that strong policy, international, domestic, and high priority for Hispanics is actually closing the border.
All right, so those are voices from Miami. She said something we have not mentioned once this evening, COVID. I mean, 4 years ago...
What's that?
Yeah, there was a pandemic, right? Yeah, we were trying to block it out of our mind.
We had plexiglass between us.
Thank you. I was going to say that. If we should put that on social media tonight to remind people. We had plexiglass between us 4 years ago, thinking that our breath could be dangerous.
It was a different world.
It was a different world. I mean, it was a different world. But here we are 4 years later. Where are we coming up on, it's 4 a.m. almost here in Berlin, which means it's 10 p.m. on the East Coast, 7 p.m. on the West Coast. So, you know, with the exception of Alaska and Hawaii, people are getting ready to call it a day. Where are we?
Well, I would say it's obviously, we can't call it yet, but what it's, for me, if I can wax philosophical, poetic, I think what it's going to come down to is who Americans think represents change. We're coming into an election where 2/3 of the country believes that the U.S. is on a very wrong track. 6 out of 10 people don't even like the candidates that they're voting for.
Yeah.
So it's a disgruntled electorate who's going to the polling booths, who went to the polling booths.
Especially the boomers.
Right, and they're voting for change. So we have to find out at the end of the count who they believe represented change.
Okay, that's good. What do you think?
I think that so far this has been somewhat of a good night so far for Trump. So I think the margins in Florida look better than they were 4 years ago, but we know, as we've talked about previously here, that Florida can behave differently to the rest of the country. He also looks like he is slightly ahead in North Carolina, but again, there is still votes left to count and those votes are likely going to be disproportionately for Harris. But so I would say he is slightly. I would say he has the advantage in North Carolina. I would also say maybe a slight advantage in Georgia, and I would say that the upper Midwest is still far too close to call.
Yeah. And Christine, you get the last word.
So those numbers that you're seeing up top, there's top left or right of your screen. I think the caveat there is to say it's still early days in terms of the vote count, right? So don't let that by any means.
Right there.
Yeah, whichever way.
Exactly.
This doesn't work out for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's just to say, I mean, my line of the day I saw somewhere, I think it was my mom who says, oh, America's in labour and we'll know in a few hours if it's a boy or a girl.
Yeah. It's not going to be a C-section, that's for sure. All right, listen, we're going to take a quick break. In the meantime, a look at Election Day as polling nears its close. Vice President Kamala Harris stopped by the Democratic National Committee while Republican candidate Donald Trump was seen leaving after he voted. Voters have been casting their ballots across the country. We will be right back with more coverage of the U.S. presidential election. America Decides 2024. The U.S. presidential election coverage 2024 on DW. We address the pivotal issues and the central themes, asking the questions that matter to voters and the world.
Immigration is a core issue in this year's election. Donald Trump's border wall is unfinished, and he says that mass deportations should be next. Kamala Harris says she wants a broader view of immigration. Reproductive freedom is shaping up to be a turning point for the 2024 presidential election. How much of a role will abortion access play in determining which candidate wins?
The economy has always been a top issue in U.S. presidential elections, and 2024 is no exception. So whom will the voters trust to keep the American dream alive?
The U.S. presidential election 2024. Watch the whole coverage on DW.
Why do hummingbirds not get drunk? Why do gravitational waves squeeze our bodies? How much water do we need per day? Do stressed out plants scream for help? Find the answers. Get smart on DW Science, our TikTok channel.
These are your 5 keys to safer food. Keep clean to prevent contamination. Separate raw and cooked foods to avoid cross-contamination. Cook thoroughly to kill microorganisms. Keep food at safe temperatures, either hot or cold, to prevent bacterial growth. Use safe water and safe raw materials to avoid contamination. food producers are the ones primarily responsible for the safety of the food you buy. But you can protect yourself and your family from diseases in the home by applying the 5 keys to safer food. Use them. You also have a role to play.
And welcome back. This is DW News, our special coverage of the U.S. presidential election. America decides 2024. Polls have closed now in multiple key states, but even with tallies pouring in, results are still too close to call. Voting is just finished in the state of Nevada, and counting is well underway in the other battleground states of Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona, and Wisconsin. The Associated Press, as well as the U.S. television networks, have already called numerous other states for Trump and for Harris, with both candidates picking up early expected wins. We do know that the numbers coming in, though, are tending slightly in favor of Trump, but just slightly. I'm Brent Goff. It's good to have you with us. With me here in the studio is my colleague and co-anchor, Christine Mundwa. She is going through the numbers.
That's right.
Tonight. She's had a very important job, doing an excellent job. Also in the studio, to my far right, is political analyst Mike Coburn. And to my left is DW's U.S. elections analyst, Michelle Stockman. She just joined us right now, so she's the fresh blood here at the table. And she's also hiding a diet. Is that a Diet Coke there?
We can't get Diet Coke in this building, but it's a Coke Zero, still in the product family.
That's what's keeping her going. All right. So, well, it's good to have you here, Michelle. Let's talk about then the numbers. Where are we right now?
Why don't we get the state of the race right now? So we know that the number we're looking out for is 270. There are 538 Electoral College votes. The halfway mark is 270, and that is proving that one can get into the White House. So as we can see right now, 188 of those Electoral College votes are in the bag for Donald Trump, 99 for Kamala Harris. But we know that there are not very many surprises right now. We're still expecting the results to come in places where we know Kamala Harris will pick up, places like California, which has the most amount of Electoral College votes, 54. So this is just a sense of where things are now, according to the results that have been fully counted. But why don't we just have a look at the geographical map now of the country to get a sense of...
And all of the swing states, the polls are closed in all of the swing states now.
That is right, crucial. And all of our 7 swing states. And perhaps we can give those a mention. We've got those in the Rust Belt, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. So I'll just give you the caveat here. What you see in the lighter shade is what the projected result will be on the basis of the votes that have already been counted. So
right now, exactly.
Exactly, right? So the vote counting is still underway. And on the basis of what's been counted, this is what the Associated Press is projecting the result will be. But as we can see, most of the states, really, we can see that vote count coming in over there. And, of course, the darker shade, this is where the states have already been called. So what is firmly in red has gone to Donald Trump, and what is firmly in blue has gone to Kamala Harris. Does anyone want to say anything about what we're seeing right now?
Georgia, we don't have North Carolina, we don't have Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and it might be sometime before some of these key swing states, especially all eyes are on Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, because they do not start counting some of their mail-in or absentee votes until the morning of the election. Other states like Michigan, they can start ahead of time. Georgia can start ahead of time. But these states, their state rules say, nope, we're waiting till Election Day for all counting to start. So it might be not even today. It could be days before we find out something like Pennsylvania. It all depends.
Right. Oh, why don't we have a look at some of those battleground states? Let's begin with North Carolina. Al Brinkoff hails from the great state of North Carolina, if you would let me say that.
All right.
Okay, so 66% of the votes have been counted in North Carolina, and there we have it. Donald Trump has a bit of a lead over there. Mike, I mean, North Carolina, 16 Electoral College votes, but this is This is one.
Very, very close. Obviously, you'd rather be Trump at this point than Harris in North Carolina, but again, still very close, and I would say too close to call. There have been some discussions online about whether or not at this point it makes sense to say that Trump is going to win North Carolina. I would strongly say no. There's definitely a path that Harris could still win North Carolina, but for sure you'd rather be Trump than Harris at this point in North Carolina.
And I think we have to point out this is the only battleground state that Trump won in 2020, so he'll be looking at keeping that in the bag, so to say.
Harris winning North Carolina would be a huge early statement in this election.
That would be.
Yep. OK, let's have a look at Georgia. And Brent, as you were making the point earlier, that combination of Georgia and North Carolina, quite crucial for anybody. So 80% of the vote there is in. Trump has...
It's still close, right?
It's
Fulton County,
Atlanta. Where is that 20%? That 20% is going to be coming from the biggest counties.
That's right.
And, of course, we know, because of this rural-urban divide, we know that the biggest counties are going to be disproportionately Democrat. And so it's definitely, again, too close to call. Very much Harris still has a path there, but, of course, Trump's going to look at that initially and be happy, at least, to see that he's got a couple of points edge on her.
And that's another thing, just to get a little bit wonky here. There was an MIT study about the 2020 election. And again, when we're talking about this kind of red mirage, early results, oftentimes we're talking about that rural-urban divide. Because there are fewer people that are voting in these rural counties, getting the tally done can be really quick. And so then, of course...
makes you think that you're seeing one way and it's not.
And so they're reporting earlier. And so then when we get out to the urban areas, just a lot more people voting, a lot more votes to tabulate. So it's really a kind of a mechanical thing that's involved, too, when we're seeing these results comes in and which way the tally's leading.
Let's have a look at Georgia next. Another 16 Electoral College votes. Georgia was the surprise last time round, going to Biden, turning Democrat very unexpectedly, but 80% of the vote, as you can see there, has come in Georgia. Again, Donald Trump in the lead. Again, to your point, Mike, it depends where.
The question is where are the votes that we're missing? These 20% are likely going to be coming, like you say, from Fulton County, from Atlanta. Very large black population. We know that the black population disproportionately goes for the Democratic candidate, whoever they are.
And isn't Georgia really on the cards right now because Kamala Harris took over that ticket, the Democrat ticket? This is why.
I think I would say that black voters were one of the kind of core bases of Biden's support within the party as well. They've been, a group that has consistently voted for the Democratic Party, regardless of who the candidate is. Of course, when Obama was on the ballot, this was a huge incentive in terms of turnout. But disproportionately, this group vote Democratic. And again, the outstanding ballots there are likely to be coming from Atlanta.
But the talk, 4 years ago, when there was talk about the African American vote being securely in Biden's hands, they're not saying that about Kamala Harris. That she's definitely that if you are a Black American, you're going to vote for her. They're not saying that the way they were saying that about Joe Biden.
Yeah, there's definitely been talk that she's a little wobbly on support from Black and Latino men. And we saw her surrogates get out there. Strong Black men that appeal to Black men like Barack Obama saying, come on, guys, let's not let perhaps sexism get in the way of supporting a candidate who might have what you're looking for.
Yep. Well, let's go to Washington, D.C. Janelle is standing by. She's been there all evening. I think near Howard University, that's the alma mater of Kamala Harris, and that is where the vice president is tonight, watching the results come in. And Janelle, as we were saying, right now it would be better to be Donald Trump than it would be to be Kamala Harris. Is that the sense you're getting there?
Now, I don't think there is anyone here that would say that it would be better to be Donald Trump in any context, but of course that has less to do with how he is currently performing in the election as to how they might feel about him personally. But yes, Brent, I am standing outside of Howard University. People are still coming in steady numbers to watch Kamala Harris's election watch party. Now, I'm told that there are about 8,000 people inside already, and the mood is still very buoyant inside, although there has been some creeping anxiety as those results come in for Trump that show him overperforming in the South, that show Georgia leaning towards Donald Trump. Now, just an anecdote, I heard from inside that when the first results from Pennsylvania came up and it showed Kamala Harris to be in the lead, that a huge cheer went up through the crowd. But of course, we know that lead has since disappeared. Now Trump is somewhat in the lead, and we know anyway that it's still early days, as I believe it was Michelle who was pointing out earlier in your discussion that because Pennsylvania doesn't start counting mail-in ballots until Election Day, that this could actually take quite some time yet, and it is still early in Pennsylvania. But it just goes to show you just how much hope there is, how much people want to see these results come in for Kamala Harris. There is still talk that she might make a speech here later. It's not actually, it's not actually a precedented thing to have a speech from one of the candidates before a definite result has been called. But we're watching that to see if anything comes out of it. And that's pretty much what's happening here on the ground now.
I want to ask you that, Janelle. It would be highly unusual for a presidential candidate to give a speech without being able to say we won or to concede defeat. So, do we know why she would be willing to speak in the process of the tabulation?
No, we don't know that, and I want to just stress again that this is nothing definite. This has nothing that has been scheduled or set in stone. This is an expectation that appears to be forming among the people here. I asked some people what they actually expect to hear if she were to appear before a definite result came out, and they said, "Oh, I don't know. Maybe she's going to tell us to be patient. That this is the counting takes a long time. That there's no reason to lose hope or fear." And to thank them for their support. But the bottom line is we don't know if that's going to happen at all. Now, I guess, I was talking earlier about how much they were hoping for Pennsylvania in the same way that the other camp, of course, is. Now, it is the biggest prize among those swing states, and it is also where Kamala Harris ended her pitch to the voters. She ended with a last rally in Philadelphia where she was joined by Ricky Martin, where she was joined by Oprah, who called on their supporters again to vote, to rally in her favor. Philadelphia Philadelphia was also where she expended a lot of her economic message, a lot of her messages about the opportunity economy, about the way she wanted to help the middle class. Pennsylvania was where she introduced her running mate, Tim Walz. There was actually a lot of speculation about whether Philadelphia might be where she ends up spending election night. But of course, we know now that she had settled on Howard University, her alma mater, and that is also why we are here.
All right. Well, Janelle, good job, and stay in touch with us. We'll come back to you shortly. Janelle Dumoulin there at Howard University in Washington, D.C., the alma mater of Kamala Harris. Let's come back into the studio here at the big table, and we've got an addition to our table family here. Jens Teschau joins us now, and when we talk about transatlantics, Jens, I would say of all of us here at the big table, you are the transatlanticist. Am I right?
Was born that way, was socialized that way, have my alma mater in Pennsylvania, actually. Yeah. But I'm also actually convinced for political reasons that this is, especially for Germany, transatlanticism, the as we call it, Westbindung, this very, firm embeddedness in the family of Western nations is key, as a strategic necessity. And so, yes, I'm a transatlanticist, both on the emotional and the rational side.
And did you come from a party, an election party tonight, or are you coming straight from home in the middle of the night?
No, I'm slightly late here today because I was at the other German television outlet at ZDF just now, and they took a little more time to discuss these things.
Well, give us an idea what's being said here in Germany about the election so far and the numbers that are coming in.
I mean, everybody, I think, here instinctively has, the sense that this is a massively important election for the Germans. I've seen polls that basically support for Kamala Harris is somewhere between 85 and 75% in Germany. That's a pretty strong margin, even, by European standards. People understand that Trump could be, difficult for this country. And all of this happens, of course, against the backdrop of a severe government crisis in this country as well. Yeah. So we have a double whammy here going on. Mm-hmm. It's quite a stressful moment politically here in this town. I think that's fair to say.
And the numbers, it's still early, but the numbers are tending to look in Donald Trump's favor right now. That is, for the German government in particular, a nightmare scenario if he wins another term, isn't it?
All of the strategic questions that have, challenged this government and this country will basically go on steroids if Trump is elected. We have, a military weakness that we haven't been really able to deal with. We're dependent on U.S. security services, if you will, to maintain, basic freedom and basic security in this country. We have a trade situation potentially with Trump that could go to the core of what makes this economy strong. Yeah. And then, of course, there's an emotional attachment to the U.S., and it's also a little bit of a disappointed love there. If that other side of the Atlantic, which you kind of like and some dislike,
yeah.
When they become emotionally estranged from each other, these these two sides, that's particularly difficult for the Germans, who have a very special relationship in the post-war period with the Americans.
Well, Jan, we're glad that you are getting up in the middle of the night and coming to help us tell the story of what's happening tonight. And Richard Walker is also doing that for us. He's doing that for us tonight from southern Florida. We want to go to him right now, too. He's not far from where Donald Trump and his camp are watching the numbers come in. And it does look good if you are Donald Trump right now, doesn't it, Richard?
Yeah, it does, Brent. So we're in Miami, we're in Little Havana, we're at the Versailles Cuban Cuisine restaurant, which is one of the kind of focal points of the Cuban community here, a traditionally Republican community, and a lot of people who I've been talking to at this party, which is getting more and more full here on the street side, with people driving past and cheering and hooting their horns. They're getting more and more excited. And I was just talking to a bunch of these three guys who are looking on their cell phones at one of the, these election prediction sites, where they have a kind of a swingometer that is pointing in one direction or the other. And there was one which was pointing more and more heavily towards Trump, and they were saying they were pretty pumped up about that. And they were saying they really hope that enough states declare tonight to push it clearly into Trump territory, so that they could go to bed tonight knowing that it's in the bag, rather than thinking that this could be a drawn-out contest. So, of course, it's still so early that we don't know if that's the case, but that's definitely, I think, increasingly the vibe here. But I think there's one thing, you were saying, Brett, earlier, just picking up on something you were saying earlier, that there's as you go through an election campaign, there's so much of this sort of horse race coverage. Yeah. And it's when you're at a place like this, you take a step back and you kind of realize what it is in terms of cultural factors, what it is, that drives people towards Trump, that really attracts them, Trump to them. And you just see, you just feel kind of conservative American, particularly in this case, Cuban-tinged culture, really kind of pulsating here. People are driving big trucks, honking their horns, sometimes driving past, 2 or 3 times the same truck. You recognize it over and over. People honking their horns, with, flying huge flags. You see, the iconography of Trump. You see not just the Trump signs, but also, the photograph from Butler, Pennsylvania, when he was shot, when he shouted out, "Fight, fight, fight." So you really feel that here, and you feel the distance of it from the liberal America, where more of that count is still going on. The people here love Trump as much as the people in liberal America hate him. The people here love Trump as much as the Europeans are worried about him. You really feel it here on the streets of Miami tonight.
Yeah, I was asking Jan, but he joined us here at the table too, about the impact of foreign policy and what's being said here in Germany tonight about this election. Foreign policy is not. no candidate wins an American presidential election with foreign policy. But that is especially true for Donald Trump, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you know what, Brent? I think foreign policy does feature in this election. And I would, again, if we're kind of like taking a step back view of this election, obviously for the world outside, they look at it and think it's kind of, it's a referendum on whether Donald Trump is electable anymore after what happened on January the 6th 4 years ago. But I think for a lot of people, not necessarily the dyed-in-the-wool Republicans, but for a lot of the people who are a little bit on the fence, this is an election very much about issues. And issue number one, I think, and people I've talked to, would be inflation. Issue number two would be immigration, especially illegal immigration. And issue number three would be this sense of a kind of a world out of control. And a lot of people I've talked to, I've been now in the US for 6 weeks or so for this coverage. A lot of the people you talk to here, they say, you know, there is a war in Ukraine, there is a war in the Middle East, there are fears of war in Asia, and of course there are the wars that people don't even talk about, such as in Sudan. These wars are going on, and the sense that those wars were not happening when Donald Trump was in power. And this is something that Donald Trump has been saying. Putin did not launch his full-scale invasion of Ukraine while Trump was in office. He's saying that he made progress in the Middle East rather than what has been happening there more recently. And he claims that Xi Jinping would never dare make a move against Taiwan if he was in power again. Now, of course, you know, the Democrats can contest all of these things and say that the circumstances are different, but for the average voter who just thinks about, okay, what happened on your watch, those claims obviously sound pretty persuasive. And I think if you talk to a lot of the people here and a lot of the kind of everyday Republicans, they are saying, why is the United States sending large amounts of money and weaponry to Ukraine? The Democrats, of course, have a strong argument for why they're doing that, but Donald Trump says, no, it's not America's war and it has other priorities and he wants to see peace. I think a lot of people here, that really does chime with their view of things, and they have a sense that he's his brand is all about being a strong leader. They have a sense that he's a strong leader who would bring some semblance of peace again to the Middle East. Of course, the Democrats are saying Donald Trump is anything but a strong leader. All the people like Vladimir Putin or Kim Jong-un or Xi Jinping need to do is flatter him, and he will essentially do their bidding. But I think Donald Trump's claims have been pretty powerful in this election, and that is one reason why people here support him.
Okay, Richard Walker in Miami. Richard, thank you. We'll come back to you shortly. Jan, I want to ask you, based on what Richard is describing, a Donald Trump who is in favor, who embodies this desire among many Americans for regulated immigration, the border to be closed at least temporarily, and for deportation of people who are in the country illegally. He represents, or he is, the conservatives, the CDU, the CSU, Zara Wagenknecht, and the AfD all in one, isn't he?
It's always difficult to compare these things, one-on-one. I think we have, elements of this kind of populism that have basically taken over also the mainstream agenda in Europe, not just in Germany, but across Europe. Migration is one of the key drivers of that populism, both on the right, more on the right, but also on the left, as we see now with Zara Wagenknecht here. It's increasingly dominating the agenda in the European Parliament because it is an issue that basically for the last 25 years we failed to address, and now we're addressing it in a brutal way.
He would tell you it's not populism when you're saying that you want the border to be regulated, who can come in and out. That's not populism.
No, and that is actually true. The problem is that the mainstream parties, and in that sense, Trump is right, and the AfD has a point as well. The mainstream parties, both on the center-left and on the center-right, failed to address this problem when that was possible, in a meaningful, mainstreamy way. They basically, left this topic to the fringes, who were only too eager to grab it and then emotionalize it. So when it was still possible to do this in a sober and regulated way, nobody wanted anything to do with it, despite the warnings. Now it's basically been served on a silver platter to the fringes, and they're making use of it, and they're driving the agenda in a way that is no longer controllable for the centrist parties. And so it has turned from a reasonable request that people have into an emotionalized issue that eats democracy from within.
So, I mean, I don't want want to belabor this too much because I know we're a long way from it, but a Donald Trump victory tonight means what for the German national election scheduled for next September?
I mean, it's probably a stabilizing factor. If Trump came to office or was elected tonight over the next few days, some people say that this could stabilize this government, which is on the brink of collapsing here.
Here in Germany.
Here in Germany, because nobody wants to put one crisis on top of another crisis. But that's all speculation. We don't know. I think essentially German politics follows its own domestic rules for the most part. This government is in its own navel-gazing state. I think Trump might have a little bit of an impact on it, but not massively. If this government fails in Germany, it will probably fail over the next 3 to 4 weeks. If it doesn't fail then, it's not going to fail. But regardless of whether the elections will be in March or in September, the geostrategic situation that comes with the Trump situation will feature very prominently.
March, if it comes in March, you're talking about early elections, if the government were to collapse. Yeah. It's a lot. We could do a whole show on the German election or the German political scene if we wanted to. Michelle, but talking about the view from Germany, it just speaks to the international reach that Donald Trump has had and continues to have, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Richard was talking about the love that people have in Miami for Trump as much as people who are liberal in America dislike him. And I think that you're feeling that also around the world. There's a lot of people who admire him as a strongman. There's a lot of people who think that he is very dangerous to democracy. The way that he has talked about alliances like NATO that have lasted since the 40s. He's threatened to withdraw from NATO. He has said that he would encourage Vladimir Putin to invade a member of NATO who isn't so-called paying up. I mean, these are very scary phrases that he will just kind of throw out, and sometimes his aides have to scramble in terms of making policy around what he says. He's a bit chaotic, and some people think that's he has portrayed that as a positive, saying that world leaders can't predict what he's going to do, so they're cautious around him. But other people think that he again can be flattered and swayed by dictators who he has praised.
And there is this feeling, and the polls show that a majority of Germans do not want Donald Trump to be president again. But what about Kamala Harris? Is there a guarantee that Kamala Harris would remain as committed to this transatlantic world that we're used to? I mean, is she the friend that Germans may or Europe may want to see in her?
Look, she has gone out of her way not to criticize Joe Biden and say what she would do differently. In fact, she was criticized for that on the campaign trail. Why don't you have an answer for that? And she has said that she would continue Biden's foreign policy, especially when it comes to Europe. She would be a strong backer of NATO. She said she would stick with Ukraine. And these are policies that are definitely popular in Germany. When it comes to her personality, I honestly think a lot of the dislike for Trump is policy, but also personality. And so a lot of people don't know that much about her, but if she sticks to what Biden has done, I think there will continue to be support of her. I don't know. What do you think, Jan?
I think the difference between Biden and Harris is that, of course, he is from a generation that has an intuitive understanding of this transatlanticism. That's how he got socialized during the Cold War. He understands NATO. That was the mainstay. He comes from an era in which this part of foreign policy was absolutely nonpartisan. There was an across-the-board consensus on this. She doesn't come from that era. I think she probably has the strategic understanding of how important Europe can be, also for American interests. But it is not something that, for her, is part of her kind of DNA, her political DNA. It's more of a rational thing than it is something that she feels. And we saw a similar thing actually with President Obama at the time.
The pivot to Asia.
The pivot to Asia, and who was also not, an intuitive transatlanticist, but, learned, over time how important it is for America's position in the world. So yes, continuity, but not the same kind of instinctive, love relationship that Biden has with Europe, with the Munich Security Conference and all of these places that he likes to go to.
Yeah, that's a very good point. That's a very good point. We are coming up on 4:30 in the morning here in Berlin, 10:30 in the evening on the East Coast of the United States, 7:30 on the West Coast. Let's look at the numbers.
That's right. Why don't we just start by looking at, of course, the state of the race. That number we're looking for tonight is 270. That's the magic number, so to say. And as we see it right now, Donald Trump has what looks like a very strong and firm lead. But again, no surprises yet tonight. These are states that have gone ways that we expected them to go widely. So we're still early days in terms of...
And still no swing states have been
Still
called.
no swing states have been called, and those seven swing states are what we're really looking out for tonight. But why don't we get a geographical map now of the country just to get a sense of how the states are trending, those that have been called. So again, that caveat that I must just present before we look into these individually. What you see in the lighter shade is what the Associated Press is projecting the result will be. This is based on the vote count that has already come in. So what is in bold, red or blue has been won by the Democrats or the Republicans, respectively. So I don't know if there are any remarks about what you're looking at when you look at the map now.
I see this now, and when we looked at it just a half hour ago, I believe Pennsylvania was in the light blue. Now we're seeing Pennsylvania kind of in the pink.
It's in the pink.
Yeah, Wisconsin in the pink. Michigan is blue, but Kamala Harris really needs those Rust Belt states of Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. And right now I would be worried if I was sitting in Democratic headquarters. But again, it could be a red mirage. As we know, it takes longer in some of these states, these swing states, to count the votes.
Right, especially, it's again to the point of it's where has the vote that has already been counted coming from, right? We know that the larger blocks, they tend to come in later, and that could really have a big impact on what the result you're seeing is. So why don't we have a look at the big prize of the night? This is the state of Pennsylvania, you guessed it right. 19 Electoral College votes up for grabs in the state of Pennsylvania. 56% of the vote count is in. And look at that, it's neck and neck, right?
Yeah,
just as the polls had been predicting. But again, it is that story of the rural vote versus the urban vote, which will really bring it down. And again, just looking at the swing states, there are 7 in this election. If, as you were saying, as we were discussing, Brent, if Donald Trump is able to pick up Georgia and North Carolina, Kamala Harris has to sweep. The Rust Belt states.
See the percentage here. We're talking about what's the percentage there?
56%.
So 56%. So we're talking about just over half, which means we are not talking about. We don't have the votes that are coming in for Philadelphia, for example. Right. These big urban voting centers. They haven't been included in that.
Democrat strongholds, essentially.
That
right?
is going. You've got Philadelphia. You've got Pittsburgh. Those cities just have not been included in these numbers that we're seeing right now. So,
Democrats typically do vote more with absentee ballots or mail-in ballots.
Yeah. So again,
and these get counted.
It's predicted less so because we're not in a pandemic situation where people don't want to go to the polls. I think there's more excitement to actually go to the polls. So we likely will see the race called earlier than 2020. But these are factors.
Right. Why don't we have a look at Arizona? This is one we haven't spoken about a great deal tonight. But let's have a look at how the race is playing out in Arizona, or at least the count. Well, just shy of half of the votes been counted there. Wow, again.
Which is good, though. Which is good, though, because we have been expecting Arizona and the other swing state, Nevada, to take a long time, like in days, not hours. I mean, we were not even expecting, I think, to see this percentage this early in the evening for Arizona. So, but we still have quite a ways to go.
Yeah, and we know in Arizona, border politics is a big part of the issue for voters, but the Latino vote is really going to count heavy in Arizona. 11 Electoral College votes for the state of Arizona. Let's have a quick look at North Carolina and Georgia, this combination, these two states. We'll start, of course, with North Carolina. We're 75% of that vote in. It's still a tight race. And I think that the usual caveats do apply, right? But I think this is home, Brent.
Well, I mean, yeah, this is my home state. I mean, I would say that with this now, we've got 75%. What we're looking at, what we're still waiting for is the largest city, Charlotte, and the capital city, Raleigh. Those votes to be tabulated. That's what we're still waiting on. That will be the 25%. That will make or break this for one of these two.
And just anecdotally,
Yeah.
did you hear anything about after the massive flooding that happened just weeks ago? Has that affected people's ability to get to the polls?
Well, you know, that area is a rural area in the Appalachian Mountains. The counties that were impacted would vote for Donald Trump. But the numbers, though, the absolute numbers, compared to Asheville, which is a Democrat stronghold, are small. So for it to help, I guess you could argue that it would help Kamala Harris, but it would be minimal, if any. That's what I've heard.
But when we look at those numbers from North Carolina, I mean, those are worrisome numbers for Kamala Harris.
Yeah,
because
they are.
North Carolina was meant to be one of those early bellwethers in the race. And now it looks like, I mean, this is a fairly, I mean, not, of course, a decisive margin yet, but a fairly sizable margin
It's a
that we've seen.
sizable one, it is.
And so that might, you know, this was meant to be an early indication as to whether she could perhaps overperform. That doesn't seem to be the case. So, you know...
I mean, we came into this tonight. There was the thinking that that we should be able to get results pretty early from Georgia and North Carolina. For reasons, they've changed the rules, they have new technology in the ballot boxes. All of that, though, has not played out the way it was predicted. But we don't have 90% reporting right now, and we don't have a strong indicator that this is going to be 2 wins for Kamala Harris, because it was said if she could win both of those states early on tonight, then we would be able to say with a fair amount of certainty that she was on her way to win Pennsylvania, and then she would win. We can't say that now at all.
We have to make the point that this wasn't considered a swing state until Kamala Harris took over the Democrat ticket from Joe Biden. So just to that point as well. Okay, why don't we have a quick look at Georgia, and then we'll wrap it up for this segment of the results. So we'll obviously start by having a look at how much of the vote counts come in. Well, it's almost 90% of the votes in there. It's just incredible how this is proving to be, right?
This looks much tighter.
This is, and it's exactly as the polls had been predicting. This was going to be a tight race, and we're certainly seeing it in Georgia. But there it is, a very sort of slim lead for Donald Trump and the Republicans there, 51%, with 88% of the votes in Georgia counted. 16 Electoral College votes. I mean, if it doesn't go well for Kamala Harris here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like we said, we've still got these urban centers that have to be included, and that could change everything. We could be dealing with this red Mirage that we talked about, but this still speaks to the fact, you know, we have been hearing now for most of this campaign of Kamala Harris enjoying a remarkable lead. At least that was what we were hearing in September. Now she's lost some in October, but still, if these numbers bear out and give Trump the win, we will have to come back and ask yet again, as we did in 2020 and 2016, what good are these polls for? Because they're just not accurate.
The reading I did before coming up to Election Day, though, was that it really was a neck-and-neck race.
It has become that. Yeah, that's true.
Yes. And the question is, why did that happen? Was it that she didn't do enough for voters to get to know her? You know, I've heard a lot of people say that if Kamala Harris loses the race, it's because she didn't do as good of messaging on issues like immigration, on the economy, as she should have. Trump really ran on immigration. She tried to run on economy and democracy. And so we'll have to play Monday morning quarterback to see at the end what was the issue.
We're getting some movement now. The U.S. House Speaker, Mike Johnson, he just spoke after securing his congressional seat in Congress. Take a listen to what he said.
We're watching everything very closely tonight. It may be a long night. I think in a little bit we're going to go to Mar-a-Lago, I think, and be down there with President Trump. But I think at the end of the day, at the end of the night, when they tabulate all this, I am very hopeful that we're going to have not only a larger majority in the House to make my job easier, but we retake the Senate and the White House as well. I think that's what's going to happen.
I mean, the fact that he said that, and the fact that he knew that he was going to go on television and say that at 10:30 p.m. that he's going to Mar-a-Lago, that tells us that he's not expecting now a Kamala Harris upset.
Well, I think he wants to go join the party down there. He wants to go join Elon. He wants to go join Donald and all of his cronies down there.
He's not known as being a party boy,
Mar-a-Lago
though, right?
seems like a moment in history, and he seems to be in Donald Trump's good graces, which is where many Republicans want to be.
Many speakers of the House try to do that, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it has some interesting consequences for them.
Yeah, it can.
Yeah, it can.
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump, actually, in the elections leading up to this one, he didn't have a great track record in terms of helping Republicans be reelected. Now, when he runs by himself, that's a different story. He seems to be Teflon Don.
Yeah.
And we'll see what happens. I just have to say, I mean, looking at his record, a twice impeached convicted felon, this is one of the 5 kind of crazy stranger-than-fiction facts that I'll think about when I look back on this election.
How do you explain that to Germans when they're talking about this election? You've got a convicted felon. He's been impeached twice, and he could very well win a second term in the White House.
People that like Donald Trump and support Donald Trump, you know, do not particularly care about this because for them he represents a certain kind of a lifestyle, you know, a way to look at things. You know, he's much less judged on the record of what he's done, what he's achieved. Most of the achievements that, you know, they credit him with are essentially, you know, not there, do not exist. It's a much more, you know, it's a much stronger emotional attachment to the guy. And he has, when he initially, you know, stormed on the political stage and these scandals started to follow him, you know, basically immediately, when he survived those first couple of scandals, you know, after a while, scandals cannot touch you any longer. And I think we've seen this early on. He has defied them, and he is Teflon in that way. And the weird thing is that it is really a Trump thing personally. When other people try to sound like Trump, emulate his tone, it sounds ridiculous.
Right.
It only works with him. So it's a personal affection for this man, for this guy, for the kind of redemption that he seems to stand for, you know, for these kinds of people. And that makes him makes him immune against these kinds of more rational you know, accusations or criticisms that, you know, drive most of us, you know, eggheads in the bubble. You know, for those people, it's an emotional attachment, and that's a very, very different thing that we often do not really, you know, fully grasp, you know, where we are.
I mean, I saw an ad yesterday that had the former German Chancellor Gerhard Schröder talking about Donald Trump and, you know, saying, you know, I'm the last person that you would expect to praise Donald Trump, but I am. That was the ad, and as if Gerhard Schröder would be the closest thing that Germany could have to a Donald Trump.
I mean, that's certainly what Schröder would have liked. I mean, Schröder was always running on his own, you know, charismatic, you know, personality, much more than on his actual achievements.
Yeah, right.
He was an anti-Kohl chancellor at the time, you know, and he, the one thing strikingly that they have in common is this total need for validation all the time, you know, for being loved, for being embraced, for finally arriving in that upper crust of society. This is what drives the most, both of them. This is why Schröder, in the end, you know, fell into the Putin trap, who played that marvelously. And so there is an overlap in personality that, you know, makes it sound less surprising.
Let me just interrupt you there. We're getting news that AP has called Iowa for Donald Trump, and that's yet another surprise, because just earlier this week we had a poll that came out that showed Kamala Harris ahead there, but AP saying that Donald Trump has won Iowa, which is in line with what we were expecting.
That's right.
Have we got any viewer questions coming in?
We absolutely do, and I think this one would be well placed for you, Michelle. One of our viewers is asking about the Electoral College system, and the question is, how democratic is the Electoral College?
That's a great question, because the way the Electoral College is set up means that the president is not elected by popular vote. So there are 435 electors that are distributed between all of the 50 states based on the states' populations. So what this does is it allows rural states to have some more say than they might in just a popular vote situation. And so it was meant by the Founding Fathers, when we talk about the original 13 states, it was meant to let smaller states still have more of a say in who was elected as the leader. So it was meant to distribute power more equally across the states. Now, the way it has evolved into the modern United States, again, we're seeing that there are just about, in this election, 7 states where the election is decided, because these are closely divided in terms of Democrats and Republicans. So, so that means that many people, like I'm from New York State, I have never thought my vote really counts.
Because you're going to be Democrat.
Because I'm a Democrat.
Yeah, that's right. Let's go now. I want to go now to Janelle DeMillan. She is in Washington, D.C., and I understand, Janelle, you're standing by to talk with someone there in the Kamala Harris camp. Go ahead.
That's right, Brent. I'm joined by Enya Sultan. She is a first-time voter. She is a Kamala Harris voter. And Enya, I just wanted to ask, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling really nervous. Like my heart is like pumping, it's being really fast. I'm just so anxious, yeah.
What's making you anxious?
It's just how close it is. I mean, I've seen the numbers, and I do have faith in Kamala. So yeah, it's just the numbers, they're too close to the big number that we need. So yeah.
It does seem quite close at the moment. Trump seems to be overperforming in the South. But I understand that you're also from Pennsylvania. You're a swing state voter. So how do you rate her chances in Pennsylvania? For now, it seems that Trump has a slight lead, but it is still very close, and Pennsylvania is one of those states where it takes a while to count. So how do you feel?
I feel, honestly, seeing when I saw the map, I feel like she will win it. I know my family, they're out, they went out to vote, and there's only so much we can do, but Yes, I volunteered to help canvass in Pennsylvania and in North Carolina, trying to get the votes out, make sure everyone votes. I do believe that she will win Pennsylvania. She has so much support, so much.
Okay, so from your impression, volunteering in Pennsylvania, she has a lot of support. What was it about Kamala Harris that made you want to support her?
It was her policies and what, especially on abortion and Medicare for all. It's something that really hits home to me. Like, I know a lot of people who are on Medicare, and I know people who really need it. And I think when she wins and is able to do this and give it to everyone, I think it will make a lot of things easier. Yeah.
So it is your first election. You are a first-time voter. What are you taking away from this experience?
I'm taking away, all the knowledge that I've learned. I think I have never been, for Biden's, because I canvassed for his too. But with Kamala, this was, my mom, we were on the phone for, hours every night talking about how important it is for her to be president, how important it is for us to see someone who looks like us in office. I really think that is a big thing that not a lot of people can share our happiness when if she does win, but for Black people, this would be a really big thing for us.
And I guess that explains a lot of the anxiety that you're feeling at the moment. Finally, and this is my last question to you, and then I'll let you go. What is your strategy for dealing with anxiety for this very long night ahead as the count comes in?
I will be going home. My mom told me, she was like, when you go home, get something to eat, and then we can talk and we can look at the polls together, because she's not looking at them, so I'm looking at them, and I don't want to share my anxiousness with her. But yeah, I'm going to go home and just talk to her, because she's usually who I call in times of stress. So yeah.
So get something to eat and look at the polls with someone you love.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Enya Sultan, for your time today. Thank you. And it's back to you in the studio, Brent. We just heard from Enya Sultan there, first-time Kamala Harris voter from a swing state. She is feeling anxious, and I can tell you she is not alone.
Okay, Janelle, thank you very much. And I think, you know, it is 4:48 a.m. here, and we are reaching a point where I think we are starting to hear now, based on these numbers, we're starting to hear pollsters intimate, some of them say directly now, that it's looking like Donald Trump is amassing an insurmountable lead. That is where we are. So we can put that down at 4:48 a.m., 10:48 on the East Coast. The signals are getting stronger that we are moving towards Trump territory now and definitely leaving Kamala Harris. Let's go to Miami. Richard Walker. Richard, I can see you getting ready there. Let's go to you. Okay, Richard. Okay, you're smiling. I think a lot of people there think they have reasons to smile right now.
Yeah, well, kind of, my smile is because we've been trying to find the best spot to go live with you again, Brent. It's getting more and more packed here tonight. And one thing I just noticed walking through the group here, if we pan over in this direction, perhaps briefly, you can see people are sitting around, some people are having beers, more and more people smoking cigars. Cigar smoke in the air here at the Cuban restaurant in Little Havana, which seems appropriate, but maybe I think it's sort of a little sort of quiet but odorous sense of the satisfaction people are beginning to feel here. And there was a big cheer when one of the outlets was calling Georgia for Donald Trump just recently. People I was talking to just over here said, okay, they felt that with Georgia, they really are a significant step closer. And a lot of people are watching on various websites these meters that point to a given probability of Trump winning. And those meters are creeping up with every sort of passing half hour is the feeling right now. So yeah, 10 to 11 our time here on the streets of Little Havana, and yeah, the party atmosphere is as intense as it has been at any point this evening.
And I mean, Richard, if we're looking at just the swing states right now, with the percentage of votes coming in, it's looking like if Kamala Harris wants to pull ahead, the remaining votes are going to have to be urban votes that give her a solid performance. And as time goes by, the possibility of that happening appears to be dwindling. Are you getting that sense? I mean, are the people there where you are they getting that sense that the numbers appear to be moving in favor of Donald Trump?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the sense here. Of course, I mean, you need to be talking to polling experts and psephologists to know about whether that is really the situation. But people here, with every state that gets chalked up to Trump and with every move of those needles on these websites, people here get more and more confident. And I think I was talking to some people here who said that they really felt, you know, this was the kind of the justice being done over a 2020 election that they feel was unfair, despite, of course, all of the failed attempts by Donald Trump to challenge that in the courts. People here do have a lingering mistrust, which is something that Donald Trump has, of course, stoked. But as you just said earlier, Brent, we may be in the territory tonight of an election that is moving to a pretty clear result in Donald Trump's favor, in which case, of course, you know, the situation that we saw in 2020 is unlikely to be repeated.
All right, Richard Walker there in Miami and Little Havana. Richard, thank you. We'll be back with you shortly. Let's bring you back here into the studio. We've got just a couple of minutes before we take a break. So let me just ask, I'll start with you, Jan. I mean, how are you feeling right now with where we stand right now? Does it look like to you that this is moving towards Donald Trump victory territory?
I think it's still, early hours.
Yeah.
But, you know, the first indicators, as we discussed before, those states that were meant to, you know, be a signpost as to, you know, whether Kamala Harris could overperform, haven't really come out that way so far.
Yeah.
And so, you know, the first inkling now seems to be that this could very well be a Trump victory, but it's all speculation still. You know, I was just texting with a friend who's in Washington.
Yeah.
She works for the State Department. She is a black lady, you know, socially conservative, but a Kamala Harris supporter in this election. And she says, you know, it looks like she gets smoked. I mean, they're getting a very bad vibe over there. You know, when you're a Harris supporter, the Trump people certainly have a positive vibe now.
Yeah, she's getting smoked. I mean, this is not what the Harris supporters want. These are not the numbers that they were hoping we would be seeing at this stage coming up on, 11 p.m. on the East Coast.
These are not. And, I mean, if we look at some of the reported returns, if we're looking, again, at those bellwether states, 86% of the vote returned North Carolina, 93% in Georgia, and they are, according to
93% in Georgia. That's...
According to what we're seeing on the map, they're still very much leading to Trump. So, again, those bellwether states aren't looking good for Kamala Harris. So that reduces her pathway to victory. If we're talking about that Electoral College, to get to that 270 number, the solution for her campaign, that is dwindling. And now all eyes will be on those Rust Belt states, those swing states.
That's right, because if she's not going to be able to carry Georgia and it looks like North Carolina, then she has to do Wisconsin,
Michigan,
Pennsylvania. And that's a tall order when you can't pull in Georgia and North Carolina. Yeah. All right, we are coming up, what is it now, 5 before the hour? We're going to take a break. We're going to have a shift change here. My colleague Claire is going to be taking my place, and I can feel the sofa calling me with my name. It has been I appreciate you joining us tonight, wherever you are in the world. It's been an honor to have you with us. Stay with us, though, because this election is far from over. DW's coverage of America Decides 2024 continues right after this.
Bye-bye.
This is Shadows of German Colonialism.
These podcasts and videos shed light on a dark history, the devastating colonial horrors inflicted by Germany across Africa.
And he employed scorched earth tactics, burning farms and destroying livestock.
What is the legacy of this widespread racist oppression today?
History cannot be forgotten. We need to talk about it.
Hear the stories, Shadows of German Colonialism. Five years after the fall of the Berlin Wall, November 9th on DW. Somewhere in the desert between Tunisia and Libya,
Objective is to have a holistic approach to migration policy rooted in the respect for human rights.
Our investigative research shows the cruel realities behind the EU's refugee deals. What is happening to migrants on the African continent?
I was not having any hope. I said, David, maybe I will die here.
Deserted, Europe's deadly migration policy starts November 9th on DW.
What do you think? What do you get for 50 cents?
For 50 cents?
Not a lot.
1,90 hoje em dia? Nada.
1,5 liraya bisküvi.
Ich denke, ein Kaffee aus dem Automat bestimmt.
Did you know it costs 50 cents to feed one hungry child for one full day?
50 cents to feed one child a day.
mümkün
Increíble. 아유, 그러면은 당장 그걸 사야죠.
With the Share the Meal app, you can share your meal with children in need with just 50 cents and a tap on your smartphone. Smartphone users outnumber hungry children by 20 to 1. Imagine the impact you and your friends can have. Together, we can end global hunger. Please download the app.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to a special edition of DW News live from Berlin. Tonight, we're bringing you coverage of the U.S. election with early results coming in, but still far from a clear winner.
And I feel like Kamala, she's going to pull out a W just for the country, bring people together. I've never seen this many people of all different races, ethnicities, countries, backgrounds here representing the people.
Regardless of how you feel about his rhetoric, the policies are outlined. We were much better off before.
I can't believe that the population of the United States is 50-50 on this subject.
Hello, everyone. We have a very exciting night ahead. I'm Claire Richardson in Berlin. A very warm welcome to our special coverage of the U.S. presidential elections. Now, you're one of millions of people around the world who are watching these results start to trickle in as the United States is at the precipice of deciding to go in one of two very different directions. Will they elect Vice President Kamala Harris or former President Donald Trump to become the 47th president of the United States? Well, polls are now closed in all 7 battleground states of Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Nevada. Vote counting is underway, and here to bring you the very latest, I'm delighted we have a fabulous panel to break it all down with a view from Europe. A warm welcome to you all. Let's do a quick round of introductions for those of you who are just joining us. I have my co-anchor, Pablo Foley Elias, here with me. He's going to be bringing you some results from states as they come in. Pablo,
That's
you
right.
feeling bright and shiny this morning?
I'm feeling very good. I had a coffee. I'm feeling pumped.
All right, good to go. We also have Michelle Stockman, our DW reporter, here with some analysis. Michelle, hi.
Hi, I am pumped up as well, caffeinated with Coke Zero.
Okay,
Yep.
It's going to have to last for a long night by the looks of things so far.
Yep.
And we're also very pleased to have Jan Tesho, Director of Europe at the Eurasia Group and Senior Fellow at the Center for European Policy Analysis. Thank you so much for joining us today with your insights.
Thanks for having me. Always pumped up by democracy.
All right, so a lot to break down. It is just past 11 p.m. on the East Coast in the United States. That's 5 in the morning here in Berlin. Pablo, maybe we can start with you with just a quick update on where things stand.
Right, so as everyone knows, 270 is that number of Electoral College votes that we're looking for. Right now, we're at 179 for Harris and 214 for Donald Trump. We're keeping a very, very close eye on those states that you mentioned, of course. Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and, of course, then out on the other side of the country, Nevada and Arizona. So right now, we just actually got California was just called by AP there. That's obviously one of the big ones. The way things are working...
Is it gone?
It's gone, of course.
No surprise.
Democrats,
okay,
of course.
Just
No
clear.
shocker there,
Okay.
just in case. Didn't want to give everyone a heart attack. But basically what we're seeing so far is that the states that tend to tend to be Republican are staying Republican. Those that are Democrat are sticking Democrat. So no shock yet.
Okay.
But of course, we're keeping a very close eye on particular of in Georgia and North Carolina. They're the two that I'm keeping an eye on at the moment.
Any update on either of those
There is
so far?
an update, actually, Claire. Now, I do want to stress that the state hasn't been called. This is the state of Georgia. But Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, he is also a Republican, I must add, has basically said that it looks like the Republicans are going to take this, so it will be Donald Trump in Georgia. But the state hasn't been called yet, so we need to wait and see before it's actually fully announced.
I think it's interesting you bring up that he's Republican because this is a person who may not necessarily be a friend of Donald Trump. He was involved in the last election as the Secretary of State of Georgia. He oversaw the vote in 2020, and he was pressured by Trump to come up with extra votes, come up with 11,000 votes so that Trump would pull ahead in that state. But he stood his ground, and he, on phone calls with President Trump, basically said, you're wrong in what you're telling me, that dead people have voted, that illegal immigrants have voted. Your data's wrong, Mr. President. So he has gone out of his way to be someone who is known for his integrity when it comes to overseeing election results.
Yeah, and it tells you what kind of climate we're living in this moment. Pablo, do I understand we have some results coming in just now since we spoke a minute ago?
It's just I wanted to mention one very important thing about Georgia as well. When Biden won it in 2020, he won by just 11,000 votes. And some of the counties there are, I mean, it's incredibly tight in the state of Georgia. So I think we really need to be very careful before we actually jump to any conclusions there. That's what I just wanted to stress.
Good. Important to have that word of caution there. Jan, let's come to you for the view from Europe, just to set the scene for those of us who are watching. I'm curious how this election is viewed in Germany. What is the view from Berlin on what is happening right now with these two candidates?
Yeah, I mean, this is something that I've said earlier. I think there is an intuitive understanding here that this is a massively important election for the Germans and for the Europeans. Partly because of the security relationship that the Europeans have with the United States. You know, how reliable is that American security guarantee, that Article 5 NATO context? You know, if Trump came to office, there's great fear here, and for good reason, because the Europeans are reliant on those US services still to a large degree. So that's something that's lingering. There's a trade element, so an economics element. You know, Trump has threatened essentially a trade war with the Europeans across the board, hasn't been very specific. Europeans have been, you know, quite busy preparing for that kind of, expected onslaught, and that is something that could go to the grain of what, you know, makes this country's economy strong. Trade, export, you know, that's what this country lives off. So very intuitive understanding on that rational level, but then there's also the emotional level. You know, people just overwhelmingly dislike Donald Trump, not just as a politician, but as a person, you know, and to see America's democracy produce that kind of candidate for a lot of people here is ungraspable. They don't understand it. And so it plays out on many, many levels, but the sense of importance is overwhelming here.
Yeah, it's hard to overestimate how much the rest of the world looks at these elections in the United States. Michelle, did you want to add in there?
In a country of 300 million people, I still, again, look at the stranger-than-fiction facts of this election. And to think out of that population, the candidate for the Republican Party that ended up going to the top is a twice-impeached, convicted felon, reality star. And that says a lot about the culture of America right now. And I think that's just really fascinating. The other thing I wanted to share is, you know, I was just in the U.S. last week, and behind me on the plane was a bus driver from New Jersey. And he said the reason why he's backing Trump is because he believes Trump is a strong man. And he doesn't think that other world leaders will respect Kamala Harris. And Jan, I'm wondering, you know, does sexism play any part in his appeal to American voters, or how world leaders would react to her?
That is a really interesting question. Jan, your thoughts?
world leaders, I mean, it's not like we haven't seen, a massively important women on the world stage. I think there's no, kind of immediate bias against a woman, leading the US or, as with Angela Merkel in Germany. I think it really is based on the performance. Can that kind of person be strong in the negotiating room?
Mm-hmm.
Can she, in that situation where she actually meets with these people at the highest level and where there's no further room to escalate to somebody else, can she prevail? This is the real test. We haven't, of course, seen her in that kind of context. She is in that sense, a less predictable candidate. And as a vice president, I mean, to be honest, she has been largely sidelined by the Biden people for many years. So we don't really know how she would perform at this level.
We have seen her in practice settings. Like she stood up to Trump in the debate. She has been in Senate hearings where she's really grilled people. So when she has practice, it seems she can do that.
The big question is, I mean, when you're a senator and you're grilling somebody, that is an intellectual, exercise.
Mm-hmm.
When you're in the negotiating room, it's the full panoply of psychology playing on. Can you bring that American strength to bear? Can you prevail? Can you also actually muscle yourself into a position, where people then will relent. I mean, this is the kind of situation I think she is untested in.
Mm-hmm.
But then there is the bias. Then there is the sexism. Trump has played it quite clearly. It's very obvious. And then I don't know the numbers, but I think there is a sizable chunk of the U.S. population that also cannot really imagine a woman in the driver's seat.
Indeed.
So, I wonder, how much of a factor that is.
Yeah, these are all really interesting questions. I do have to come back to Pablo for a moment because I understand there's something.
No, it's just more that I wanted to jump in because we haven't actually mentioned, of course, that we're broadcasting as well on YouTube, and we have our viewers watching, and they've been asking questions, and they've been one of the questions actually that I wanted to put to the table on this topic of sexism and women's rights in general is from one of our viewers who asks, what would Trump's win, if he were to win, of course, mean for women's rights in the United States?
What would Trump's win mean for women?
What would Trump's win? So what
in
would
the United States?
In the United States.
Michelle, do you want to take that one?
Well, I mean, he said, I'll protect women whether they like it or not. Who knows what that means? It sounds like language that doesn't make me feel comfortable, whether I like it or not. The issue that's really come up in the campaign is reproductive rights. And so Trump is responsible for appointing 3 Supreme Court judges that were behind rescinding Roe v. Wade, which was the federal right to abortion in 2022. And since then, 24 states have passed either full or partial abortion bans. And that has meant complications. Kamala Harris has called it a healthcare crisis for women who perhaps are having pregnancy issues and can't get that solved. So Trump has said he would not back a national abortion ban. However, he has basically slammed what's happened in these states that are passing these abortion bans as bad for him politically. So again, it's self-interest.
Yeah, and abortion has been such a major topic in the Harris campaign. Okay, so we've opened plenty of boxes here. I do want to come back to the issue of abortion, also especially to U.S. foreign policy. But first, let's get the view from Washington, D.C. We have our correspondent there, our bureau chief, Inez Pohl, standing by in the nation's capital with the very latest for us. Inez, what's the mood there? What can you tell us about what's been happening?
So, Claire, I'm standing right next to Howard University campus. This is where Kamala Harris was supposed to give her victory speech or also her concession speech. And I was in there when the news broke that Georgia might be lost and people are really breaking into tears. They just can't believe that a man who is so openly racist and misogynist might win this election. And we have to know that this is a historically black university. This is the alma mater of Kamala Harris. This is where she went to school herself, and this is a university which was founded right after the Civil War for black people who weren't allowed to go to other colleges and universities. So, of course, it plays a specific role that Kamala Harris is a black woman. So people are devastated, and I mean, you can maybe see that many are already leaving. Even so, it's far too early to call the election, as Pablo just pointed out, but you probably see the mood in the faces. People here could have never thought that it's possible that we might even know during this night that Donald Trump is the next president of the United States.
I mean, it really is too soon to say, Inez, but is that the impression you're getting from voters, that there's a sense of resignment that people who are Democratic supporters there out to see Kamala Harris on this election evening are upset about the way things are going.
Oh, absolutely. It's too early to call. Of course, we have been saying that, and it's maybe we won't have any result here tonight, but that important counties in Georgia went to Donald Trump, but that it even, at least at the moment, looks as if he even is ahead in the popular vote. That's something many Democrats, many people here in Washington, and especially many students at Howard University just didn't want to believe, and kind of reality is brutally coming into their lives now.
Inez, thank you so much for that update. We will be coming back to you again, I'm sure, throughout the day. We really appreciate your reporting there. I do also want to get some more insights from on the ground. We have another correspondent for us in Florida. Our chief international editor, Richard Walker, has been there in Miami-Dade County, if I'm not mistaken. Richard, what's going on there?
That's right, Claire. Yeah.
Oh, having such a good time that the line has dropped. So we'll try to get that back up and come over to him. Pablo, what are you seeing?
I just want to pick up on what Enos was saying with regards to the vote there in Georgia. I'm just keeping an eye on the numbers at the moment. Now, according to AP, 88% of the votes have been counted in Georgia. Right now, there's around, Trump has around 2.485 million of those votes, and Kamala Harris is about 2.34 million. And I'm keeping an eye on a couple of the big counties because particularly Fulton County, which is where Atlanta is, that's normally a big, strong Democratic stronghold down there in the state of Georgia. Right now, it's still looking like Kamala Harris she's got 71.8% of the vote, so it's still, very much a Democratic county. But there's a couple of counties which are essentially the suburbs of Atlanta, which the voting is continuing. It's a bit tighter there, but it is leaning more blue, as in for the Democrats. So I think, once again, I want to stress with Georgia, we really need to wait and see what happens down there because let's not forget how tight it was in 2020.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I understand our line to Richard Walker is back up again. We can talk about Florida, where we do know what's happened. Florida has gone for Trump. Not really a surprise. What's the atmosphere like, Richard?
Yeah, it's not a surprise, Claire, but it did go pretty early to Trump. The state of Florida was called earlier than many people here expected, and there were big cheers here in Little Havana. So we're at the Versailles Cuban restaurant, which is one of the sort of a part of the Cuban heartland here in southern Florida. And yeah, there have been lots of reasons for cheers throughout the night as more and more states have gone towards Donald Trump, and this creeping sense with people on their phones looking at those websites which had these kind of needles pointing to the likelihood of one or other candidate winning, and those needles looking more and more favorable to Donald Trump. So that is definitely the buzz here tonight. And I've been talking to a lot of people here tonight, and it is quite interesting that, you really feel kind of conservative America with this Cuban twist to it, of course, here, but really in the ascendancy here, you have a lot of big trucks going past, honking their horns, flying flags, the stars and stripes with the Trump flags as well. But also talking to people here, you do get a sense of the fact that the Republican Party remains a coalition. It's very much in Trump's hands, very much MAGA is in control. But under that kind of umbrella, you do have a range. So you have some people. There was one guy who was born in Cuba, came here as a child. He runs a business here and essentially says that Donald Trump, needs to run America like a business, and that you fire people if they don't do a good job for you. So really saying that you need, Trump's aggression is part of his success, and they want to double down on that and say you want a kind of tough love for the nation. Whereas others who I've been talking to here say, they would like him to tone that down a bit. They would like to see a second Trump term being something which is a little bit more open to other points of view. And people are talking up J.D. Vance as somebody who they felt was such a good communicator, that he is somebody who could perhaps kind of shape the message and the communication around this movement that Donald Trump begun in the Republican Party for the future. So those are some of the discussions going on, around the crowd here. But overall, there's a sense of excitement, there's a lot of noise, and there's more and more cigar smoke in the air, Claire. So, yeah, read into...
Oh, so much cigar smoke that it's clouded our transmission once more. OK, well, I would like to pick up on something that Richard was hinting at there, which was the economy. Right? It's something that's important in every U.S. election, the perception of how it's doing. Absolutely. In this case. How do you think that has played into this election cycle, Michelle?
I mean, that would be a huge question for me in exit polls. What was your key issue? And most Americans going into this said it was the economy. And a lot of people still feel a sticker shock from when inflation really spiked during the pandemic and after when it hit its highest point in 2022. My favorite example is Diet Coke. Okay, back in 2018, pre-pandemic, you could get a 12-pack of Diet Coke for around $3 to $4, depending on where you shop. Prices peaked around 2022. That price went up to $10 for a 12-pack of Diet Coke.
Oh, wow.
So, sticker shock. But I see...
Absolutely. Yeah, Pablo has some information for us.
I'm just jump in because I just saw now that AP appears to have called the state of North Carolina for Donald Trump. So at the moment we're seeing, this is just come in right now actually on the AP. We're just keeping an eye on their election results, and what they're saying is that it's gone to Donald Trump with 50.8% of the vote, 48.1% to Kamala Harris. He got 2.57 million votes there to 2.436, and that's with 89% of the votes counted so far. But so that's AP who are saying that North Carolina has gone to Donald Trump.
North Carolina, of course, one of those key swing states that we've been keeping a close eye on.
And it's also a state that, interestingly, now it tends to go Republican. It has actually been essentially a Republican state, but the Republicans have been losing quite a margin there over the past, particularly 20 years or so. In fact, they've only really been winning by about 2%. So that would actually essentially be sticking to what we've been seeing in North Carolina up to this point.
Well, that will be very good news for the Trump campaign, indeed, to hear that results coming in.
Absolutely. Georgia's still not declared.
All right. Let's turn back to something that we brought up right at the beginning of the show, but I think is one of the key issues that this panel especially can speak particularly well to, which is the kind of foreign policy that we might see from a Kamala Harris administration or a Donald Trump administration. Jan, when you look at what they have made public about their plans, what are the things that stand out to you that would most affect transatlantic relations?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think it's important to say that Kamala Harris has been a lot less pronounced on her foreign policy plans. She basically told us, in many ways that there would be a lot of, continuity from the Biden administration. We know very little about her genuine Kamala Harris convictions. That's very different on the Trump side. Trump has been very vocal about his positions, and this is also where most of the fear now resides here on the European side, for two reasons majorly. First of all, trade, and then secondly, security. Those are the two things that feature most prominently. On the trade side, Trump has, said, everybody's trying to get the best of the United States. These are unfair deals. The EU is out there to destroy the US. We need to slap tariffs on them. So a trade war is what's looming. The EU is actually fairly well prepared because this is where the EU is strong and most integrated. That is less the case on the security side, where the Europeans are much, much more dependent on the US and its services and its strategic strength. And where, if in the worst case scenario, Trump were to abandon the Europeans, different ways to do that, then, there would be a vacuum here. The Europeans, to an extent, would be strategically naked in a way that is very, very uncomfortable to them. So apart from that kind of emotional animosity that a lot of people have vis-a-vis Trump as a person, there's also a genuine policy fear that, that the Europeans are going into very, very difficult, waters, into very difficult terrain, if Trump lives up to what he's promised, which is to squeeze the Europeans and to basically disengage from the Europeans, in a security way as a security guarantor. That's the big, kind of a specter that's roaming the corridors here in Berlin and elsewhere in Europe.
Michelle, let's come back to this in just a moment. That was a fantastic introduction into the topic for us, Jan. We do have a report on this very issue, and then Michelle, we'll come to you for your comment as well. So, as we've said, the U.S. election, this is a truly global moment. You've got wars in the Middle East and Ukraine. You've got the impact on NATO and also relations with China. How Americans vote will have real consequences for the rest of the world. So, here is the view from DW's team of correspondents.
As America decides on its next president, the world is watching.
Waiting on the outcome of an election that matters far beyond the borders of the United States.
Whoever becomes U.S. commander-in-chief will have a huge say on some of the world's biggest crises.
So what impact could this U.S. presidential election have on the global order?
Israel has been ignoring American pressure to reduce civilian casualties in its war against Hamas in Gaza, its attacks on Hezbollah in Lebanon, and in daily life in the occupied West Bank. But the US election will matter in the Middle East. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu already met with both candidates in July, trying to warm ties with the future winner. When he was president, Donald Trump recognized Israeli sovereignty over the occupied Golan Heights and occupied East Jerusalem. He also said illegal settlements in the occupied West Bank were legal.
Today we officially opened the United States Embassy in Jerusalem.
A second Trump presidency would likely embolden the far-right Israeli government in its annexation and illegal settlement policy in the West Bank and Gaza. Some here feel Trump might also back a significant Israeli strike on Iran's nuclear facilities. President Joe Biden has continued sending weapons to Israel, but also tried to moderate its conduct and push for a ceasefire deal with Hamas. Kamala Harris has been more vocal about Gaza and the Palestinians' right to self-determination.
And I know this year has been very difficult, given the scale of death and destruction in Gaza, and given the civilian casualties and displacement in Lebanon.
But if she becomes president, she's expected to continue current US policy. Her administration would likely try to keep the Israeli government in check, but will not withdraw fundamental US support.
The stakes of this US election couldn't be higher for people here in Kiev. While Europe provides more financial support to Ukraine, the US remains by far and away the biggest single source of military aid. Helping Ukraine used to be one of the few things that Democrats and Republicans in Washington would agree on. But Donald Trump has refused to spell out that he wants to see Ukraine win this war. He complains about the cost of aid, and he's also claimed that he could end this war in 24 hours.
We have a very good relationship, and I also have a very good relationship, as you know, with President Putin. And I think if we win, I think we're going to get it resolved very quickly.
Lots of people here in Ukraine think that is code for forcing Ukraine to capitulate by pulling the plug on American support. That's why Volodymyr Zelensky was quite so insistent about getting a personal meeting with Trump during his most recent visit to the United States. If Donald Trump were president, Vladimir Putin will be sitting in Kiev. That's a line we've heard from Kamala Harris over and over again. But what would a Harris administration actually mean for Ukraine? Continued support, but also continued wariness of crossing Vladimir Putin's so-called red lines is what Ukrainian experts are expecting from Harris. They also worry that US support, as it currently is enough to keep Ukraine's army going, to prevent it from collapsing, but that it isn't enough to inflict the kind of damage on the Russian army that would see Vladimir Putin coming to the negotiating table and offering terms that Ukrainians can actually live with. That's why Volodymyr Zelensky has taken the initiative with his so-called victory plan, something that he discussed with Kamala Harris during his most recent visit to DC.
History has shown us if we allow aggressors like Putin to take land with impunity, they keep going. And Putin could set his sights on Poland, the Baltic states, and other NATO allies.
If officials here in Brussels could elect a new US president, they would certainly choose Kamala Harris. She promises continuity with Biden's approach on both security and trade. She believes in the value of alliances to the US and would undoubtedly emphasize her commitment to upholding NATO's mutual defense clause. Even though many here tell us they do not really know exactly what kind of foreign policy compass Harris has. But if Donald Trump is back in the White House, along with his America First approach, it's more than ever a case of Europe on its own.
I will never apologize for defending America. I will protect our workers. I will protect our jobs.
Trump's threat to impose tariffs on imports into the US could trigger a trade war. His opposition to assisting Ukraine and his repeated questioning of whether he would defend NATO allies are further sources of worry for Europeans.
People here in Taipei will, of course, be watching the US election very closely, given that increased Chinese military intimidation they've stared down over recent years. Washington is Taiwan's biggest international backer and arms provider. Broadly speaking, there's been more concern about what a Trump victory would mean for Taiwan, given his more transactional approach to foreign policy at various points during the campaign. Trump has incorrectly stated that Taiwan, quote, stole America's semiconductor business and that Taiwan should pay for its own defense, comments which led Chinese officials in the weeks before the election to warn that a victory for Trump could mean Taiwan is discarded. As for Kamala Harris, there's broadly expected to be continuity from the Biden administration, a strong stance on economic competition with China, and really doubling down on those alliances with US mutual treaty allies in the region, countries like Japan and the Philippines, alliances which the resilience of are important for Taiwan's own security as well.
So many different angles to unpack to this. Michelle, when you think about the next administration's foreign policy, what jumps to mind?
Well, just going off the report there, Trump has said that not necessarily that he would support Taiwan if China becomes more aggressive with Taiwan. In fact, he's praised Xi Jinping. And we were talking earlier about the potential for Trump to withdraw the U.S. from the NATO alliance, which he has threatened to do. And just talking about real-world consequences of that here in Europe, that would create a security vacuum, as Jan was saying. And we're talking now in Germany about potentially reinstating the draft. So talking about how young people, rising generation, they could see their lives changed. And having to change the way Europe protects itself.
Jan,
some serious consequences.
So we've got Trump, thinking of allies as burdens. His warnings about NATO in the last administration. How worried are officials in Europe that this could actually take place in a new Trump administration?
I mean, officials will always try to spread optimism, and that things are under control. Underneath the surface, there's great nervousness, especially about the security guarantee, which is really where the Europeans are most dependent on the Americans. And, Trump doesn't even have to formally withdraw from NATO, which is difficult anyways, because there's now legal boundaries that Congress has set on that. So formally leaving NATO is not even required. The one sentence that is, enough, that would be enough to create a crisis in Europe is, I feel no longer bound by Article 5. He's the commander-in-chief. If he says such a thing, people will start to get very nervous in Warsaw and the Baltic states and elsewhere in Europe, because then Article 5, the trust element, and trust is the key currency here, that will evaporate quite quickly. And then, maybe, Mr. Putin sees this as an invitation to probe a little more, which he's already doing. Maybe this will lead, some Europeans to look for bilateral security guarantees, some sort of, pay for protection scheme that Trump often, suggests. It could undermine NATO and could take on a dynamic that then is no longer under control. I mean, this is not the base case. This is not the scenario that most of us expect. But, the deformation of security, people like myself, is that we always think in worst-case scenarios. And the worst-case scenario is quite frightening for the Europeans.
Yeah, the consequences could be tremendous.
Yeah.
We have some news we'd like to share with you now. The Associated Press is saying that Donald Trump has won the state of North Carolina. You heard that here from Pablo first. This is one of 7 crucial swing states in this election. Now, as expected, the race is coming down to the 7 battleground states, with Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Nevada still up for grabs. The race, of course, still much too close to call. The Associated Press and U.S. networks have already called many other states for Trump and for Harris, both candidates picking up early expected wins. So back to Pablo for some further detail on the very latest.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, North Carolina is, as I said before, it's a state that normally has been Republican essentially for the past 50 years. It's been a Republican state, except in 2008. under Obama's first run, of course, to office when it did swing towards him, and he won there. Now, it's obviously 16 Electoral College votes. It's one of the big ones. It's, you know, an important state. If the Republicans, if the Democrats had won it. We're seeing the results there now, 48% for Kamala Harris, Donald Trump on 51%, and that's with 89% of the votes counted. We're also keeping a close eye, as I've mentioned a good few times tonight, the state of Georgia, just a little bit further south.
Also a big prize.
Also a big prize, and one which, of course, as I mentioned, went to Joe Biden back in 2020. Interesting state here because one topic that I think we really need to focus on, particularly in the swing states, is demographics. I'll come back to it now in just one second. So also 16 Electoral College votes, 91% of the votes are counted, 48% for Kamala Harris, 51% for Donald Trump. It's not looking too good for Kamala Harris based on those numbers, but of course hasn't been called just yet. Now, what's interesting is demographics, and I think we really need to focus on that. In states like Georgia, in states like North Carolina, you've seen large numbers of people move into big urban areas, metropolitan areas, like in the state of Georgia, like Atlanta, and in North Carolina, in the Charlotte area, and then they also...
The Research Triangle.
The Research Triangle as well. So there's, you know, we're seeing a sort of a shift as well, but it does appear that for now it hasn't shifted in the direction of the Democrats. Also, let's not forget that we're keeping an eye on all those other swing states, as you mentioned before. And if we actually take a look at the national map, which I'm not sure if we have it right now, but there it is. Now, I do want to stress one thing. The bright red colours are basically states that are Republican and have essentially been called for the Republicans. The states that are darker blue, we'll say, have been called for the Democrats. And then the other states where you see sort of a lighter red are states that
salmon.
A salmon
color.
Right, we'll call it that, are leaning towards the Republicans, but actually haven't been called yet. And the same goes for that sort of lighter blue. So a good example there would be the state of Virginia, which is the VA there on the east coast of the state. So right now, no big shocks. We're seeing those big states like your home state of California going Democrat, Oregon too, state of Washington, Colorado, Illinois, New York, you know, your home state, Michelle. So no shocks there. Virginia is leaning towards Democrat. It has become, it's one of those states that's actually flipped, used to be a Republican, is now a Democratic state.
Can we talk about Florida real quick?
Certainly can.
Yeah, Florida used to be a swing state, right?
Sure.
It did.
It went for Obama in 2008. But again, when we're talking about demographics, a lot of conservative people have started moving to Florida. You think about Donald Trump, he's kind of a magnet. And because Governor Ron DeSantis, he's also a very conservative guy. And so we're seeing people moving to be around people who have similar political ideologies as they do.
So, you know, essentially, are we sort of seeing a split then in society on some level, as though we're doing that people are moving away from each other in order to be with their own, you know, which is, you know, for me would be a concern, you know, in any country.
Yeah, it is interesting how it has changed which states we pay attention to see who can reach that magic 270 in the Electoral College. Michelle, for those who are just joining and wondering about the intricacies and nuances and very strange system that the United States has to elect a president, can you remind them why we're seeing these results coming in from different states at different speeds?
Absolutely. So first, what's important to know is that the president is elected by the Electoral College. So there are 435 electors, and they are split across the 50 states by the population of the state. So a state like California has many, I think it has 50, is that right?
That's right.
Okay, and then smaller states like Vermont have, I think, 2 or 3. It's based on the population. Now, when that was originally decided, with the original 13 states, that was to allow smaller states to have more say and representation in the overall government, not just by population. As it's evolved, it means that just a few key states, which have pretty even Democrat versus Republican, are really the states where the presidential election is decided. It's not the popular vote across the entire country. It's whoever wins 270 electors. And again, those swing states are the ones that can put the win in one candidate's column versus the other.
Now, we were just looking at that map. It looked very red or salmon indeed, didn't it? Could this be an example of the so-called red mirage, which you typically see in U.S. elections, where when you're starting to count the votes, you see the map trending red, but then as more votes are counted, it tends to even out and shift back to blue? Do you think that's an example of this? And can you just remind us what's going on when we talk about the red mirage?
Right, okay. So when we're talking about the red mirage, that means there's kind of a rural-urban divide with how votes are tabulated. So if you talk about like rural counties, say in like Georgia, there's fewer people voting. So it's easier to quickly tabulate those votes and send them in. Also, it's seen that Republicans are more likely to vote in person. Now, when we're talking about Democrats, more Democrats live in urban areas and tend to vote by mail-in or absentee ballot. And so the rural areas can quickly tabulate and send in their results, and it takes longer for the cities, which tend to go Democratic. So at the beginning of the night, we might see that the vote is leaning towards the Republicans, which is the red mirage, and then later, as all the votes are tabulated, we'll see Democrats catch up.
Yeah, and of course, every state has its own laws to make matters even more complicated. Pablo, I think we've just had another results called, haven't we?
That's right. We've got the state of New Mexico, which has gone to Kamala Harris. It's gone Democrat. And also, it's actually California is the big prize. It's got more than 50. It's got 54.
Thank you.
So there you go.
Don't underestimate California.
Don't underestimate California. It's a big, big state. So yeah, that's what we've got. And actually, a few minutes ago, the state of Oregon as well. But we already mentioned that it went blue as well.
And just to jump on what you were asking, if this map that we're seeing now is an example of the red mirage, I actually don't think so. Because if you look at the map of the United States, it's kind of like a sandwich. On the coasts, you generally see the blue states, which are more liberal, and in the middle are the red states, which are less populated, more rural. And so they tend to go Republican, and on the coast, you tend to go Democratic. And that's kind of what we're seeing on this map.
It's interesting what you were saying actually before about the state of Florida, how it's gone Republican. If we look at the state of Arizona, Arizona is actually an interesting one because it was essentially a Republican state, and now it's beginning to change, and that's all down to Maricopa County, which is basically the biggest population centre. That's where Phoenix is. That's the state capital. Also a state that's seen large numbers of people move in, quite ethnically diverse as well, and who tend to be more Democratic voters. So that's where we're seeing as well shifts. That's another state, another one of these swing states. So we'll also be keeping a close eye on the state of Arizona too.
No status update there yet, right?
No status update yet.
That's in Mountain Time, so they have a little more time
they're taking
to
a bit longer.
vote and tabulate.
And also another one of those states, let's not forget that last time it was very, very close. I think it came down to 11,000 votes or so in Arizona.
Yeah, we're talking about razor-thin margins, potentially in some of these swing states in this election, too.
Absolutely.
And, of course, the closer it is, the longer it's going to take to get some of those results in states
and probably a
like
state that
Pennsylvania.
has a lot to say about the state of democracy. I hope we can talk about that, how democracy played a role in this race. But
we certainly can.
Yeah.
Just briefly, talk to me about Pennsylvania, because this is a state that comes up again and again. It is a huge prize in terms of Electoral College votes. Both candidates spent the most time and the most money there. Why is that?
Because it's 19 electoral votes, when we talk about how you want to get those 270 in your tally, when we talk about a swing state, that's the biggest prize. And it's a state that has a large rural population and a large urban population. But you know what? Yen went to university there. So we were just talking about that earlier. I'd love to turn the time over to you to say a little bit more about your experience in Pennsylvania and why it's such a big prize.
Yeah, I mean, Pennsylvania is the fifth largest state in the union by population, so it's really a big prize, as you say. But the divide is massive. I was at the Pennsylvania State University, Penn State, big football school, and it's smack in the middle of that state. And it's interesting because it's a liberal, left-leaning college town island in the middle of a red ocean, of basically conservative rural Pennsylvanian voters. And that divide was even in the mid-90s when I was there, so this is a long time ago.
And I was there in 2000. We were there kind of overlapped.
And
there you go. Interesting.
And you can feel the divide, that riddles America. You can feel it there underground because you're right there. You just basically half a mile outside of the city limits. You're in a different world. And these two worlds only meet really in two kind of nodes where they come together. One of them is football, because this is what everybody's interested in.
The great unifier.
And the other one is Walmart. And apart from this, these worlds would not meet. And I think that divide has only gotten worse since then.
Indeed. Is it safe to say it's much more polarized now than it would have been when you were there?
And so Pennsylvania turns into a main battleground because these worlds are just right next to each other, right there in one little, in one little habitat.
Right.
And just to add, I spoke to the mayor in the small town where I'm from New York. She drove down with her husband to canvass in Pennsylvania. She volunteered to go door to door. She took the minivan app, which is the Democrats' app, to find out who she should talk to and find out who's likely to vote so she could tell the Democrats on voting day where to expend their resources to get people going. We also know Elon Musk poured huge amounts of money into the state through his PAC, was giving away $1 million to people who would sign a petition, basically to identify who could be potential Republican voters. So this has been a place that has just, people have been inundated with text, mails, knocks on the door, and I think there'll be some relief when this is done for these people and they finally made their choice.
I can imagine. Yeah, Pablo, you have an update for us.
I do have an update, Claire. The state of Virginia has now been called by AP, and that's gone to Kamala Harris for the Democrats. So,
all right, Virginia to Kamala Harris for the Democrats.
To Kamala Harris. So right now it's 205 to Kamala Harris, 230 to Donald Trump. And of course, we are keeping a close eye on Pennsylvania because that is the big prize.
Indeed. If you'll remember the last elections in 2020, this was the place that was counting its mail-in ballots. They're not allowed to start counting until Election Day, and it's an arduous process that takes forever. And I think then we found out on the Saturday.
That's right.
After the Tuesday.
We're not expecting a result from Pennsylvania probably for a few days again.
Yeah. So does the fact that we don't have a result yet mean that there's something that's gone wrong, or is this pretty much what you would expect in a U.S. election?
No, I mean, from these numbers that we see now and the fact that Pennsylvania will probably report late, this is something that we expected. What I think is interesting when we look at that national map again, that basically based on the numbers that we know now, she now needs to win all of those three. She needs to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. That's a pretty tall order for her at this point. If she wants to, I mean, that's at least how I read the numbers at this point. And for her, and they're all salmon on the map. For her to, swing them around, it takes a lot of catching up to do that. So at this point, I think it looks much better for Trump.
I know the polling had her in a statistical dead heat with Trump in Pennsylvania. Do you know what her chances would be in somewhere like Michigan or Wisconsin?
In Michigan, it looked like this was the best state for her of all of the swing states for a long, long time. But she was damaged by the Gaza crisis and by, lots of Democratic voters, having an Arab background, basically turning their backs on the Democratic Party. So that put the state into the race again. And Wisconsin has been a swing state for so long now. Also, again, this rural-urban divide in Wisconsin playing out quite heavily. I don't know what the odds are at this point, but, Salmon leaning on our map, and that's reason for concern in the Harris camp.
It's an interesting point you bring up that, again, points back to foreign policy, these Democratic voters who are really upset with the Biden administration's handling of Israel, with its policy toward Israel and toward Gaza. Many of those not going out to vote as a form of protest. Do you think that's going to have a significant impact on Kamala Harris's chances?
I think that possibly could. And that's one of the exit poll questions I would ask. As Jan mentioned, Michigan, state with a huge Arab American population, where many people have relatives in Gaza and are very concerned about the bombing that is happening there, as more than 40,000 people killed in Gaza, and angry that the Biden administration has not put on an arms embargo or tried to put more pressure on Netanyahu to end Israel's campaign there.
Which they, of course, as vice president, attach Kamala Harris to.
Yes, which she would have. We don't know the inner workings of the White House, but generally the vice president would not have a huge amount of say on that kind of policy. Might be able to weigh in, but not necessarily design or execute that. So we're talking about the Democrats, which have a very big coalition. It's a lot of people who have very differing viewpoints. And so you've got a lot of people who are centrists, who want someone who kind of continues the line kind of like Biden. And then also in the Democratic Party, you've got people who are very much leaning left. And that is an issue, especially for young people who who really are against what's happening and not seeing action from their politicians and could, yes, as you said, not vote for her in a form of protest.
Now, this seems like a good time to check in with what everybody watching from home wants to know. Pablo, do you have any questions
Claire.
for us?
Yeah, we've got a lot of our viewers, of course, watching from around the world on YouTube, and they've been putting questions to us. And one question, actually, that I want to put to, because it's a continuation of what we're talking about here, is what would a Trump presidency mean for the war in the Middle East? That's coming from one of our viewers.
When you're the United States and you're a superpower with responsibility that goes beyond your borders, you're in a dilemma here. You know, typically when Washingtonian strategists look at the conflict there, what they see is a conflict between basically Israel and Iran. You know, when you ask voters in Michigan, you know, with an Arab background, what they see is the humanitarian situation on the ground in Gaza. These are the two realities, and this is the dilemma that every superpower, every security guarantor has to face. You have a larger kind of abstract strategic narrative, and you have a concrete situation on the ground that produces images that are, you know, hard to bear. And I think, that's going to continue. There's no doubt that America will continue to have to navigate this. Trump will probably be freer from the protests. You know, the Democratic Party is more susceptible to that pressure. Trump has in the past, in his first term, been a very sturdy and ardent supporter of Israel. This is where his, most important foreign policy achievement fell, the Abraham Accords, basically negotiating a rapprochement between some Arab states and Israel out of fear of Iran. So this is what his people accomplished at the time. And so I think it's fair to say that probably, should Trump come to office, that's going to continue and perhaps be reinforced. On the Democratic side, it's more intricate. Of course, America can never completely abandon Israel, but the pressure is there, the domestic pressure is there. And Harris would find that much harder to navigate than Trump.
And where does Europe fit into this when they're looking at a potential Trump administration's foreign policy toward the Middle East? Would they be able to work with a Trump administration to pursue its goals there?
I think the truth of the matter is that the Europeans don't really, move the needle very much in the Middle East. This used to be one of their foreign policy, emphases in the 90s and in the early 2000s, when that was really the focus of the Brussels foreign policy team and many member states. But in reality, Europe is not a major strategic factor in the Middle East. And therefore, of course, the Europeans will work with any kind of American administration, U.S. administration. But at the same time, I think their influence in both cases, whether it's Harris or Trump, would be fairly limited. So to the great chagrin of the Europeans, who have to bear some of the consequences of that war, for example, in terms of, refugees coming from that area, but they're just too weak as a geopolitical player to really play a role in the Middle East and move the needle there. So, there will be bystanders under both possible administrations.
That's really fascinating. Michelle, just to broaden that out, how do you think this election could influence the way that Americans are perceived abroad when they're pursuing these foreign policy goals?
I just wanted to add that I think Donald Trump is really driven by image. And we know that he was generally supportive of Israel's reaction to what happened, the attack on October 7th. And however, his mind started to change. He said, look at these images that are coming. We need to stop this. And then he's also said to Netanyahu, you do what you have to do. So I really think that Donald Trump is going to be driven by the image of what's happening in Gaza and let that inform how he decides to act. In terms of America's perception... Image abroad. I think that, that's been on the downward trend since George W. Bush decided to launch 2 wars in Iraq and Afghanistan that have lasted for 20 years. Because you've seen that this world superpower could not export its version of democracy to a country that really wasn't ready for it or didn't want it. And then withdrew in a chaotic manner and left many people who had promised to protect behind. And I think that's really devastating to a lot of people to see that. However, America still is a superpower, one of the best militaries in the world, has a lot of cultural exports. So it depends on how you look at it, but its image around the world has been damaged by some of these military forays.
And yet it feels like we're at perhaps another inflection point. Jan, I'm curious to hear your thoughts. I mean, we're seeing outgoing Joe Biden, he's a famous transatlantic. He's cultivated strong links to European leaders. With him no longer in the White House, do you think we're going to see a fundamentally different relationship take shape?
I think under Trump, the answer would clearly be yes. There would be a fundamentally different approach by the U.S. administration to Europe. Trump has indicated that again and again. I don't think we're in for like a full abandonment type worst case scenario. I think that's not going to happen because in the end, there are also vital U.S. interests in Europe that even a Trump administration will acknowledge. But the Europeans would be more on their own, especially on the security and defense side. Under a Harris administration, I think more continuity. Harris has indicated again and again, that she believes in NATO and understands the value of such an alliance for the United States. But basically, even then, even under a Harris administration, that, slow but sure turn towards the Asia-Pacific, the Indo-Pacific as the key strategic, theater in the world will continue as well. The Americans will refocus and will allocate more of their resources there. So even under Harris, the Europeans would have to become more independent, only that they have more time and a less hostile administration in the White House. But, basically the homework that the Europeans have to do would be the same under both administrations.
And I'm curious what kind of effects you would expect to see in the Indo-Pacific region should there be a Trump administration. How might this play out? Would you see regional powers there starting to team up more, or what kind of outcome would there be?
Regional powers are already teaming up. This is the counterbalancing that we've seen against China. China is now the overwhelming and defining factor in the Indo-Pacific. And so countries with or without the United States start to kind of build networks and team up and build a network that can possibly secure itself against an overwhelming Chinese influence. With Trump in the White House, the big question is, on the one hand, he's quite confrontational with the Chinese. He likes strongman politics like Xi, but at the same time, he sees China also as a threat to the United States, also economically. So, he's kind of, torn on this issue. I think we would probably see a more confrontational course vis-a-vis China. We have heard earlier on the show that there's some wobbliness on the Taiwan issue. The Taiwanese, I think, would probably feel less secure. They don't particularly like, this kind of wobbliness. But then again, it also matters of who will actually be the decisive foreign policy players in a Trump administration. There are people like Elbridge Colby, quite influential on the conservative side. He says the only strategic issue that matters for the United States in the world is now Taiwan. If we lose Taiwan, we lose the Indo-Pacific. If we lose the Indo-Pacific, we're toast. Basically, that's his rationale. But then there are other people who say, Taiwan, not really our cup of tea. So it depends really very much on who will be the key advisors and the key influencers really on Trump on the Indo-Pacific. It's hard to say as to how that's going to play out. That personnel issue will be hugely important.
It's absolutely fascinating. It will be interesting to see which of those players within Trump's orbit does become a heavy hitter in terms of foreign policy if we see a second Trump administration. Thank you both for this very interesting conversation. I do want to get right back across to Washington, D.C., and our correspondent, Janelle Dumoulin, is there reporting for us this evening at the early hours of the morning in Berlin. Janelle, good to see you. I understand you're also at Howard University, that historically Black college and university where Kamala Harris has been. Can you give us an update on what's going on there?
Indeed, Claire. So I am here at Howard University, and just because it's the first time that you and I are speaking tonight, I just want to tell you that this day started very much on a high for the people here gathered for the Kamala Harris event. They were feeling optimistic, they were feeling hopeful, they were feeling confident. And in the course of the night, those positive feelings seem to have largely dissipated. So I don't know if you can see behind me, but definitely in this event, you have more people leaving now than coming in. There are still thousands of people inside, but just a few moments ago, they read out a campaign memo from Harris campaign chair Jen O'Malley-Dillon saying that they don't expect the race to be called tonight, that of course they had been anticipating that in such a close race it could take time to finish up the count. And the minute that was said, people started leaving. But in order just to underscore how much the mood has dropped, how much the atmosphere has become more gloomy, people have been saying to our team, we've been talking to people here all night, and from that optimism, now they're using words like despair. Now they're using words like heartbreak, especially when North Carolina was called for Trump, and then everybody just realized just how much harder Kamala Harris's path to victory will be. She, of course, now has to sweep those blue states in order to get the blue wall states, in order to get a victory. But at this particular moment, it does seem like Trump has the advantage in those states as well. That is not lost on the people here attending the election watch party, and that is what is causing the general dampening of enthusiasm that I've just talked about.
Janelle, and just give us a little bit of context. What is it like in Washington, D.C.? Where do you typically see most support? You know, as the nation's capital, do they typically vote Republican, Democrat? Are the people who you've been talking to representative of the wider population there?
Okay, so first of all, Washington, D.C., solidly Democrat. You will find more Kamala Harris supporters here than not. But at this particular, but Washington, D.C. is also a place where not many people are from originally. The native population here, where people are born and raised, is actually quite small. So the people that we've been talking to here at Howard University, and all day as we've been talking to voters, I've been mostly talking to Kamala Harris voters, they do come from all over. Just an hour ago, I spoke to one young first-time voter from Pennsylvania. She spent her time volunteering for the Harris campaign in Pennsylvania, in North Carolina. And I just want to say that the people who are gathered here for Kamala Harris, they come from all over the country. They're very diverse. You have young and old people of various backgrounds, and it really is a cross section of America here tonight, and one that again is feeling a little less than positive as the results come in on what's promising to be quite a long election evening.
We're just looking at some pictures of Howard University there, Janelle, where you've been reporting from. Thank you so much for bringing us that update. Great to hear from you, and keep up the good work. Now, if you are just joining us, we want to bring you up to speed with the latest information we have on the results on this election night in the United States. The Associated Press says Donald Trump has won the state of North Carolina. It's one of 7 crucial swing states in this election. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris has won the state of Virginia. As expected, the race is coming down to those 7 battleground states, with Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Nevada still up for grabs. The race still too close to call. The Associated Press and U.S. networks have already called many other states for Trump and for Harris. We've been bringing you those updates, both candidates picking up early expected wins. And Pablo Foley-Elias has the latest on those results for us. Give us an update of where things stand now, Pablo.
All right. Right now, we're at 205 college electoral votes for Kamala Harris, 230 for Donald Trump. As you already mentioned there, Donald Trump has won one of those 7 swing states, the state of North Carolina. We're keeping a close eye on state of Georgia, which is very tight, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and then over on the other side of the country, Arizona and Nevada. Nevada hasn't even started to count yet. But right now, as Janelle just said, actually, there in that live that we just had with her there, interesting what she said about Washington, D.C. In fact, Washington, D.C. is over 90% Democrat, which is pretty incredible. Wow. And of course, as well, the whole Washington, D.C. area, Northern Virginia, Southern Maryland is very much a Democrat stronghold, which is, perhaps not a surprise, but that's the way it is. Pennsylvania, we're keeping a very, very close eye on. At the moment, it is leaning towards Donald Trump, but of course, no result in there yet. Same goes for Michigan, with less than half of the votes counted there. In Pennsylvania, I should say that over 80% of the votes are counted, but of course, this is one of those states where it's incredibly tight. So
it takes a while to count.
And it takes a while to count.
We'll be waiting for those mail-in ballots, right?
Right.
Absolutely.
They don't start till the morning of, whereas other states can start ahead of Election Day. Pennsylvania waits till 7 a.m. on Election Day to start all vote counting.
And I'm very glad that you pointed that out, because that is super important in this election, of course. And like Janelle said, Kamala Harris now really has to win in those states there if she has
Can
a
I
chance.
just say, I think it's very interesting that Donald Trump has not gotten out and started any kind of premature victory speech, as we saw in 2020, right?
Do you think he's confident if he sits back and waits, it's going to point in his favor anyway?
I don't think he wants to stop counting at this point. You know, in 2020, when he started seeing some of these blue waves coming in, he wanted the voting to stop. But at this point in the race, with it leaning his way, doesn't look like a time to get out and say, hey, I've got this.
Yeah, this was the big issue in 2020, wasn't it? The stop the steal that Donald Trump started. When you look at actions like that, Jan, how much does this undermine confidence in elections in the United States?
Trump's rhetoric, has been designed to undermine confidence in that process. He started months ago to talk about, how that next election would be stolen again. He reinforced his rhetoric over the last few days, before the voting started, that, his supporters should expect the elections to be stolen again. I mean, this is the kind of poisonous stuff that really undermines confidence in the system, undermines confidence in the institutions. It's the kind of weakening effort that he's been trying for a long, long time. It's what makes people so, especially on this side of the Atlantic, when they see this open and very shameless and unrelenting attack on the institutions, this is what gives them the heebie-jeebies. And so, we've seen this. It's a systematic effort. And so far, the institutions of U.S. democracy have been, quite resilient. So we haven't seen any damage to this. And so far, I think, throughout this night, we haven't heard about any major irregularities, or major disruptions. But for him to create that narrative, to have it in reserve, should the election be tight, so that he could go back to it and say, see, I told you so. This was, I think, the strategy here. At the moment, the numbers look like he doesn't even need that.
Right. To have laid the groundwork for it. Now, we're going to come back to this conversation in just a moment. First, though, we have, of course, seen the Harris and Trump campaigns dropping vast amounts of time and money into this handful of swing states, virtually ignoring the rest of the country, and that is because of the U.S. electoral system. The winner of the White House doesn't need to win the popular vote. DW's Amian Isif has more.
The U.S. election is supposed to represent the will of the people. But does it? The U.S. has an electoral college system, which means if a candidate wins the vote in a handful of states where the races are tight, called swing states, they can win the White House without winning the popular vote nationwide. It's happened only 5 times in American history, but 2 of those times were in the last 25 years, and polls indicate it could happen again this November. Here's how the system works. For a presidential candidate to win, they have to get the most electoral votes. Those are votes cast by state electors who represent the winner of the popular vote in each state. The number of electoral votes each state has is based on its population size, and any candidate who wins the vote in the state by even the smallest majority gets all the state's electoral votes, with exceptions in 2 small states, Maine and Nebraska. That system has led to situations like in the 2000 election when Republican George W. Bush won the state of Florida by 537 votes, handing him the White House, even though his opponent won over 500,000 more popular votes. In 2016, it happened again. Republican Donald Trump won the election with a wide margin of electoral votes, even though his Democratic opponent, Hillary Clinton, received 2.8 million more popular votes overall. The Electoral College has tended to favor Republicans. 4 out of the 5 so-called minority presidents in U.S. history were Republicans. There has never been a Democratic minority president. One argument in favor of the Electoral College is that the U.S. is a federalist system, meaning states are meant to have a voice in national politics regardless of how many people live there.
It sometimes seems no one likes it, but that doesn't mean that it's easy to change, because it is a voice for the states, and it's often felt that without that voice for the states, presidential elections would be very different. Much time would be spent campaigning only in the largest cities now.
But critics say the Electoral College has become outdated and point out that the U.S. is the only presidential democracy in the world where a candidate can get a majority of votes and still lose. There have been a few attempts to reform or overturn the Electoral College, none of them so far successful. But if 2024 gives the U.S. yet another minority president, especially one as divisive as Donald Trump, approval ratings for the current system are likely to hit an all-time low.
So plenty to unpack there, the nuances, the intricacies of the U.S. electoral system. Pablo, I think we wanted to take another look at those swing states, right?
Absolutely. I should also mention that the state of Hawaii actually has also been called for Kamala Harris.
Not a swing state?
Not a swing
state,
but still interesting and not a shocker.
Obama's home state too.
Yeah, not a shocker.
Obama's home state.
Absolutely. But if we take a look then at the bigger picture, so what we have right now is 209 for Kamala Harris, 230 for Donald Trump. Let's not forget that 270 is the number that the winning candidate basically needs to pass. So we're looking here at the national map. We've decided it's a salmon. Right. Yes. So if you look at the salmon there, state of Georgia, GA, at the moment, the vote is still taking place. We should get a result in Georgia soon enough, I imagine, unless there are some issues there. Pennsylvania also leaning more Republican. That's the one there that says PA. Then we've got Michigan and Wisconsin just to the left there. And then out in the West Coast, we've got Arizona, of course, is one of the other swing states, also at the moment leaning Republican. Nevada, they haven't started the count yet, it appears, from that map.
Yeah, they do it largely by mail. And the Secretary of State there has advised counties to start tabulating those ballots as soon as polls open on Election Day, but I guess still waiting.
For whatever reason, we're still waiting for those. So at the moment, there's no big shockers yet. Mm-hmm. Like I said before, and you mentioned too, North Carolina has gone to Donald Trump. The last time we saw it go to the Democrats was back in 2008 for Obama. Georgia's the one that we're keeping a close eye on, of course, and then Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania at the moment is at 84% of votes counted. But let's take a look here now at Georgia. So 16 Electoral College votes there, 48% for Kamala Harris, 51% for Donald Trump at the moment, and that's with 93% of the votes counted. So it's not looking too good for Kamala Harris at the moment down in Georgia. Joe Biden, of course, won there in 2020. This is a state that's changing. We've been talking about demographics before. We are seeing a bit of a shift in the state of Georgia. Pennsylvania, the big one. This is the big prize. 19 Electoral College votes. A very diverse state for many different reasons. Kamala Harris at the moment on 48%. Donald Trump 51%, and that's with over 80% of votes counted. But we should stress that Pennsylvania can take several days for a result to come in. So let's not jump to any conclusions just yet.
Right, and it takes longer for urban centers to count their votes than the rural counties to count and report.
There you go.
So we may see the blue catch up. Not necessarily, we don't know at this point to overcome, but could catch up.
And a lot of, what we've seen in this election has been both candidates trying to get their people to go out and vote. So in states like Pennsylvania, you've got big urban centres like the Philadelphia metropolitan area. And then on the other side of the state, in Pittsburgh, you've also got their big, strong Democrat strongholds. But then you have areas that used to be quite Democrat but have switched to be Republican counties who are big fans of Donald Trump for many different reasons, often related to economics. This is a state that saw, it's part of the Rust Belt, particularly in the western half of the state. So you had a lot of voters who would have previously been Democrat. This was a state that was Democrat basically from 1992.
Big Joe Biden love.
Absolutely, over in Scranton, of course, Scranton Joe. But over, from about 1992 to about 2016, this was a Democrat state. This was a Democratic state, and then, of course, it shifted to Donald Trump. So we'll see how things go in Pennsylvania. It depends very much on who went out and voted there.
Yeah, the Harris campaign will be watching this very nervously. Turnout, of course, one of the biggest factors in these elections.
This is it.
Right, but also she needs not just Pennsylvania now, she needs Wisconsin and Michigan too. That's her path to victory. It's looking like right now.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it is an interesting feature of American elections, right, that it matters so much how many people actually show up on Election Day. Why do you think? Can you just break that down for us, maybe for an international audience? Why, it seems like a wild thing to put forward, but that the number of people who actually leave the house, we have research showing that the weather actually greatly influences election results. Why that is?
I think the reason for that is actually fairly simple. The country is ideologically pretty much split in half. The actual undecideds in the middle, that's in reality a fairly small number of people. They will tell you in the polls they're undecided, but in reality they are not. Which means that the campaigns increasingly are less about convincing people and more about mobilizing people. So, campaigns are now less about, making a good case for this or that policy, but to get people out to vote. It's a mobilization effort more than anything else. And that's because the ideological divide is so clear-cut, so predictable, so calculable. The one thing that you need to do to win is to get your people out. And this is, where you look at individual demographics. They run these simulations and look at unbelievably tiny sub demographics that you need to bring out in certain counties so that the vote swings. This is what the real operation is like, is much less about making a good case about the policies that you want to pursue.
Yeah, and I think just those undecided voters you're talking about, a lot of these people, as you said, probably are decided, but they just don't have the time. They're working, say, 2-3 jobs.
It's a Tuesday.
They have to
take
a
day off.
Yeah, they aren't paying attention to politics. Other things are important in their life. And so that's where the Trump campaign was really trying to make inroads. Young men are generally a population that doesn't vote so much, black men as well. And so when you're talking about getting votes, probably they're counting on their decide for us. We just got to get them to the polls.
Now, I think now seems like a good time to check in and see if our audience has any questions.
You're absolutely right,
panel.
and there are plenty of questions. And actually, one question which we really should put to the panel, of course, is, and I can answer part of this, is how long does the vote count last, and when will we have final results? That's a more than $1 million question.
That is an excellent question.
But when will we have a final result?
Really putting a fine point on it.
Well, it could last weeks. So, essentially, they have until December 11th to basically finish the counting in the United States. So that's sort of the final date in many respects. But we're hoping that it won't last that long, because it really comes down to the states. Each state has their own system, how they count and how they tally up everything. So.
But the bottom line being very much not necessarily tonight.
Not necessarily tonight. And generally, media organizations call it before the vote is actually fully counted and certified based on exit polling and their connections with the county officials who are in charge of this. And if we look back at the 2020 election, it lasted for several days until November 7th, when media organizations called it for President Biden. So we'll probably hear from the media first before we actually hear the official results. Sometimes there can be an automatic recount triggered if the result is within
too close.
If it's too close, then there's automatic recount, which could extend it. If we look back at the 2020 election, I believe that lasted for 36 days or longer. Anyway, it can last for a while.
It can last for a while, so hold on to your horses.
But that's not what it looked like today, right?
You're right. It doesn't quite look like that yet, unless we're looking at Red Mirage, but it doesn't seem like that, does it?
It seems to be clearer than we expected.
Yeah,
it does.
We have another result coming in from the state of Nebraska. Now, Nebraska is one of 2 states where the vote, in fact, is split. And
the electoral vote.
The electoral vote, absolutely.
Just to make things a little bit easier on us all.
A bit more complicated. So it's actually gone, it's one of the districts has gone, President District 2 has gone to Kamala Harris. Okay. So that's another electoral vote there for Kamala Harris. She's up to 210, still 230 for Donald Trump, and no shift yet in those other swing states. But of course, we're keeping a close eye on it.
Yeah. Fabulous.
Yeah.
Pablo, we have any other questions coming in from the
chat? We
chat?
do indeed, yeah. We've got plenty of questions coming in. A lot of people asking questions that we can't answer right now, which is, with Trump in the lead, can Kamala still win? Well, it depends very much on those swing states at the moment, so we can't really answer that one.
Yeah, it's a good question, though. Can Kamala still win? What would a path to victory look like?
Yeah, in theory, of course, yes. I mean, we have lots of uncalled states. Some of these states are incredibly tight. It's still possible. We have the rural areas, reporting first, and the urban ones later. That means there will be a little bit of a groundswell of more Democratic votes coming in. So in theory, that's possible. And this is what makes us skeptical. It only looks like the momentum is not there for her. We would have probably picked up on that momentum earlier in the night, looking at North Carolina, which was supposed to be one of those bellwether states. That momentum hasn't really been visible. So it's still possible, absolutely. Is it probable? That's a very different question.
Michelle, if we look at the momentum as being behind Trump at this point in the counting, what are the major issues you think that spoke to voters when they came out to the polls?
Again, first of all, I'd have to say it's the economy. Several people I talked to on my trip to New York, I just went there, and people I talked to in the airport as I was traveling, a big thing they said was, the economy was just better under Trump. Now, we have to say that during that time, there was a pandemic, huge amounts of different factors caused inflation to rise. We're talking about supply chain interruptions. We're talking about people not working. We're talking about stimuluses that put huge amounts of money into the American economy, into people's wallets, that then raise prices. But many people sense that those prices haven't gone down, even though many have. I brought up the example of Diet Coke. This is, a Coca-Cola flavor, your soda flavor, is not something you're easily going to change because you like Diet Coke better than Diet Pepsi. Now,
part of your identity.
Yeah, I'm not weighing in on this at all, but that's how Americans feel. So if you spent, $4 on a 12-pack of Diet Coke in 2018, and now after 2022, you're spending $10 at the store, Americans see that as major sticker shock, and they're just starting to change their behavior. But again, that's a huge reason. Also, the things that I've heard is the sense that the world was a more safe place under Trump. The U.S. and the world wasn't involved in two wars that make the world feel chaotic. That's not to say that there wasn't chaos that was created inside the United States by many of Trump's policies and statements. But that's the sense I get from Trump supporters, the economy and the sense that he can run the country.
Yeah, and Jan, just briefly, does that hold water, this perception that the economy was better under Trump, that life was easier, that groceries were cheaper?
Groceries were definitely cheaper, but then again, you can't blame a president personally on the increase of prices. That's just beyond the president's reach. I think what was always risky for Kamala Harris in this campaign was to run on an economic platform for the most part. Apart from the reproductive rights abortion issue, which she played very strongly, she tried to cash in on the economy, which in the statistics and the numbers that we can look at is good, but people don't feel that way. And when you actually look at polls, he has an edge on her on economic competence, and for her to run against a feeling and against, the perceived competence of her opponent was a very tall order to begin with. So it doesn't look like that has benefited her greatly in this case.
All right, let's get the view from the United States. DW's correspondent Janelle DeMilan has been hanging out near Howard University in Washington, D.C. We spoke to her earlier. That's where Kamala Harris has been holding her election party. And she asked Harris's supporters there about their expectations from today's election.
I think it's going to be really close, but I have hope that she'll win, yeah.
I'm feeling pretty good. I feel like Kamala has done a lot, for the community. I feel like she's a Howard alumni, of course, but I feel like she represents the people. Trump teaches nothing but hate, and I feel like Kamala, she's going to pull out a W just for the country, bring people together. I've never seen this many people of all different races, ethnicities, countries, backgrounds here representing the people. I feel like she represents the people, represents love. We witnessing history right now. We on Howard University campus, and we about to change lives. Harris Walls.
I'm not worried. I think Georgia will pull through. I'm not worried. And the other states are expected, so.
Do I think she'll win? I think she'll pull it out, but it's still a big question mark.
So we just heard there from people at Howard University, which we're looking at pictures of now at that party where Kamala Harris is awaiting the results. Howard in Washington, D.C., one of America's historically black colleges and universities. And we're going to keep an eye on it throughout the night to see what kind of reaction people are having as results slowly trickle in.
Kamala Harris's alma mater.
It is. It's Kamala Harris's alma mater. Important to mention that that's why she's chosen this spot.
Just going back to what we were talking about before, we heard from those Kamala Harris supporters, which is, of course, Donald Trump has been talking so much about the issue of immigration in the United States, and this has been talked about time and time and time again, often in quite an aggressive manner, using quite derogatory language, which has, led to a backlash from many different communities in the United States. What I'm interested to know is, if Donald Trump were to win, will he tone down that type of rhetoric that we've heard, or is this going to continue in a possible Donald Trump presidency?
Michelle, do you want to take that one? We saw some very interesting rallies from Trump, most recently that one at Madison Square Garden in New York, right?
Yes, one of the speakers who came before him talked derogatorily about, people from Puerto Rico. He called it an island of garbage, not that they're immigrants, but he tries to other people who aren't quite like him or what he considers like, I'm just going to leave it at that. But he has really strong rhetoric and strong promises. He said he's going to deport people who are in the United States illegally. J.D. Vance has floated the number of 1 million, and that's going to create a huge amount of logistical and financial challenges to actually execute that. He said he'll institute a ban on people entering the country from Muslim-majority countries again. Basically, just a clampdown. And will he do it? I think this is an issue where he has followed through on his words. If we look at his past administration, I think we should be ready for what comes. And he's got a lot more enablers around him, I'm understanding, than he did in his past administration. So people who really believe that the U.S. should shut down its borders. And it's popular.
Yeah, now this is an issue we'll definitely come back to. First, though, I do want to get across to Florida and our chief international editor, Richard Walker, who is reporting there, surrounded by Trump supporters. How is that news going down, Richard, that North Carolina has been called for Trump?
Yeah, just another thing to heighten the mood here, Claire. It's been pretty excitable mood all evening, really. But yeah, there's still plenty of noise here. You do notice energy levels maybe getting a little lower because it's getting late. People are beginning to get tired. But still, there's a real excitement here, and people, the more and more people I talk to, really have the sense that their candidate is winning the night, and each state that gets called and each prediction on a news website with one of those needles pointing more and more into Trump's direction. A lot of people hunched over their phones here watching those needles and feeling pretty excited about it. But yeah, like North Carolina, I wanted to mention to you guys. So I was in North Carolina a few weeks ago with a couple of colleagues from our team in Washington, and we went to a rally that Kamala Harris held in a town called Greenville, which is a university town in eastern North Carolina. And we got there the night before and went out for dinner in the town and chatted to a lot of people there just to try and get a sense of the vibe and how much excitement there was about this event. And it was one thing that was quite telling was quite a few people in the town who we spoke to did not know that the vice president was going to be coming the following day to hold a rally in their town, even though this is a pretty small town, and that is pretty much a big event for that kind of community. So we did wonder if this is just a little anecdotal piece of evidence about a slight lack of enthusiasm out there in the public for Kamala Harris compared to the week before that, where we had been in Butler, Pennsylvania for Donald Trump's second rally there. You'll remember the first time he went there was the time that he was shot, that he was nearly killed by someone trying to assassinate him. His return rally there, of course, it felt like the entire community was taking part in that. Nobody was under any illusions that that was taking place. So that was a bit of a juxtaposition that we had a few weeks ago, sort of well into the campaign, that gave a little bit of a hint about a differential in enthusiasm and just sheer awareness about these two candidates in those two very important states of North Carolina and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, what do you chalk that up to? I mean, we have two candidates who, in theory, should be quite high profile, a former president and the current vice president. They're, of course, incredibly different in their politics and style.
Yeah, I mean, of course, in a way, it's an unfair comparison because almost nobody can compare with Donald Trump in terms of profile and awareness. He is America's most talented self-promoter, perhaps only rivaled by Elon Musk himself, who also took part in that rally in Pennsylvania and got huge cheers out of the crowds there. So even though Kamala Harris has, of course, been vice president these past 3.5 years, there was a sense that she wasn't sort of fully known by the American public. The vice presidency is often a role in which the incumbent of it does not have a huge opportunity to really create a public profile. I think that was seen to be the case with Kamala Harris, and that, of course, was one of the weaknesses in her campaign, that public profile was not fully fledged at the point at which she then jumped into the campaign, and she had so little time then to try to establish a profile like that in the run-up to this election. So, of course, maybe we're kind of getting ahead of our skis here. This is too early to be conducting a post-mortem about this campaign. It's not over yet. It is still a possibility that Kamala Harris will come out ahead. But if she doesn't, then this is all going to be part of that post-mortem. And I'm sure that the allegations and recriminations will be flying back and forth within the Democratic Party about whether they picked the right person, whether it was all too late, whether Joe Biden is to blame for clinging on too long, and whether somebody else should have been that candidate. But that's for another day. Right now, of course, we don't know the result, but people here are certainly pretty excited and they feel pretty confident.
Richard, thank you so much for your reporting. I want to give our audience another taste of this with some footage of Trump's campaign party. Let's see if we can take a look at what the atmosphere is like there.
Brett, Martha?
Yeah, Madison.
Where is this again? So this is also taking place in Florida. We've got a crowded room, people gathered, excited to hear the speakers coming up. Not quite the atmosphere Richard had in the streets of Miami-Dade, but
I have to say. But of course, it's early days, and the tallies.
And there we go. We have a better look at the excitement building, at them getting set up for the speaker. All right, let's check in on our numbers, see where things stand in terms of the results that we are getting in. For that, we have Pablo. What's the latest?
There's been no shift in the past few minutes, but of course, that always happens as well on election night. Sort of a lot of results come in at once, and then we're kind of stuck in this sort of moment where nothing really happens. And there's, it's gone. I was going to talk about North Carolina.
Tell us anyway.
I'll tell you all about North Carolina. So North Carolina has gone for Donald Trump. So that's one of the 7 swing states. We're looking there at the how things stand nationally at the moment. So 210 Electoral College votes for Kamala Harris, 230 for Donald Trump. Of course, that number that we're all looking for is that they need to get to is 270. And if we look as well at the other swing states, so as I said, North Carolina has already gone for Donald Trump. At the moment, Georgia, 93% of the votes counted, very tight there. And there's North Carolina, 16 Electoral College votes. So, pretty big prize as well. 48% for Kamala Harris, 51% for Donald Trump. Next up is Georgia, as I was saying, 16 Electoral College votes as well. At the moment, the way things stand, it is 48.5% for Kamala Harris and 50.8% for Donald Trump. So, yeah, very tight. Now, if we go a little bit further north, the crown jewel, we'll call it, is, of course, Pennsylvania. 19 Electoral College votes. It went to Joe Biden in 2020. It went to Donald Trump in 2016. At the moment, with 86% of the votes counted, 48% for Kamala Harris, 51% for Donald Trump. But, of course, let's not jump to any conclusions just yet. Only 44% of votes have been counted in Michigan. Not looking good for Kamala Harris. 47% for her there, 52%, of course, for Donald Trump. But I should really stress that actually, if I look at the state of Michigan in the biggest metropolitan area there, which is, of course, around the city of Detroit, it is leaning heavily. Well, not heavily. It's around 54% for Kamala Harris at the moment in Oakland County and also in Wayne County, which is where Detroit lies. It's around 58%.
So reflecting this trend of these urban centres.
Correct, Claire. But of
Democrat.
course, once again, let's not jump to any conclusions just yet. Only 44% of votes counted in Michigan. Over in Wisconsin, 10 Electoral College votes. This is, of course, another one of the swing states. At the moment, 81% of the votes have been counted. Once again, Donald Trump in the lead with 51%, Kamala Harris on 47%. So Wisconsin as well, another one of these states where, they've really spent a lot of time, both candidates, trying to get people out to vote. Wisconsin at the moment, just standing, there's around 100,000 votes in those states. And the last one, of course, is out in the West. I won't mention Nevada yet because we don't actually have any data on the state of Nevada. But Arizona, incredibly tight. At the moment, around 51% of votes are counted. And there you have it.
Oh, neck and neck.
Pretty much neck and neck. In fact, there's around 12,000 votes in it at the moment in Arizona. Let's not forget that back in 2020, it was a similar scenario. In fact, it ended up going to Joe Biden and he won by a sliver. I believe it was around 11,000 votes back then.
Pablo, we're really getting the nail biter we were promised.
We are,
this
certainly
election
in certain
night.
states, we really are.
Jan, earlier you were saying that with the way things are looking, Kamala Harris would really need Michigan and Wisconsin to pick up those two swing states in order to win this whole thing, to get to 270. Having just looked at those numbers, where do you think we stand at this point?
I mean, Michigan, as we heard, has less than half the votes counted, which means that there is considerable uncertainty there. That doesn't seem to be the case in Wisconsin. Doesn't seem to be the case in Pennsylvania either, even though we all know that Pennsylvania will come in late. So I think she needs to have those three. Two of those are quite uncertain. This is what keeps the door open for her. If those were going, anywhere near the trend that we've seen elsewhere, then the door is no longer open. But at this point, it still is.
And we do have some other news coming in. Something we haven't been talking about a lot tonight, but no less important. It's, of course, Americans not just voting for president, but also for members of the House of Representatives, for members of the Senate, for their congresspeople who will be hugely influential in passing the policies of a future president. Pablo, what is the latest that we have here on these races?
A good night for the Republicans when it comes to the Senate. In fact, AP is saying that the Republicans have actually reclaimed the Senate. Of course, this was controlled by the Democrats, and it's now gone to the Republicans. So, of course, depending on who the president is, that could also be an interesting situation for the United States. We'll also have to see how the House of Representatives does as well tonight.
Yeah, as you say, the Senate had been narrowly controlled by the
Correct.
Democrats. Now AP projecting, saying the Republicans have reclaimed it.
That's right.
Michelle, break this down for us. How important is this going to be for any future administration?
I mean, this is a huge deal because this will dictate what kind of bills might go up for a vote that might be on the president's agenda. Bills can originate in either the House or the Senate, but to have the Senate switch to Republican control shows that you've got a legislative body that's more willing to work with the president. We saw, especially in the House of Representatives, a lot of logjam between the different parties as they tried to pass legislation. And the Republicans at the time really, gumming up the works. We saw the big bill to get Ukraine aid that was tied to immigration reform. That was gummed up by Republicans. And under Donald Trump's orders, he actually said, I want this to happen so that I can be the one that solves immigration when I get in office. So,
but Michelle, I think it's not unexpected that the Senate goes to the Republicans,
it's true.
right?
It was predicted, yes.
It was one of the earliest predictions that was around in this cycle.
Yeah. So Congress holds the purse strings. Is it possible to say... Jan, I'm just curious what you think, even though this was predicted, what it says to you that you see the Senate now projected to have been reclaimed by Republicans?
I mean, for a foreign policy person, the Senate always matters a little more than the House of Congress.
Yeah, tell us more.
The House of Representatives. I mean, the Senate is key, for key nominations, especially in the foreign policy apparatus, for ambassadors and high-ranking, folks in the State Department. So we always look at this. If Trump gets a solid majority in the Senate, then these confirmations will go through smoothly. I think that at least can be expected. That is a big plus for him in terms of implementation of his agenda. We talked about this earlier that in his previous term. Many of the grown-ups and the deep state, as he always said, kind of kept his agenda from being implemented. If he has that solid majority and can bring his political appointees into office quickly because the Senate rushes them through, then implementation will be much easier for him.
And if Kamala Harris, Vice President Harris, does indeed win the presidency at the end of the day, what would a Republican Senate mean for her policy goals?
The exact opposite would be much more difficult. She would have to send a different set of candidates to the Senate so that they even have a chance of being appointed and passed. And so, the Senate issue is an important issue, not just for general legislation, but also for staffing the administration.
All right, thank you so much for that. Pablo, we do have another update, not from the Associated Press, as I understand, but I think still worth mentioning. Can you bring us up to speed here?
Absolutely. I'm glad that you mentioned that. It's not from the Associated Press, but CNN is projecting a win for Donald Trump in the state of Georgia. So that would be a pretty big upset, I think, for Kamala Harris. She had been pinning her hopes on winning Georgia.
One of the key swing states also.
Of course it is, and we've been keeping a close eye on it. It's 16 Electoral College votes going in the state of Georgia. So if we'll keep an eye on whether that actually is what AP decides, but at the moment it does look like it's going to go to Donald Trump.
Yeah. And how many votes are on the line with Georgia?
16,
remind us.
16 Electoral College votes. At the moment, it's 50.8% for Donald Trump, 48.5%. There's around 120,000 votes in it at the moment, and that's with 93% of the votes counted. So, yeah.
Michelle, your reaction?
I would wonder if this is accurate. Where she was soft in terms of Kamala Harris. This really is a state that had reliably been for Biden, that we potentially was going to go for her. So what was the messaging that didn't resonate? Was the economy? Did Black men and Latino men come out and vote for her? These are the postmortem questions I would have.
I think still a little bit too early for the postmortem, perhaps, but the indication is certainly not good for the Democrats at this stage.
Not good at all.
In the evening. Let's take another look at that Trump election party. They are clearly celebrating this. It says Georgia, 16 electoral votes. Dream big again. Things are picking up. People are cheering, filming the moment. You can see the red MAGA hats as they celebrate, presumably, this news from CNN that they are projecting.
I think it's an interesting state in many respects, the state of Georgia, like we've been talking tonight. I mean, just looking here at the vote count at the moment, the Atlanta, basically metropolitan area, which is, where the big population centre, heavily leans Democrat. I mean, if you look, it's the case in a lot of states in the US, right, particularly in the South, which would vote, say, Republican, but actually you look at the big cities. And the case of Georgia is a funny one, I think, in many respects, an interesting one, because, like I mentioned before, demographics are playing a big part in this. This is a state that has attracted a lot of people from different parts of the United States, and it's essentially shifted to a purple state now, by the looks of things.
Yeah, but it's also a state where there were a lot of legal challenges and issues in the last elections. We'll come back to this conversation in just a moment. First, though, with the gap in those swing states razor thin, or having had it been razor thin, both Republicans and Democrats had been preparing legal strategies to try to help them get the results that they want. So first, let's take a look at what lawyers have been up to and how all this might affect the results.
Working for every vote. But in the battleground state of Michigan, it hasn't just been about getting voters to the polls that matters this year. There's also a fight to legally define which votes count after the ballots are cast. Across Michigan and other swing states, Republicans and allied groups have filed well over 100 lawsuits to limit the number of votes that can be counted. They say that's necessary to fight election fraud. Trump's allies falsely claimed that his loss to Joe Biden in 2020 was due to voter fraud. But courts rejected over 60 lawsuits filed by Republican allied lawyers after the election. Many of the suits cited conspiracy theories, and some of the lawyers involved, including former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani, lost their legal licenses afterwards. But it's clear why so many Republicans have been pursuing this strategy. With a closely divided electorate in the swing states, getting some ballots disqualified could swing the election. Let's take a look at the Republican strategy in 3 key states: Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Arizona. In Michigan, the Republicans have targeted voter registration efforts. They've tried to disqualify mobile voting sites like vans, meant to make it easier for voters in underserved areas to cast a ballot. And they've worked to tighten restrictions on mail-in ballots. Similar efforts are underway in Pennsylvania, with Republican lawsuits challenging mail voting rules and the ability of voters to correct mistakes on their ballots, for instance, filling in the wrong date. In Arizona, the Republicans have filed one of their most aggressive challenges, arguing that courts should be able to toss out election results if irregularities are detected. Those irregularities cover so many possibilities that a potentially huge number of votes could be disqualified. Democratic campaign lawyers are fighting, or have promised to fight, each of these suits. Challenges to those rulings could send one or more cases all the way to the Supreme Court, which has 3 members appointed by Republican candidate Donald Trump, and has favored him in recent decisions. And that could mean that the results of the election won't be known for some time. Meanwhile, over the past 4 years, the Republican legal strategy has convinced many in their base and beyond that the voting system is fundamentally corrupt. Trump himself has threatened to jail election officials, as well as political opponents, if he wins. And if he loses, he's said he won't accept the results. That's a road America has been down before, on January 6th, 2021. But this time around, it could lead somewhere different.
So all about legal challenges. It'll be interesting to see if the night continues trending the way that it has been. It seems to be the momentum in favor of the Republicans. What kind of legal challenges we might see? Does anybody have any comment on what you would expect to see from the Harris campaign? It's really been something that's been more framed in terms of Trump's team, hasn't it?
Well, if past is predictive of the future, the Harris campaign likely will, if there are really close results, say within 0.5% of each other, I can imagine that they would definitely delay conceding the race until after those recounts were made. I don't necessarily see Kamala Harris echoing Trump and saying that the election was stolen. That seems to be very Trump-line. But yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. I only think that if it's really close, would we see any kind of delay tactics from the Harris campaign.
And what does it say to you, Jan, that we've seen no sign of Donald Trump yet tonight? No claiming of victory, none of the preemptive attempts to call the race that the Harris campaign was so afraid of?
I think you said it earlier. The momentum seems to be on his side. So he likes to let it go and flow in his direction. And so, this is, the numbers, the images are in his favor. So no need for him to interfere. as a matter of fact, perhaps better to wait and keep a little bit of tension in the air and then have a triumphant entry later on. 4 years ago, as we've heard from Michelle, he had reason to come in early because he wanted the count to stop because the momentum was not on his side. This time it's the other way around. So he keeps out there the mysterious winner out there, keeping himself rare and then, coming with an even bigger splash on the stage later on. I think that makes complete sense in this position that he's in at the moment.
All right. Well, let's get back across to Florida and our chief international editor, Richard Walker, who's been reporting there for us throughout the night. I understand he's been speaking with Republicans. Richard, over to you.
Yeah, that's right, Claire. So we are here at the Versailles Cuban restaurant in Little Havana in Miami, and we are here with Kevin Cooper, and he is the vice chair of the Miami-Dade Republican Party. So Kevin is going to join us to talk a little bit about his view of this election. But Kevin, first of all, we've been here all night. This has been a huge party. If we can just maybe kind of move past the Trump flag for one sec, and we see how many people are assembled here. So we've been here all night. It's been loud, and you can also smell the cigar smoke now. First of all, tell us a little bit about this spot, because this is a kind of iconic spot in politics in Miami as well as in food, right?
You cannot get elected unless you visit Versailles. Every president has come here. When Donald Trump was indicted in Miami, as soon as he left the jail, he came directly here, had coffee at the window. This is an iconic Miami spot. And as you see tonight, it's a meeting point for celebrations when there are good things going on and when there's protests going on. Versailles is the spot you want to be at.
And the Cuban community in Miami has traditionally been a Republican community, yeah? I mean, tell me a little bit about that for people who don't know that story.
So it's a traditionally Cuban, the Cuban community is a traditionally Republican community that dates back to the John F. Kennedy administration and the exit from when people were refugees leaving from Cuba. But they love the message of the Republican Party of freedom, of growth, of opportunity, opening a business in this country and growing and expanding. Versailles is a great example of that. It started with one small building, then it grew into several buildings and more buildings. They own the restaurant across the street. They own restaurants all over Miami. That's the American dream, and that's the Republican dream.
So right now we're in the midst of this election night, but things seem to be going Trump's way. What's your current take on the situation?
He's going to win. He won here in Miami-Dade. He's winning across the country. The results are not fully in yet, but we see that trajectory. People are not buying Kamala's message. They're rejecting it, and they're going to reject it tonight.
And what do you put that down to? But you say Kamala's message is struggling to get through, but a lot of people have singled out issues that really play to Donald Trump's advantage, whether it's the economy or whether it's immigration. Would there be issues that you think that have really kind of swayed this election for Trump?
One issue, the economy, the economy, the economy. And Kamala spoke about everything but the economy. The gas prices are through the roof. The cost of food is through the roof. The cost of buying a home is through the roof. And people want relief from the Biden/Kamala policies.
Now, of course, the Democrats always stress that inflation has been a kind of a global phenomenon. We know that in many parts of the world, certainly in Europe, in Germany, it's also been hit there.
It's far worse here. It's far worse here. Just understand. And it's not limited only to the issue. It's the leadership on that issue. Kamala has offered no solutions. Joe Biden has offered no solutions. They're not talking about these issues. One person is talking about the economy and making America great again, and that's Trump. You can't give me Kamala's catchphrase. She doesn't have one. She doesn't have a plan. She doesn't have a message. And people understand that, and so they're walking away from it.
So let's say this election is going to Trump, yeah? So let's kind of think a little bit to what happens next. I've been talking to quite a lot of people in the crowd here, and you kind of have a bit of a range of people. You have some people who are kind of full into the MAGA movement, the Make America Great Again movement, and saying that, Trump's aggression, his kind of calling card is the key to making America successful. And there are others who are saying, that gets exaggerated. The real person is not quite as hard-edged as that. That he's a man with heart, and that they would like to see him maybe soften his edge a little bit in a second term. Where do you stand on that? What kind of a Trump would you like to see in the Trump second term, if that is what we're going to get soon?
I want the same Trump that was in the first term and the one who ran for president. There's only one Donald Trump, right? The people like to think that there's different Trumps. There's only one Trump. It's the Trump that gave us the largest tax cut in American history, who gave us peace in the Middle East, who brought back our economy after the years of Obama. That's what people want. And they're voting for it again in record numbers. And you're seeing it here tonight. Miami-Dade County, for the first time since 1988, elected a Republican president, particularly because they're fed up with the policies of the Democrat Party.
And to many viewers around the world, they're a little perplexed by the comeback of Donald Trump, because they saw January the 6th in 2020. They saw the chaos that happened on that day. And they're asking themselves, how can somebody come back from that? What's your answer to that? Do you think Trump made mistakes on that day, or do you think he's somehow vindicated?
The Democrats will use whatever they can to attack him. Look, they've tried to impeach him. They've tried to imprison him. He was recently shot. You know, what the enemy is willing to do to you is limitless, and this president came back from it. I think the best way to show why this was political was the fact that they kept indicting him over and over and over again and suing him over and over again. $1 million judgments, $1 million judgments. At what point does it become less of a legal issue and more of a harassing issue, where you have a guy who took documents, who had documents that he was allowed to have? Donald Trump was allowed to have those documents, and they wanted to lock him up for 100 years for documents that he was rightfully allowed to have. 100 years. That doesn't happen in the United States of America. That happens in third world countries where you lock up your opponent and you throw away the key. But not in America, and the American people saw it, and they said, no, we're not going to believe in that.
So we need to wrap up in just a moment, but of course the Democrats have pushed back very hard against the suggestion that the assassination attempt on Donald Trump's life had anything whatsoever to do there. So I think I should, out of fairness, throw that in there. Viewers around the world, particularly in Europe, are worried, just a last quick question, about Donald Trump potentially kind of selling out Ukraine, given the war that is going on there. You know, potentially caving to a weak deal with Vladimir Putin. What do you say to that? Is that something that you follow from your perch here in Florida?
I don't, and I leave foreign policy to the foreign policy experts. That's something that the president will answer for and give you an explanation on.
Fair enough, Kevin. Okay, thanks to Kevin Cooper here in Little Havana in Miami, and back to you back at base, Claire.
Thank you so much for that really interesting interview there, Richard. That's Richard Walker, our chief international editor, reporting from Florida. So back to our panel here in the studio in Berlin. Looking at what we've said appears to be momentum in Trump's favor at this point. I want to put the question to both of you, where you think Vice President Harris's message has failed to resonate with voters. Michelle, we can start with you there.
First of all, I want to talk about personality. And you were mentioning this before, Jan, like Trump has one of the best known brands in the world. He's so well known. And for her to catch up in a matter of just months to that kind of name recognition is really tough. And to understand what she stands for was really tough for her to communicate in that amount of time. And I think that she did a really good job in talking about two issues, about democracy, the state of democracy in America, and what happened on January 6th of 2021. And she considers and has called Trump a fascist, that he's in it for the power of him, for his interests, rather than for the American people. That was really strong. Also, what's happened with abortion rights. There's a lot of women in America who are very concerned about their health, their daughter's health. But yeah, that's what I would say. What about you?
Very briefly, Jan.
Yeah, I mean, she decided in the beginning, after she was nominated, to run as a generic Democrat, not as Kamala Harris initially, but as a generic Democrat, embracing pretty much the standard items on the list that you would expect from a Democrat. And I think in the beginning that made a lot of sense because she just basically was thrown into the water. But the longer that lasted, the less convincing it became, because you need to be Kamala Harris at some point. And I think she was very reluctant to take, very decisive positions beyond those two core items that the Democrats, of course, like. And then I think that's one thing. She never really built that profile. I think you can go to the streets and ask people what her message was, the one Kamala Harris message. A lot of people will not know, but they will know with Trump. And then the economy is the issue. She was up against this, as I said earlier, the felt democracy, what people think the economy is like. The felt economy is much worse than the real economy, and that's her problem. She tried to sell a different story. It didn't work.
Jan, thank you for that. Just before we go, let's get a quick recap of where we stand. Donald Trump appears to be pushing closer to victory. The Associated Press says Trump has won the swing state of North Carolina. And according to other projections, he has also clinched Georgia, that, of course, being another crucial swing state. Kamala Harris has won the state of Virginia as expected. The race is coming down to those 7 battleground states, with Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Nevada still up for grabs. The race still too close to call. Meanwhile, the Republican Party has taken control of the Senate, picking up seats in Ohio and West Virginia. And I want to thank our fantastic panel, Jan Teschau, Michelle Stockman, and Pablo Foley Elias, for your insights today. And thank you so much for watching. We will be back after a short break. All right. Comfort you.
Somewhere in the desert between Tunisia and Libya.
The objective is to have a holistic approach to migration policy rooted in the respect for human rights.
Our investigative research shows the cruel realities behind the EU's refugee deals.
The desert dons would not take place without funding from the EU.
It's deterrence by death.
What is happening to migrants on the African continent?
Those people, they are not there. They don't have humanitarian feeling for someone. So they even beat me mercilessly. I was not having any hope. I said, maybe I will die here.
Deserted, Europe's deadly migration policy, starts November 9th on DW.
Some people don't care about me because they don't see my beauty. Some people don't care about me because they think I have nothing to give. But 2 billion people do. To them, I am everything. Their home, their food, their livelihood. But day by day, I disappear. And so does everything I give. 2 billion people care about me, need me. And now, I need you.
Frankfurt Airport, international gateway to the best connections of air, road and rail. Located in the heart of Europe, you are connected to the whole world. Experience outstanding shopping and dining offers. Enjoy our services. Be our guest at Frankfurt Airport City, managed by Fraport.
Hello and welcome back to a special edition of DW News live from Berlin with rolling coverage of the U.S. election. I'm Claire Richardson in Berlin. We're going to be taking you through all the latest twists and turns. You are one of the millions of people around the world watching results coming in as the United States is at the precipice of deciding to go in one of two very different directions. Will they elect Vice President Kamala Harris or former President Donald Trump to become the 47th President of the United States? Well, we can say that polls are now closed in all 7 battleground states of Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Nevada. Vote counting underway, and we're here to bring you the very latest with a fabulous panel with the view from Europe. Let's do a round of introductions. We have 2 new people joining me and Pablo Foley Elias at the big table. If you've been watching, you know that he is bringing us our results as they come in state by state.
That's right.
I'm also very pleased to welcome from DW my colleague Stephen Beardsley for some analysis. Hi, Stephen. Good morning.
Morning.
Good to see you.
And also we have Jessica Guinau-Hesch, a historian, always useful to have on hand, chair of the Department of History at the FU University in Berlin. Very nice to see you.
Thank you.
So let's get straight into it. Pablo, can you give us an update?
I have an update,
The
which
latest
just
news.
from the last few minutes, and that is that the state of Georgia has been called by AP for Donald Trump. So Joe Biden, of course, won Georgia back in 2020. So that's a big upset for the Harris campaign. Of course, this is following on from North Carolina, which was also called earlier, and that is a state that has also gone to Donald Trump. A little bit less of a surprise, perhaps, in North Carolina. The last time it went Democrat was back in 2008. We're keeping a close eye on, of course, the other swing states at the moment. Pennsylvania, which is also looking to be headed in the direction of Trump, but of course it's very early days there in Pennsylvania. Michigan at the moment also around 60% of the votes counted in the state of Michigan, also leaning towards Trump. Wisconsin too, around 85% of the votes counted there, and also just Trump is in a slight lead there. Out west, Arizona, very, very tight. It's actually, there's around 10,000 votes in it at the moment in Arizona. Trump is slightly ahead. And finally, we're getting some results in from Nevada. 6 Electoral College votes there. At the moment, Donald Trump in the lead, too, with around 75% of the votes counted.
So, Pablo, we've now got these 2 swing states, Georgia and North Carolina, both been called by the Associated Press in favor of Donald Trump. I guess we're now at the point where we can do a post-mortem of Kamala Harris's campaign in Georgia. Stephen, you're from Georgia, you're from the state. Can you tell us where you think her message failed to resonate or what Trump brought to the table that she couldn't?
I mean, it's hard to say. I would imagine that in Georgia, it probably trended like a lot of other states where we've seen Trump outperform himself from 2020, and the Democratic candidate, in this case, Kamala Harris, underperform what Democrats did in 2020. You also have to remember that in Georgia in 2020, there were 2 big Senate races that brought a lot of people out to the polls. You know, Georgia, a state where since I grew up there, and then in the years that have passed, it's become much more cosmopolitan. It's become much more. You see larger gay populations moving into Atlanta, for example. A lot of the metro area has really built out. You see an African American population that has expressed itself more and more in the polls, that has come to serve as a counterweight to a very traditional white vote that actually used to be Democratic, traditionally solidly Democratic when the Democrats were against civil rights and a lot of the positions that aligned southern states. It then switched to the Republicans really beginning in the late 90s, 2000s, and it's remained solidly that way. So 2020, whether that was an outlier, whether that was because of the candidate at that time, whether it was because of the Senate races, that's really difficult to say. But the underlying demographics haven't necessarily changed that much. It is a state that's very diverse and that will continue to be more than likely in play.
Now, Jessica, I'll come to you in just a moment, but we do want to get across to Washington, D.C. and our correspondent there, Janelle Dumoulin, because things are moving quite quickly. She's been there reporting from the Kamala Harris watch party at Howard University. Let's get an update on what the mood is like there. Janelle, good morning. Tell us how things are looking. Oh, we've just had a technical issue, but we will come to her in just a moment. Oh, do we have the line up? It's not in our favor today. We will come to Janelle when we get the chance. But Jessica, then we can come to you first as well. What do you think Donald Trump had to offer these voters? What do you think were the messages from his campaign that have really resonated here?
Very strong messages. First of all, of course, the economy. We've been talking about this all night. But he's also presented the strong man. And I see, particularly around female voters, older and younger voters, the promise of a man who is going to protect not just America, but who's going to protect women. Even if they don't want to be protected, that doesn't really matter. But that seems to be, on the emotional level, a very, very powerful message that I think the Democrats could not really match equally, because Kamala Harris has been very explicit on, I'm not running as a woman, I'm not running as an African-American, I'm running as somebody who brings people together. And so that wasn't really a match for that particular message. So I think that's pretty strong. Foreign policy-wise, we've already talked about this tonight. I think he's tried to distance himself from the Democratic Party or the Democrats' outlook on particular focus points in the world, but at the same time, he hasn't been very clear, and it doesn't really matter in the context of the U.S. election. So I would really stress the economy and the role of women in this election.
That's really fascinating to hear. Now, for viewers watching at home, you can see in the upper right-hand corner of your screen there, the Trump Watch Party gets some reaction to this latest news that's just come in about Georgia and North Carolina, those two key swing states being called by the Associated Press in favor of Trump. We are expecting to see the former president speak at some point, but that's just to give you a sense of the flavor of the evening as things develop. For now, though, Stephen, maybe you could just set the stakes. How important are the results of this election, and what is at stake for American democracy?
Yeah, I mean, that is one of the big questions, right? I mean, you read some of the media here in Germany where we are, and there's a very particular take, America at the abyss, I think was one of the head articles for the main magazine, Der Spiegel here. And there is this sense that democracy is at stake here. And while I find maybe that's a bit too much to say, this isn't going to be a dictatorship that's ushered in by any means, there are obviously threats to institutions here, and I think that's something that a lot of people are concerned about. And Jessica can obviously speak to this as well from a historian's lens, but, Donald Trump has been very clear that he wants to change even further the amount of executive power that exists in the United States, right? There's shared power between the legislature, the executive, and then the Supreme Court as well. And we've seen the Supreme Court is much more favorable to conservative ideas right now based on its current makeup. We know that the executive over decades, centuries, as Jessica could probably say, has gotten more and more powerful. And what we're seeing now is that there is this will and desire to take more of those levers and put them in the hands of the executive, of the president. So, for example, Department of Justice, which he feels very aggrieved towards because of the investigations from the FBI, because of prosecutions that he's facing, he wants that to be more under his control. That's something that he's made very clear, and that's something that his close advisors want to make happen as well. So that would mean then that we could potentially see political persecutions. We could see political investigations in a worst-case scenario. That's something that his supporters have made very clear, his advisors have made very clear that they're interested in, is bringing the Department of Justice really as an independent entity, actually more under the control of the White House. Right now, you have the DOJ, the Department of Justice, with investigations into President Joe Biden for his handling of classified security, classified material. You have an investigation into his son, Hunter Biden. And so that is hard to imagine under a Trump presidency. Those would be no-go areas that you could have a Department of Justice that stands so alone from the White House that it's able to investigate or at least create special counsels to look into the president, to look into the president's son. That shows you the degree of separation that you have right now and that traditionally you have had. And that's something that they've clearly made a target. And so to me, that is one of the biggest danger points. When people talk about the dangers to American democracy, you see that kind of the lack of institutionalization, that unwinding of that institutionalization.
I'm curious to get the historian's view here. Jessica, what will the book say about this?
Because there are two things that are pretty special about what you just described. One is that, yes, it's true, the American executive has over time become stronger and stronger, but typically we always had crisis points, right? Civil War or World War I, the Great Repression, or the Second World War, some sort of crisis That's not really the case here. Trump is simply assuming or wants to assume more power, period. There's not an external reason to do so. And the other thing is what I find curious about Trump is that he has always been promising voters more states' right and more decentralization. At the same time, he's vying so overtly for central power.
But it's this deep state narrative that he has,
Yes.
correct? And he believes that is sort of this tipping point. I'm curious if that really goes beyond his core believers, though, and into a wider mainstream electorate here in the U.S. And that I don't know.
Among you mean among viewers outside of the United States?
Well, in the U.S., for example, because obviously his core believers have a strong belief in this idea of the deep state, right? That it's been set up against him, that it's led by the DOJ, it's led by these persecutions, these prosecutions, I should say, into him, against him. To what extent, I wonder, is the larger electorate willing to buy this to the extent that they would see the DOJ become weaponized to some extent? I think that's what will be interesting in the coming...
That's not really been part of the campaign, right? What the campaign has been very much about what you just said, the kind of the idea about the deep state that needs to be combated or that needs to be defied. What he really wants to do, I think, is what many voters aren't really interested in, right?
Yeah, I think that's interesting, and that's what will be interesting to see as we go forward, if he wins this thing, right?
This is a fascinating conversation. I understand we have some comments coming in.
That's right. We've got loads of comments coming in. I'm glad you guys are actually talking about this because we actually have had a question about the US democracy and what it means going forward if Donald Trump actually does become the president. We've been just talking about that, but a lot of comments are coming in about Ukraine and what a Trump presidency could mean for Ukraine and the US's relationship with Ukraine and, of course, NATO.
Stephen, do you want to take that
I think we can only judge by what he's said on the campaign trail, what he's done in the past as well, and both of those things don't point in the favor of Ukraine, frankly. He's rarely had a bad thing to say about Russia and about its leader, Vladimir Putin. And this is a case, obviously, where Russia is the aggressor in Ukraine. So we can only imagine that he's going to look with favor upon the Russian side. He's also said on the campaign trail that he wants to end the war. I think that has resonated with voters when it comes to foreign policy, to the extent that foreign policy really resonates with American voters, which is also arguable. But when it comes to Ukraine, I think there is a concern that there's too much money being spent, that it needs to be wrapped up. And he said that he will, of course, create a great big deal for both of them, that they'll both be happy with. What that means remains to be seen. But given his affinity to Vladimir Putin, I think we have to wonder and assume that it's not going to be in favor of the Ukrainians.
Yeah, we're just seeing actually images there on our screen at the moment coming from Mar-a-Lago because we're going to be here. Oh, from Palm Springs. Excuse me, from Palm Springs at the moment, and we'll be keeping an eye on what's going on there. But it's interesting what you were saying, Stephen, there about Ukraine. I want to continue the conversation. How do you see it?
I totally agree. He has been very clear about, I want to end the war in Ukraine as if he could. I think what he would do is he would essentially go to Vladimir Putin and hand him the Donbass and say, this is going to be it. You're going to get what you want. That way you can save face. And for that, you end the war and I keep my face. And that would be the end of it from his perspective, but not for Vladimir Putin, of course. And so...
this is the disputed region in the east of Ukraine, right?
Yes, exactly. So I pretty much agree with what you say. What that means for the rest of Europe, and particularly what that means for the future of Ukraine, is, of course, up in the air.
Yeah, let's pick that up. What does it mean for the future of Europe? There's been a lot of concern in a lot of quarters in Berlin and then more widely about what a future Trump administration would hold.
Yeah, I think first because of Ukraine, but then also, and these are overlapping, of course, what it means for NATO. The U.S. has led all NATO nations for donations to and money spent on Ukraine. Germany comes second. There's always been a need traditionally by European nations we've seen to really follow the U.S. in its footsteps in terms of these commitments, these pledges, especially in Germany, at least in the first couple of years, they needed the U.S. to make those big commitments before they were willing to make them as well. We've seen that change somewhat. We've seen that dynamic shift a little bit, but there is still a lot of reluctance here, especially among voters, especially amongst the electorate here. We've seen with local elections in Germany, that issue has really come out. So on the broader level here in politics, this is getting to be a more and more sensitive issue, which means that there's going to be a lot of trepidation if Trump does indeed win for what it means for Ukraine and then what it means for NATO. The U.S., essentially the linchpin of NATO, imagining a U.S. that is not committed to NATO is unimaginable, actually, for many members. And once you even begin to question the commitment to NATO, then you might as well take the whole thing apart because it's based on absolute trust that your partners are going to be there. So he did this a little bit in 2016, his first term, 2016 to 2020, and there's no reason to believe that he sees it any differently now. He's been very vocal about his disagreements with Europe and his dislike of the war in Ukraine, and he doesn't really have a whole lot of time for NATO, frankly.
Do you think he'll come back better positioned in a second administration if indeed he does win this election in terms of being able to implement the foreign policy that he wants?
This is a watershed. I mean, if this is going to develop like we seem to believe or anticipate this is going to be a watershed in American foreign policy, because for one thing, in term two, Trump is going to be much better prepared for anything or everything you have just stated. For another, it used to be that administrations really didn't differ that much when it came to foreign policy. That is gone out of the window as well.
Joe Biden was seen as really this kind of stalwart of that kind of Cold War sort of era.
Or an afterthought, really an afterthought, yeah.
I'm sorry, just picking up on that, I just wanted to ask, it's so interesting to me how foreign policy, the role that it plays and doesn't play in the American electorate. And I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on that, because here in Germany, of course, we read foreign policy really is the lens through which many people see this election, for obvious reasons. I'm curious how you see foreign policy, especially in this post-Cold War era.
In the United
States, the electorate's perception of foreign policy.
I think, we overestimate, even during the Cold War, how interested the American electorate really were. In retrospect, because it panned out the way it did, we tend to think it did, but even then it was never first range. But it has certainly gotten less since the 1990s for any number of reasons, the most important one being foreign policy is incredibly complex, not predictable, and also slightly boring because it involves all these places and actors that nobody seems to know and nobody really cares much about. I mean, we're talking about South Korea. Most Americans don't even know where South Korea is.
Yes, it's a big island.
Exactly. And so most people, even I talk to, will tell me when they comment on how they voted, will tell me about their personal concern. And mostly it is the economy. Very few really pay attention even to American foreign policy, which is very shocking.
Yeah, so bringing it back to local issues. We have just been looking at footage from Florida, from where we are potentially going to see Trump be speaking in due course. For now, we want to get across to our correspondent on the ground. Benjamin Alvarez-Gruber has been reporting among some very jubilant Trump fans. And let's see if we can get an update from him in Miami. Benjamin, good morning. It's good to see you. Can you tell us what the mood is like at this point in the counting?
Here, the celebration in Miami, it's past 1 a.m. here, but you can see that there's still some people that gathered here a couple of hours ago. A lot of cars driving by, they're waiting here, they're celebrating, and of course, they're waiting for their candidate to address their supporters at the watch party at West Palm Beach, where we saw him voting earlier today. We're next to a restaurant that's pretty famous here within the Cuban community and also within the Latino community. And that's probably also something that will be talked about in the next couple of days, how well Donald Trump performed with Latinos, especially considering also his rhetoric when it comes to Central America. We've all heard those comments at that Madison Square Garden rally in New York and everything that followed. But if we look at recent polls, and that's also a very interesting aspect when looking at the so-called Latino vote, that's not a monolith. That a majority of Latinos that were polled recently don't see themselves insulted personally when Donald Trump speaks about Latinos, when he speaks about Mexicans, about people from El Salvador, from Guatemala. And that will also be interesting when we get the first results from Arizona and from Nevada, because those are battleground states where a lot of Latinos also vote. But of course, cheering was big here when AP called the second battleground state for Donald Trump too. So after North Carolina, also Georgia, and also looking at those projections that the conservatives will have the majority in the Senate. So that's also led to a lot of cheers here in Miami.
I just wanted to ask you more about the Latino vote, because you kind of touched on it there, but of course the Latino vote has often been talked about as this sort of one entity, you know, but it's not. it's you know, it's very divided. It depends on the state. It depends on many factors. Can you explain a little bit more about that?
That's right, Pablo. We recently did a documentary on the so-called Latino vote, because what people tell us, there's no Latino vote, there is Latinos voting. There's no Latino issues, but there are American issues. And when you talk to them and see that also within Latinos, regardless of its first, second, third generation, if they were born in the US or born outside in Central America and then moved here, they see themselves as American and therefore don't say and repeatedly criticize when there are campaigns from both sides referring to them as Latino vote. That happened. We also spoke to an expert here in Miami a couple of weeks ago, and she said, if you just speak in Spanish and you just speak about migration thinking that they will care more about migration than about other topics, you will not win those votes, because for many Latinos, the top topics are the economy, inflation, and then fourth, fifth, then we have the thing when it comes to migration. So that's an important thing. It's not a monolith. They say, and also when you talk to people, I mean, here we've been talking to a lot of people here outside of this cafe that is pretty famous here in Miami, and they said when Trump was the president, the economy was doing better, and looking at inflation, of course, ignoring several factors, but for them, this strong man, as Donald Trump likes to present himself, is going down pretty well here. And also, when you look at the people who come from Cuba, who come from Nicaragua, and who, when we talk to them and they say no, because Kamala Harris would lead into socialism, also when they have those memories of the countries where they came to the US.
Okay, we'll leave it there for now. Thanks for that update, Benjamin Alvarez Gruber, joining us from Miami tonight. And now we're, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to go to Washington, where the Washington bureau chief, Enos Pohl, is standing by for us. Oh, no, we're not ready just yet. But actually, I just wanted to put that to the question, what we've just been talking about, of course, with the Latino vote. It's with regards to these swing states that we've seen, we've seen, you know, the result come in from Georgia. We've seen it in North Carolina. With regards to Arizona, for example, and Nevada, how important is the Latino vote in those states?
I mean, I think the Latino vote is tremendous in those states. I can't give you the numbers right now, but it's obviously known that in areas of the Southwest, I mean, throughout the U.S., but especially in some states, it's more important than others. Nevada and Arizona would be among them. Texas is also incredibly important. Florida, these are the traditional states where Latino power is really felt, and you need to speak to those audiences. The challenges of which, of course, as Benjamin just talked about, it's very different. These are not just one monolithic block, right? And so you have to be able to speak to normal Americans' concerns because these are normal Americans. And so it doesn't vote in a block. And they're going to need to be more regional issues. They're going to need to be more economic issues. So that has been changing over years, to be honest. I mean, this is not the first time that we've seen this and that we've really been able to say this is not a monolithic block. This has been happening for quite a while, but it's become more and more apparent so that it's not a political mantra anymore where you need sort of a Latino approach. It just doesn't really work that way anymore. You obviously need to be able to speak to certain audiences in a very select way, but it's just not a kind of, you can't simplify it.
Right, absolutely.
Now, Pablo, I think it's probably a good time for those who are just joining us if we could just check in on what the latest results are telling us.
That's right. Well, we have one result which has just come in. We've got a few results since we last checked in. New Hampshire has gone to Harris, to Kamala Harris. Not much of a shock there, to be honest. That's a pretty firm, I would say, Democratic state. Now, Nebraska, as we mentioned before, is an interesting one because it does have a different way of distributing its votes, and earlier we saw
keeping everyone on their toes.
Keeping everyone on their toes, exactly. We saw earlier that actually Kamala Harris had actually managed to pick up one of the Electoral College votes there, and now another has gone, but this time to former President Trump. So we're seeing not much of a change yet in the 5 other swing states that still haven't got a final result. Of course, we already got Georgia and North Carolina, which have gone to Donald Trump. Pennsylvania is still counting, also edging towards Trump. Michigan too. Wisconsin also. And then out on the other side of the country, Arizona. pretty much tied in Arizona. There's about 15,000 votes in it at the moment. Donald Trump is just edging ahead, and Nevada is also looking pretty close, but also edging towards Donald Trump.
Thank you for that, Pablo. Let's see if we can get across to our Washington bureau chief, Inez Pohl, reporting from Washington, D.C. with the very latest. Inez, good morning. Good to see you. What do you make of these latest results with this momentum that seems at this point so clearly to be behind President Donald Trump?
Yeah, I'm just coming back from Howard University, you know, where Kamala Harris was supposed to deliver her victory speech. One of her campaign managers came out and said nothing will happen tonight, but she will come out tomorrow. Of course, the Harris campaign says we are still waiting until the last vote is counted, but people are really devastated up there. They're leaving campus, and I think this is pretty much the mood here for all Democrats, because it doesn't look good for them. I mean, the Senate is lost. We know that, and important swing states like Georgia and other important places, North Carolina, went to the Republicans. So the mood is very bright in the Trump camp, of course, but on the other side, in the Democratic camp, people just can't believe that a convicted felon, that someone who is saying in public that he wouldn't mind if reporters are getting shot, who says that politicians could be shot and he wouldn't mind, that someone like that is very, very likely to become the next president of the United States. So this just, Claire, shows how deeply divided this country is. And it will be very interesting to see if there is a chance, if there is a path for the American people to find a way out of this divisiveness and to come together in this very difficult kind of time when you look at all the huge conflicts around the world.
Inez, tell us a little bit about the congressional races. We haven't covered this so much in our coverage, but it's perhaps equally important. As you've mentioned, AP calling the Senate for the Republicans. Also, all eyes will be on the House of Representatives. What would a Republican-controlled Congress mean for either candidate's efforts to pass their policies?
Yeah, this is something which is probably too little on our radar, and it is a little complicated to explain it to an international audience. But you know, we always talk about the presidency, we're talking about the House, but there are these two chambers. This is the House of Representatives and the Senate, and the Biden administration had the Senate, the majority in the Senate, a very minor or little majority, but they had the majority. They didn't have the majority in the House. And this time it is, if Donald Trump wins, let's put it that way, he will not only have the White House, he will not only have kind of a huge impact, huge influence on the Supreme Court. He also already has the Senate and might even win the House of Representatives. And this gives him a huge amount of power to put through legislation, which he needs the House of Representatives and the Senate as well on his side. So that the Republicans took the Senate away from the Democrats is already a huge win, even before we know if Donald Trump really will become the next president.
Is there still a path to victory for Vice President Kamala Harris when you look at the state of the numbers of the swing states that we've seen called so far? Is there still a way that she could clinch the deal?
Theoretically, but practically, I think no. If we look like how the mood is in all these very kind of important pockets, I shall say, all over the country, it's all in favor of Donald Trump. And you guys talked about it on the table, which I really enjoy listening to. Congratulations to a very interesting conversation there. It's the important groups of Latino voters, of black voters, of African American voters. It's overall the important group of male voters who are supporting Donald Trump. They want someone, obviously, as a leader who has this kind of macho attitude. And the Kamala camp, of course, was hoping that the issue of reproductive rights, of abortion rights, would bring enough women out to vote and would kind of compete with this macho attitude, if I might say it like that. But obviously, Donald Trump was more successful to bring out his supporters.
I mean, this would be a huge victory for MAGA Republicans that could very much reshape the fabric of American democracy. What are you hearing there in Washington, D.C. from people in government and policy circles about what this would mean?
Yeah, that was a huge concern in the Democratic camp. You know, there is this Project 2025. I mean, Donald Trump tried to distance himself from it, but is pretty much mapping out really a change of the understanding of the United States as we knew it. He's openly speaking about kind of fighting people who do not agree with him. He wants really to change, as you say, the fabric of offices. He will probably put in his people in very important positions without following the regular processes. So it is really, if he wins the White House and controls the Senate and maybe even the House plus the Supreme Court, there is a huge fear here in the United States that the country as the world knew it might look very different in a couple of years.
Inez, thank you so much for bringing us up to speed there. That is our Washington bureau chief, Inez Pohl. So Donald Trump does appear to be inching closer to victory. The Associated Press says Trump has won Georgia and North Carolina, two of the crucial swing states that will determine the outcome of the U.S. election. The votes are still being counted, but Kamala Harris now has only a very narrow path to prevent Trump from making a comeback. Trump's Republican Party has also seized control of the Senate, flipping 2 seats to overturn a narrow Democratic majority. And very briefly, back to Pablo, just to check in on the details. Anything else coming through? Where did the numbers leave us?
Well, if we look at the
270?
overall, that's right. If we look at the overall tally at the moment, Donald Trump is edging towards that 270 mark that we've been keeping an eye on. He's at 247 at the moment to 214 from Kamala Harris. But of course, we should stress that some of those big swing states still haven't actually declared their final results yet. So while it's not looking good for Kamala Harris at the moment, it's not over yet.
Yeah. Let's get across to D.C. to our correspondent, Janelle Dumoulin, for The View from Howard University, where Kamala Harris was having her watch party at the university she attended. Janelle, good to see you. Looks pretty empty where you are.
Yes, Claire, that Kamala Harris watch party is pretty much over. I heard Inez earlier there saying that a campaign advisor of the Harris campaign, Cedric Richmond, did come out and tell the assembled crowd that Kamala Harris will not be appearing. It has to be said that earlier there had been this expectation forming that she will speak at Howard tonight. Of course, this would have been unprecedented before a result. It is not common for candidates to come out and speak before a result has been announced, has been called. But they were expecting to anyway. There was also a lot of speculation as to what she might say. Was she going to tell them to be patient? But now they definitively know Kamala Harris not coming. Kamala Harris is going to be at Howard University, but they said that, Cedric Richmond, that is, he said that every vote will be counted tonight, and they are still counting on the support of Kamala Harris voters to keep watching throughout the night. Now, of course, everyone has pretty much left. As you said, it's pretty empty, especially that result from Georgia being called was especially sad to the Kamala Harris supporters here. Has to be noted that Georgia was one of those states where the Democrats were pinning their hopes on, especially high, $130 million spent on ads in Georgia. There was also a lot of hope that especially reproductive rights could be a galvanizing force for Democratic support in Georgia, given that Georgia has one of those near total abortion bans. The story of Amber Thurman, a Georgia mother who died after abortion medication complications after she suffered from abortion medication complications, after she had a difficulty accessing emergency care in the state. That's thought to have been a story that could have perhaps inspired more voters to come out who care about reproductive rights to vote. That of course did not happen. Georgia went to Donald Trump. That is something that supporters here have taken quite hard.
Janelle, thank you so much for bringing us up to speed there. That's Janelle Dumoulin for us in Washington, D.C., after having just been at that watch party at Howard University. Thank you. I want to pick up right where Janelle left off with you, Jessica. This issue of abortion, it was massive for Kamala Harris's campaign. It was a promise, and even in the state of Georgia, where, as she says, there's very restrictive abortion laws, it wasn't enough to swing voters. What's going on there?
It's too divisive. The issue itself is too divisive. I think this is really what it is. And I saw a lot of coverage on women who kind of bought into her point, but still vote Republican because they feel the peer pressure in their own community is just too large. And so maybe this capitalizing on the few issues that we have been talking about, right? The economy and abortion, and this not running as a woman at the same time was just too complicated for voters to buy into. Yeah. Just the message wasn't clear enough, and it was too divisive at the same time.
Stephen, do you also think that's where things went wrong for the Harris campaign?
I think it's hard to say. I think there was definitely an enthusiasm deficit. They thought this would be something that rallied their people, and they believed that in past elections, for example, the midterms, that the Republicans were punished on this issue, that voters have been very clear that this is a concern for them, and it just didn't pan out as much as they had hoped. I want to touch back on something that Ines pointed out with the congressional races here. Please. It does look like the Senate, it's confirmed the Senate should go over to the Republicans now. The House is still up for grabs. Whatever happens is going to be very, very close. So, you know, even if nominally this is all in Republican control, these congressmen and congresswomen will have a lot of power individually because they can leverage concessions on whatever legislation they want. You can ask Joe Biden about this. He's had plenty of experience with very powerful senators, even congressmen in the House who have basically forced him to shift his desires and his goals as well. And it's not going to be any different with Donald Trump. There are Republicans who are skeptical of him. There are those who have to win, obviously, re-election in 2 years. And they will be afraid that they're going to be punished in the midterms. There will be another election in 2 years. If Republicans overreach, then they could face the same setback that they've faced in the past, that Democrats are facing right now. So given how close these margins are in the legislature, it's not an assured deal that there's going to be some sweeping legislation that's just going to cruise through Congress and then go to his pin. It's going to make it easier for him to get what he wants to get done, but you know, it's going to be close.
Yeah. If the House goes to the Democrats, how much of a block could they put up against Republican legislation?
It's hard to say because, again, then it's going to be also so close. You know, in Congress, especially in the House, it's, you know, you have those who caucus with the Democrats. That means that they vote with the party on its preferred line. But they may come from very conservative districts. That means they have to really think about every vote and how it's playing back at home. And it's just not as simple as saying, well, you have a D next to your name, you're a Democrat, you're going to vote this way on the issue, or you have an R and you're going to vote this way. And that's especially true in the House more than in the Senate, where in the Senate, you have a 6-year term, you have a bit more time to really carve out what you want. You're not going to get punished in the next year or the year after that. In the House, you have a 2-year term. So guess what? You really got to be on guard, and you've got to be very sensitive to what's going on. And so that means that any margin, whether the Republicans have the House or whether the Democrats have the House, it's similar in a lot of ways. The Republicans will have control of how legislature moves through that House. That will be key. But when it comes down to the votes themselves, it's not going to be so straightforward.
Yeah, Jessica, looking at the way things, I think we can say at this point, are trending now very much in favor of Donald Trump. I mean, this has been something that's been dreaded in Europe for many years and what it will mean for its future. How do you think European leaders are looking at the results coming in right now?
First of all, I'm a firm believer of waiting to the end. I would very much like us not to have a kind of swan song conversation.
It's not
now.
over till it's over.
No, let's really I mean, we've seen some very close elections in the last 25 years, and we've seen election results shift at the very last minute. And as much as trends may go this way or that way, let's keep in mind we're not quite done yet here. But I do
It certainly
imagine...
doesn't look good, though, does it?
No, it doesn't, but still. But you're right. I see, at least in Western Europe, I'm not so sure about Eastern Europe, and I'm certainly not very sure about anything beyond that. I think in Western Europe, a lot of leaders are going to be very concerned because they know now that something is happening that they have been anticipating and actually know is overdue for a long, long time, which is a kind of restructuring of European foreign policy and security. This has been kind of on the table for a long time, and policymakers collectively, or most of them, have put this off for a long, long time, hoping for Harris to win because this might enable them to wait even longer or get into a new sort of policy at least smoother. Now it's going to come, and very abruptly. We've talked earlier tonight, before we joined the table, or you did, about the draft in Germany, for example, a new policy that is going to boost armies around Europe in unprecedented degrees. These are things that none of us would have dreamed about 4 or even 8 years ago.
Yeah, I think now's probably a good time to check in on what our audience wants to hear about. Is that
That's right, Claire. It's also interesting what you were saying, Jessica, speaking to DW's Brussels Bureau Chief Alexandra van Namen about the possibility of Donald Trump coming in, and she did mention this sort of contingency plan that essentially has been prepared in Brussels and by many European leaders. And actually, to that, we're getting comments on YouTube, of course, because we have a lot of viewers following the coverage that on DW throughout the world on YouTube. And one question is, Europe needs to up its game. That's one comment that we're getting. Europe must separate from the United States and part ways with it. So essentially, could this be an opportunity for Europe to sort of strengthen itself and not have to heavily rely on the United States?
Well, opportunity sounds very positive, right? And the
That's
problem, again, are
us.
not the policymakers. I think the problem are the constituents. We don't have populations that are very much in favor of a drastic reversal of foreign policy and security. And I actually was quite surprised how quickly Germans got used to a war that is a 9-hour car drive away from their own border.
The war in Ukraine.
And that is what happened, really. So democracies tend to be very slow. Liberal democracies tend to be very, very slow. And so what it takes, not just for Brussels, but for individual state governments, is convincing their populations, their constituents, that change is necessary. And that, I anticipate, is going to be a very, very difficult task.
Yeah, Stephen, perhaps we could get your thoughts there as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a fundamental issue of just the nuclear shield that the U.S. provides for Europe traditionally, right? It provides that kind of nuclear. It has a nuclear arsenal that has always covered Europe as well. That's part of the NATO agreement, or the understanding within NATO. And that's allowed nations such as Germany not to equip themselves. France, of course, has warheads. The UK does as well. That is a very practical question that keeps coming up, that has been coming up since Trump's first election as well, because that is a strategic deterrence when you look at broader sort of geopolitical situation. And that creates a lot of arguments and very intense questions that Europe would face from a very practical level. From a broader level, I think the interests of the US and Europe have always been seen, at least in the past 70, 80 years, has been seen as overlapping very significantly. And the US often finds that when it steps away from Europe, that it's then compelled to repair those relations from a very strategic standpoint, whether it's active in places like the Middle East, and it needs to have staging bases here in Europe. It needs the NATO alliance just to provide manpower as well, but to also provide the broader support for what it's trying to do. It's found that traditionally in Europe. So the idea of a quick divorce here is very unlikely, I think. But you do wonder if that sort of mentality is changing, sort of what we talked about, you know, with Joe Biden. His era is ending. John McCain has passed away. You know, these were the stalwarts of that kind of Cold War American policy that said transatlantic relations above all else. We saw Joe Biden here in Berlin saying thank you to Olaf Scholz, the chancellor here.
He's the almost transatlantist.
This is important to show these relationships, to show this bond. What does it mean at a household level, though? You know, constituents aren't convinced. They just, it's not a bread and butter issue for them until, you know, you start talking about the Soviet Union or I don't know, but even even Russia hasn't really resonated with him. There is this feeling that it's just not America's issue amongst many people. And I think Donald Trump has been able to tap into that, and it leads to these bigger questions about this alliance that really the kind of old guard bipartisan agreement has always said this is important to us, and that seems to be crumbling.
It's a really good
I'd
point.
also like to add to that, if I may,
Please.
very quickly, that this old guard that you're talking about is not just the old guard, but it's a guard that knew war or that had a memory of World War II, and that has really informed not just much of the Cold War, but even the post-Cold War. Exactly, exactly. And that generation is not in power anymore.
Yeah, it's an important point. For those who are just joining us, perhaps we can get from Pablo another overview of how things are looking in different states. What's the state of the Electoral College, the race to 270?
At the moment, Donald Trump is at 247. Let's not forget that 270 number that Claire just said there. Kamala Harris at 214. Two of the... there we're seeing it now. There it is, 214 for Kamala Harris, 247 for Donald Trump. Donald Trump, of course, has won already 2 of the 7 swing states, we'll call them. Georgia, of course, picking up 16 Electoral College votes and also winning in North Carolina. And we're keeping a close eye on, we'll call it the crown jewel of all the swing states. That's Pennsylvania. The results could take several days to come in there in Pennsylvania. At the moment, we're seeing 94% of the votes counted. Donald Trump ahead on 51%, 48% to Kamala Harris. At the moment, there's around a 200,000 voter difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump in the state of Pennsylvania. But of course, I stress it could take several days there in Pennsylvania, although they had said that they were going to be quicker this time than last time because they had taken a while last time to come to their final result. Moving on to one of the other swing states, another big one is Michigan, where there are 15 Electoral College votes, and at the moment we're seeing 67% of the votes are counted there, so less than in Pennsylvania. And Donald Trump, once again, ahead. There's around 200,000 votes. He's 200,000 votes ahead there with 52%. And the same goes in Wisconsin. Another one of these important states for that Kamala Harris was banking on winning. Donald Trump also ahead here on 51%, 88% of the votes counted, 10 Electoral College votes. And then what we have to do is go, of course, across to the other side of the country to Arizona. It's a little tighter in Arizona. There are 11 Electoral College votes. The difference is around 17,000 votes between them at the moment, with 51% of the votes counted. We're keeping a close eye on Maricopa County. That is where the state capital, Phoenix, is. We've seen huge shifts there and actually quite an increase in the population as well in the last 4 years there. That's a state that was firmly red and is now purple. So we'll see which way this goes. Of course, Joe Biden won that back in 2020. And I don't know whether we actually have the graphic for it, but I'll mention it. Nevada, we have... Oh, we do. That's great. We have 6 Electoral College votes there. 78% of the votes counted I'm seeing. We've got 77 on the graph. All our data, of course, is coming from AP. Donald Trump ahead on 51%. At the moment, he's ahead by around 40,000 votes, 42,000 votes. We'll be keeping a close eye on Clark County, which is where Las Vegas is, because that will essentially, which is where the majority of the population of Nevada are based. So.
Yeah. We should also say Nevada will probably take a while because they do majority mail voting,
there you go.
Which takes a while to tabulate. Pablo, thank you for that update. Jessica, I'm just curious, when you look at these results in so many states across the United States, what do you think is behind this lasting appeal of Donald Trump. He had his first presidency. He had his fair share of controversies. What do you think makes him loom large for American voters?
It is surprising, particularly to Europeans, because I remember growing up and following American elections, and I was mesmerized how personality and a clean record would matter in U.S. elections to an extent that it really did not in Europe. You know, divorce and wedlock and things like that. And Donald Trump clearly surpasses all of that, and it just doesn't matter. Add to that all the legal conundrums and accusations. So there is a moment again, as it was in 2016, of disbelief, I think, among European commentators at large. To make sense of that, I think most of us have reverted to essentially saying, it doesn't matter because other things are more important. And that's what we've been hearing from a lot of voters who vote for Trump, that they've said, yeah, I know about all this, but either I think this is cool or I really don't care because it's about other issues such as the economy.
That they're willing
or
to overlook certain things because they agree with some of his other policies.
This is what's so hard for Europeans to get their head around. Why all of a sudden, in the span of really one election 8 years ago, fundamental truths about electoral behavior or election behavior don't apply anymore, and we don't know. We can't explain that very well.
Europeans perhaps taking a more holistic view of the full picture.
Where are the morals, right? Where are the ethics? Where are all the things that for decades, really since the end of World War II, mattered so strongly in U.S. elections? And if and journalists were even able to overlook issues, I'm thinking about Kennedy or Roosevelt, issues, and not let those leak to the constituents simply because they could create such havoc. So where's all of this gone? Historians will have a field day later on.
Plenty of material.
At 2016, really, and again, 2024.
Oh, I look forward to the opening of the archives there.
Man!
Well, we haven't heard much from Donald Trump yet to this point, though he is expected to address his supporters at a convention center near his home in Palm Beach, Florida. Now, this is where the Trump campaign has been holding its election watch party as vote counts continue to come in from across the country. Trump's already won 2 of the crucial swing states, as we've heard, both Georgia and North Carolina. Donald Trump does appear to be inching closer to victory with that in mind. The Associated Press says Trump has won those 2 crucial swing states. These will be so essential in determining the outcome of the U.S. election. We should say, though, votes are still being counted, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. Although Kamala Harris does appear to have a very narrow path to prevent Trump from making a comeback. Now, Trump's Republican Party, we've said, but a reminder for those who are joining us, it's also seized control of the Senate, flipping 2 seats to overturn a narrow Democratic majority. And we can get back across to our chief international editor, Richard Walker, who's in Florida speaking to Trump supporters. He's been reporting throughout the night. Richard, last time we checked in, maybe the mood was flagging a bit. People were getting tired. Does it still look like that now at this point?
Yeah, so yeah, people were getting tired. It was getting a little bit quieter, but that all changed just a few minutes ago when news came out that Fox News, so not AP, which is kind of the gold standard for calling states, but Fox News, obviously a conservative channel, was calling the state of Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. So Pennsylvania, of course, really almost the crucial swing state. That's the one that if Trump won it, it would get almost impossible for Kamala Harris to win. And there was huge excitement when that news hit here, and you had huge chants of USA, USA through the crowd here. I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be another USA, USA while we're speaking just now. And you can see, like, people are lined across the street, cars are driving past, honking their horns. They've been doing this all night, but it's taken on a kind of a different level ever since that call by Fox News about the state of Pennsylvania. Just stressing again, of course, that is not a call that's been made by others such as AP yet, but I think there's a real sense here in this crowd that this race has been won by Donald Trump, that he is back after really an extraordinary comeback for another 4 years in the White House.
For the voters you've been speaking to, what have they told you they were hoping to see in a second Trump administration?
Yeah, well, it's funny. So there's kind of, I think you can kind of divide the group here into two camps, you know? So there are some who say, you know, we want, like, Trump back just as he was. We want him to be as aggressive as ever. This kind of aggressive Trump is what America needs, the kind of, from their perspective, a kind of like a tough love. Yeah, there was one guy who was saying, you know, I'm a businessman. I run my business in a ruthless way. If one of my staff doesn't do a good job, then I will fire them. And even started talking about his son, who was standing next to him, saying that, you know, my son won't do anything against me because he knows that he will get a clip around the ear if he does that. So that's the kind of the one mindset, sort of kind of going all in on MAGA, making America great again. And then there's another mindset that you hear with quite a lot of people saying that, you know, Trump has been misunderstood and that Trump has actually got a big heart and that they would like to see more of that kind of Trump coming out in the second term. So I think it's interesting that was the kind of a gauge of two camps in the mood here in Little Havana.
Well, thank you so much for your reporting. That is our chief international editor, Richard Walker, in Little Havana, Florida. We're very fast approaching a short break, but just before we go, Stephen, very quickly, we just heard there that Fox News apparently calling Pennsylvania, not AP. What are the role of these cable news channels when you're looking at making these calls?
I mean, obviously, a lot of these cable news networks have attempted to build up their own sort of election centers, and Fox traditionally has had a very capable one, though they've run into hot water with their own network because Fox leans very much in a conservative direction. And I think, I can't remember which election it was it 2020, where they called a state essentially that would seal Biden's win, and their other divisions weren't very happy about that.
All right. Well, we're going to have to leave it there. We're going to be taking a quick break. That is also all from me for now. I'm Claire Richardson in Berlin. It's been a delight to walk you through this. Also, Pablo Foley-Elias.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us. And you'll be in safe hands after a very short break. Thanks to Claire and our guests.
Jessica and Stephen are sticking around, if I understand correctly. And Biresh Banerjee and Nicole Fröhlich are up next. Thank you so much for joining us.
Take care.
SAF is the most important tool that we have.
So SAF can be used across different geographies.
The real challenge with SAF
continues to be an incredibly scarce source.
Wait, what the heck are SAFs? Transforming Business delivers answers in a nutshell. Figure out what's the real New Deal and what's just greenwashing. Watch now on YouTube. Five years after the fall of the Berlin Wall, November 9th on DW.
The US presidential election coverage 2024 on DW. We address the pivotal issues and the central themes, asking the questions that matter to voters and the world.
Latinos are the fastest growing demographic group in the United States, but historically their voter turnout has been low. So which issues will motivate Latinos to vote?
The Arab and Muslim votes are important for both candidates, especially in key swing states like Michigan. So how will it affect the outcome of the presidential election?
The US presidential election 2024. Watch the whole coverage on DW.
Every woman, every man knows that a child needs food. Without food, can do nothing.
Before Mary's meals came, we had a lot of problems.
They drop out of the school because they were eating nothing when coming from home.
That could have easily been us. Any one of us.
Coverage of DW News live from Berlin. We are covering the US elections, obviously. Our vote so far leaning toward Donald Trump and the Republicans.
I'm very hopeful that we're going to have not only a larger majority in the House to make my job easier, but we retake the Senate and the White House as well.
So is that what is really going to happen in the next few hours? It's going to be interesting. I'm Mirage Banerjee. Welcome to this special coverage and helping us answer this question and look at the next few hours, providing perspective and context. I'm joined at the table by a superb panel. Nicole Froelich, to my right, who's going to be paying particular attention to the results that are coming in.
Exactly. I'll be keeping an eye on the numbers as they come in. Right now, everything hinges on the battleground state of Pennsylvania. Of course, whoever takes that has pretty much the only chance to make it to the White House at this point. And I'll also be keeping an eye on the questions coming in on YouTube. So if you're watching us on YouTube, feel free to post your questions in the comment sections and I'll make sure to raise them to our panel here.
And just worth mentioning that we follow the Associated Press when it comes to declaring the results, and that's our guideline there,
Exactly,
right?
that's what we do.
And to my left is Stephen Beardsley, who is part of the US election team here at Deutsche Welle. And over the past few months, you've been following every twist and turn in this closely fought relationship.
Can't keep up with them.
In this, and
Not
now,
the only one.
and now we're in a stage in which it looks like the race favors Donald Trump. But is his win a foregone conclusion?
I mean, of course, we can't say that it's a foregone conclusion. Nothing is a foregone conclusion. They're still counting in states. We wait on the AP, as you mentioned, to declare that a state has won. We know that other networks in the U.S. have declared that Pennsylvania has gone to Donald Trump, and that would essentially seal it for him. We know also that he's leading in the states that Kamala Harris considered her blue wall, states that she really needed to win. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. It doesn't look good for her there. So nothing is a foregone conclusion, but we can make a pretty strong, educated guess about where this is going.
We're going to bring up a map and just sort of talk through these potential combinations. But before we do that, it's just worth pointing out that we have another expert on our panel who will be providing us context, historical context, and putting this race within the context of modern U.S. elections. Jessica Guino-Hecht from the Free University here in Berlin, and you're chair of history over there. So it'll be interesting to hear your takes on the historical context over here. But maybe we just put up a map and see where we are at the moment.
Exactly. Let's look at where the country stands at this point. Many states have already called the race. If we can see the map of the United States there real quick. Let's see if our technical team can pull that up.
That should be coming up shortly. There we are.
Exactly. There we see it. Well, that's not the map of the United States, but it is where the race stands right now. The AP has called 247 Electoral College votes for Donald Trump. That puts him significantly closer to the magic number of 270. We're you know, it's 538 votes that are up for grabs, and 270 is, of course, the halfway point there, and it is what the candidates need to get a majority and to secure their path to the White House. It's looking increasingly difficult for Kamala Harris to actually get to that number. She would have, and Stephen already mentioned it there, she would have to get all of those Rust Belt states, that blue wall, as it used to be called.
It'll be really good if the technical team can put up that map potentially, so we can talk through what the Rust Belt is. These are essentially the states in the northern part of the country, right? We're all waiting with bated breath for this map to come up, and there it is.
Exactly. The former industrial heartland of the United States, pretty much in decline since the 50s, and that is when we've seen those, you know, the demographic shift and also voting behavior shift. It's what you see in light red up there right now is because with the vote count as it stands, it is leaning Republican in those three very crucial battleground states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Kamala Harris would need those three states, really, to get above the 270 threshold. Without Pennsylvania, especially, there's no way for her to make this race.
And the reason it looks a light red is because in the counts at the moment, correct me if I'm wrong, the Republican Party seems to be in a lead. But this is just a lead. It hasn't been called as yet. And it's interesting on this. Maybe I can bring you in on this, Jessica. We're talking about these Rust Belt states, but they're also called the Blue Wall. And with a reason, because since 1992, these three states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, PAMIWI as initials on the map, they have generally gone the Democrats' way. But Donald Trump turned them in 2016, but then Joe Biden won them back last time, 2020. This time, it could be a different story?
We'll see. I mean, one of the things about these states is, of course, that they're more diverse, and we tend to believe, not only in terms of makeup, but also in terms of living. A lot of people in rural areas and a lot of people whom you would consider swing voters because they often don't vote or they vote a little bit. And I'd actually like to hear your opinion on this as well. I mean, this is all I can really say about this. The Rust Belt used to be, for historians, kind of this solid entity that you wouldn't even have to double-check and really...
But why was it solid Democrat?
Well, for one thing, for one reason, it's because of its location, and because it used to be working very much run by working class, the industrial part of the United States, and for another because there was a lot of poverty in these states, people who identified more with the Democratic Party and believed more in central government or a stronger federal government than it used to be the case among Republican voters. And so I think this pretty much used to hold for a long, long time until the end of the Cold War, when kind of everything got tossed up in the air.
Globalization came in, and this is something that Donald Trump keeps talking about.
Globalization, insecurity, the economy took a turn, and many other things as well. But it's really like in so many other things that we've been talking about here tonight. Since the 1990s, a lot of things have gone a completely different way. And as much as we have said that foreign relations never matter to Americans when they go to vote, but it is the end of the Cold War. There is something happened in the 1990s.
Well, the beginning of globalization, too, right? As we really know it and have known it for the past two decades.
But this is the irony of this whole economy argument, right? We talk about it as if it was kind of conserved within the borders of the United States, when really we're talking about a global economy, and everybody's gas tank and everybody's wallet is affected by global concerns. I mean, yet that's not talked much about in these elections.
I'm curious, just on this. I mean, the aspect of globalization was there in 2020 as well. But then these three states went to Joe Biden. So what was different then?
It's hard to single any one topic out or any one area and say, well, that's really what made it, or that didn't play such a role. It could be that other issues played a major role or a more important role that time around. But what we do see, as Jessica was saying, was that there are trends that do stay the same for these kind of states, and there are concerns that generally have really come to the forefront over the past few election cycles. And with these states, I would add, especially with Michigan, you have a strong union vote. You have union labor, which is traditionally aligned with Democrats, and that's why they've been able to count on Michigan in particular, and also Pennsylvania to a degree. Wisconsin, very rural as you mentioned. Then you have these blue spots of Milwaukee, which is the capital, a very big city. And then you have Madison, which is home to a university. We often see university, college towns as blue spots and otherwise red fields. So it's never been a blue, sort of washed blue kind of field in these states. There are a lot of traditional conservative voters, and then you also have maybe traditional Democratic voters who now feel maybe a bit more disappointed in the politics. They're disappointed in globalization, and Donald Trump speaks very much to that. So you've seen that Democrats have struggled to get those votes that they used to get, that kind of uniform union vote that at one time could count on. It's not really there anymore.
Can I just jump in there for a second? Because I think the role of unions here is very interesting, isn't it? Do you think the fact that the unions don't have the weight anymore to pull people to the polls for the Democrats is because the working class has turned away from Democrats, or because unions don't have that social standing in especially those Rust Belt states anymore?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I can't speak to it exactly. It is a fascinating question. I would argue, or I would imagine, the union, the leadership, we often see them still aligning, or there is a strong pull towards Democratic politics. But that doesn't mean that they're going to carry their voters, as you alluded to. It doesn't mean they're going to carry them perhaps as solidly as they once did to one particular candidate. And we see that there is a very strong appeal, actually, for Donald Trump as a candidate amongst many of these workers, because he speaks to that real gripping concern that this heartland manufacturing, that's a concern that speaks to developed nations everywhere, here in Europe as well, that manufacturing is disappearing. Manufacturing is disappearing. There's something very emotional about that. And so many voters, they hear that from Donald Trump, and they may not heed the calls of their union in this case. And we have seen other unions that have supported him or that have stayed out of races because they know that their membership is torn and they don't want to put themselves in a difficult position.
Can I chime in?
Before just so that our viewers know what they're watching, the visuals on the top, there you go. Those visuals are from the Trump Watch Party in Palm Springs, where we are expecting Donald Trump to speak any moment. We do have a correspondent in the area, and we hope to sort of Palm Beach, I said Palm Springs incorrectly. We do hope to be able to speak to our correspondent who is in the vicinity of that. But then back to the discussion here. Jessica, you wanted to sort of chime in.
Yeah, two things. One is talking about states, your original question, going back and forth. What matters increasingly in these elections, and I think we really have to wrap our heads around this, is that it doesn't really matter always what happens, but what people believe happens. And in these particular states, I think people turned to the Democratic Party because they felt that things were not going their way. And now they've been disappointed by the Democratic Party, and so they go back to voting red. The other thing I wanted to say is, in terms of working class behavior, there is not really a working class. The transition among these constituents, the overturn in terms of makeup and age and ethnicity is tremendous. That is to say, somebody whom you would call working class in 2020 would not necessarily be in that group anymore 4 years later or even before.
But they would be middle class, wouldn't they? I mean, with middle class concerns?
They would be, but that might also change the way they vote. Because as soon as they call themselves or see themselves not as lower middle class anymore, but as middle class, that might seriously impact where they're going politically. And they can go both ways, because they can become an entrepreneur or a business person who, like this person in Florida whom we just heard about, believes in his own power to kind of shape his life, or they can go Democrat because they become an educator, or because they feel very strongly about the international economy based on what it is that they sell or produce.
I'm just interested in particular issues, if at all, that determined which way people voted. And in this, staying in the Rust Belt, in Pennsylvania, for example, if I'm not wrong, Pennsylvania registered the highest increase in grocery prices in the country. Is that something that is a typical kitchen table issue that cuts across the middle class or the working class, as one would like to call it?
That is literally a kitchen table issue when it comes to
That's why it's called that, isn't it?
That is, we often refer to this, you're right, we often refer to these kind of kitchen table discussions that families have, that the kind of ideal voter sits down with their husband or their wife and they say, well, the bills are, how are we going to make ends meet? And we say these are, to use another figure, bread and butter terms that people really talk about when it comes to elections. Who's going to lower my bills? Who's going to make things more affordable? And I do think that did play a major role this time. And a lot of economists, they look at the U.S. economy and they say, from the figures, everything looks really good. It's improved far more than other developed economies have, far more than Germany has, which is its own special case. But even if you look across Europe, if you look across the EU, if you look across developed nations, the U.S. has really bounced back strongly. Wages have gone up after a couple of hard years, but that's not necessarily uniform. And there's also a felt, as Jessica mentioned as well, there's a kind of felt expensiveness to life, right? So maybe your wages have caught up, but you also lost a bit in the past 2 years. Have you caught up to that? Did your rent go up? Is that also included in a lot of these macro figures that economists are looking at and saying, well, actually, you know, the economy is doing pretty well. But if at your kitchen table, you say, you know, I used to pay this much for orange juice and now I'm paying this much, then it hasn't really done that well. Another point, Boeing, if you look at the strike that's just been going on, they just agreed, the union agreed to a deal now. They're getting a whopping pay increase on paper, 38% over 4 years. Their wages are going to go up. And any one of us is going to look at that and say, wow, 38%. That's amazing. They were not accepting 35% like a month earlier and 25% because they looked at the past 10 years and they said, we lost so much that 38% looks good on paper, but look at what we lost as prices were going up and our pay wasn't doing anything. So they were still ticked off about that. And I think there is still that kind of feeling in the electorate of we lost a lot, even if we've come back a little bit.
We'll continue this because focus is now turning to Donald Trump and the Republican Party. Donald Trump is expected to address his supporters at a convention center near his home in Palm Beach, Florida. That's live visuals you're seeing there from Palm Beach. This is where the Trump campaign has been holding its election watch party as vote counts continue to come in from across the country. Now, Trump has already won 2 of the crucial swing states of Georgia and North Carolina. U.S. broadcasters are also saying now that Trump has won the state of Pennsylvania. Right, but we're still waiting on confirmation from AP before we call it. Richard Walker, our chief international editor, is at the Trump watch party. Let's just go across to him. Richard, we don't see you as yet, but we can hear you. We can hear the excitement behind you. Does that... we're going to try and get to Richard. I've been told that we are going to be able to establish this line. There you are, Richard. There we are. We can finally see you. Excitement at the Trump watch party, is that a fair way to describe it?
I've been here all along. Yeah, so this has turned into a huge celebration, this event. So we're in Little Havana in Miami. So, of course, the main city in Florida. Donald Trump is about an hour and a half up the road in Palm Beach, but he's not inviting all the international media. There's a lot of domestic media and 1 or 2 international media there, but most of the international media are on the outside. We came down to Miami and we've been here in Little Havana at this what turned into a huge celebration at a local Cuban restaurant by the roadside. And the mood here has been kind of like on the up all evening, and it turned really properly ecstatic within the last 10 or 15 minutes. After Fox News, so the conservative TV channel, didn't just call Pennsylvania for Trump, but also just called the entire election since then for Donald Trump. And that has just sent the mood here pretty much into the stratosphere. People have been driving past, honking their horns all night. Chants of USA, USA increasing through the evening. So that's the mood here on the streets of Little Havana right now, Bharesh.
And you've been talking to people there. What do they ascribe this performance by Donald Trump to?
Well, I mean, we can pick up a little bit. I was just listening to you guys talking about the economy, and I would agree with Stephen's assessment there. Inflation is very much, I think, one of the core issues that has driven this victory for Trump, and it's something that everybody here pretty much mentions. The fact that prices have increased so much in the last few years, and that even though inflation has tapered down in the statistics in the last year and a half or so, still people every day, they go shopping, they find something that costs more than it used to. And this kind of sense of sticker shock is, and I pick up on that expression you guys were using just earlier, dinner table conversations, 100%. That's it. People go home every evening and they talk to their significant other or whoever, saying, did you see how much X costs these days? Do you see how much Y costs these days? And I think what then makes this even more of a kind of an issue that ignites frustration is that when they hear the administration saying, well, the US economy is doing so much better and so much better than other economies, they look at those prices and think, well, you're just not being honest with us. So they feel that there's a kind of a disconnect between what the government is saying and what they feel as their daily reality. And I think that is something that you hear not just in Miami among Republicans. This is something that is fueling frustration across the United States, and I think is a big part of Donald Trump's victory here. And I think it's something that you're seeing in many countries that have been affected by this high inflation that was, of course, partly triggered during the pandemic, that you're seeing a sort of anti-incumbency political mood, partly also in Germany, another country that has been hit by that inflation.
Richard, thanks very much for that. I'm sure we'll come back to you through the course of the evening. But let's just take our viewers to Washington, where Washington Bureau Chief Ines Paul joins us on the line. Ines, I don't know if you got much of what we were talking with Richard there, but Richard was talking about inflation and price rise and how when it comes to ordinary voters, they particularly feel the pinch of the price rise, and that is something that potentially is working in the Republicans' favor. What does that say about the Harris campaign? Why has it not been able to convey that the economy generally is better and therefore voters should potentially vote for the Democrats?
Yeah, as Richard just explained, and also your guests at the table, you know, you don't feel it when you go shopping, when you pay the bills. It's skyrocketing everywhere. So that was really a problem of the Biden administration, kind of to really bring this good news across in a way so that people believe them. And I think what analysts will say tomorrow morning when the United States wakes up to an ex-president Donald Trump, that Kamala Harris wasn't able to distance her enough from the Biden White House, which was seen highly critical by many, many Americans, also actually by many Democrats. Of course, she only had like 106 days to kind of establish her own take, her own policies, but she was very careful, very kind, especially in the beginning, to not come across as too critical with her former boss, and that obviously really backfired today.
Would it have made any difference if she had been in this campaign from day one? Or were the issues such that it didn't matter when she started campaigning?
Well, Barish, you know, I think it would have been totally different if Joe Biden would have said after the midterms, 2 years into his presidency, that he would not run again, and then the Democratic Party would have had time and a proper process to find the next presidential candidate with proper primaries, and not just kind of announce Kamala Harris as Joe Biden's successors. Many people, also many Democrats, and of course many Republicans, think this is not really a fair and transparent democratic process, and that definitely was a problem for Kamala Harris. If Kamala Harris would have been picked as the presidential candidate after the midterms, she of course would have had time to develop her own strategy. She would have had time to find better answers to the other huge topic, which is immigration. It's on the one hand inflation and the economy, but on the other hand it's really the topic of immigration, which we heard people talking over and over again. But indeed, she did just not have enough time to develop her own program.
I just want to take a step back and generally ask you about the mood in DC. I generally don't like asking questions about mood, but this is all about mood today. We are still, the race hasn't officially been called, and AP hasn't yet called Pennsylvania in favor of Trump. So we are still waiting an official word on that. But is there a mood developing in Washington, DC, that the Democrats have lost this?
Yes, of course, because there is no path to win for Kamala Harris. I mean, I don't call it. We wait, of course, until AP calls it. But it is absolutely clear that Donald Trump well, how can I phrase that, Beresh, without calling it a win? But it's very, very likely that Donald Trump will become the next president. I was at Howard University where Kamala Harris was supposed to give her victory speech, and the news broke that it's going to be very unlikely that she will win this election, and people left. People cried, students cried, we talked to them, they said, how can this happen, that someone who kind of is so racist and so misogynist that he will be winning this election. So the mood, at least in the Democratic part of this town and in this whole country, I shall say, is of course very, very dark.
It's not just the presidential race that was on in the United States today. It's also the Senate and the House races. It does appear that the Senate has been called in favor of the Republicans. The Republicans have a majority there now. And when it comes to the House, the Republicans are leading there as well. Are we looking at a Republican clean sweep now?
Very, very likely, indeed, and I'm glad that you're asking about that, because we have a tendency to focus a little bit too much on the presidency, on the question who will own the White House. But it is very, very important for a president to be able to govern, really, to bring his politics through, to have the support of the Senate and the House, or at least one of the chambers. If Donald Trump not only wins the Senate, but also the House, and then he has like the majority of rather conservative judges in the Supreme Court, he has a lot of power. His power is nearly unlimited in this country. So, but at the moment, yes, indeed, it looks like that.
Ines, thanks very much for the time being. I'm sure we're going to come back to you soon. Right, if you're just joining us, yeah, well, this is DW News special coverage of the US election, and we can see Donald Trump is there at his watch party, and we are expecting he will address the crowds in a moment. It's worth pointing out that Kamala Harris was also expected to address her supporters in DC, but then that was cancelled, and that watch party appears to have wrapped up.
Maybe just quickly before he actually takes to the microphone, because we talk about Pennsylvania, and it has just been called by the Associated Press. And that does not put him across the threshold of 270, but once the state of Alaska, with its 3 electoral votes, is called, he will officially have crossed that magical threshold and be declared the president-elect of the United States.
Just 3 Electoral College votes away from the presidency. And if you look at the ticker that we have on our screens in the top right corner, the Harris votes haven't moved in a while, and Trump has just inched closer to 270 at 267. And we're expecting Donald Trump will speak in a moment.
Yeah, we can see his family, they're gathering around him. It's important to highlight the historical nature of this moment. This will be the first time a convicted felon would become president of the United States of America.
And Donald Trump personally as well. I mean, this is a president who was nearly on the margins of the Republican Party after the 2020 loss and the insurrection at the Capitol. Now he's clawed his way back to head the country, most likely. We're still not calling the race. We're still waiting for an official result from AP.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. And incredible movement. Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's great. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come, here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast, it was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people, these are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally, we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years, we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Donald Trump there, speaking to his supporters at Palm Beach in Florida, promising a golden age of America also asking for healing in the country and promising that success will bring people together, also praising the efforts of Elon Musk, US Open golf champion, the UFC president, Dana White, and also thanking Joe Rogan, icons of American culture at the moment, being thanked in that speech, and also saying that God saved him for a reason, and that was to keep the promises made to the American people. Donald Trump is claiming victory. He is within a year short of victory. Officially, it hasn't been announced yet, but at the moment, it doesn't look like there is any path for the Harris campaign to reach that magical figure of 270. Nicole, you've been looking at some results to sort of maybe illustrate that.
Correct, exactly. The AP has just called the state of Minnesota also part of that historical blue wall, but that does not help Kamala Harris get any closer to victory anymore, because if we do the maths here, maybe we can, when we're done looking at the Trump family, they're leaving the stage, take another look at the general electoral map and see how that is panning out right now, because after Pennsylvania was called by the AP, 4 swing states are still up for grabs. That, however, will not be enough to get Kamala Harris across the finish line. Even if she won Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona, she would be 4 votes short of 270. Now, Alaska has 3 electoral votes. And those are believed, because it's just a solid Republican state, to go to Donald Trump, and that would then, the numbers as they stand right now, put him across that line, Virish.
Yeah, Stephen, I wondered what you made of that speech. I mean, where do we begin? Let's start with the golden age of America that has been promised there by Donald Trump. What is this golden age going to comprise of?
Yeah, I mean, Baresh, I think that's very typical for Donald Trump to use that kind of language. What stuck out to me is that he said that he has a powerful mandate, and that's a very important assertion here, because he's saying this election is essentially certifying the plans that he had for America. That is, the things that he wants to do. And he has some very strident, some very big plans when you look at what he wants to do, for example, with the Department of Justice, with these big institutions. If he wants to put Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in leading health in any sort of facet in America, that would be very dramatic. A clear vaccine skeptic who has said that he wants to look at the data and potentially make some big changes. It remains to be seen if that's the mandate that the American people want. That's the question that's going to come out of this. Was this essentially the U.S. punishing incumbents here, saying prices have risen? It again goes back to this kind of kitchen table discussion. Or if we look at other races, will we see that actually Democrats did better in some other areas? They could still win the House, right? They could still hold the House. And then you might say, okay, this was more of a punishment of the president, or maybe the candidate didn't do enough, Kamala Harris here. The question is, does he have this mandate? Because in 2 years, there's going to be another election, and from his first term, he knows that he can be punished for what he's done in the 2 years before. So this is an assertion that presidents often make when they win, or presidential elects is what I guess what we'd call him now once it's confirmed, the president-elect. They would say if they have a mandate to follow through on what they've campaigned on, does he have that? Or is this about, again, punishing an outgoing a presidential candidate, a presidential administration that in many people's eyes failed?
But it would be a mandate, wouldn't it? I mean, the Senate is in Republican control. That's already been called. It looks like Donald Trump is going to be, indeed, the president-elect. And the Republicans are currently leading in the House race. So if the Republicans were to capture the House, that would be a mandate.
Democrats have flipped some seats already in the House. That means that they've taken seats that were already in Republican control. So it's not a complete wipeout. And even if Republicans take control, it's going to be very, very slim majority. It's the same in the Senate. It's likely to be very slim. So we talked about this earlier. There could be full control by the Republicans. That does not mean that legislation is going to move effortlessly through both chambers and move to his desk. It does put him in a much better position. And one could make the argument that there is a mandate. But again, I would question how much of a mandate there is. This is what we're going to have to figure out later, and maybe what Jessica is going to sort of work at as a historian too. Was this a mandate, or was this punishing the current president.
We'll come to Jessica in a moment, but for viewers who are just joining us, Donald Trump has claimed victory in the U.S. elections. We're still waiting on official confirmation of that victory, but it does look like there is no conceivable way in which the Harris campaign can reach that magic figure of 270 Electoral College votes. And Nicole, you've been looking at the results so far, and you can help us
Exactly. I've been looking at the results, and I believe we can now actually see that map of the United States, and that would make it a lot less abstract for those of you watching us from home. Maybe we can pull up the map of the United States, and then we can go through the results so far. Exactly. So what we see in dark red are the states that have already been called. Same with dark blue states. We still have 4 of those crucial battleground states that now, after Pennsylvania was called, are a lot less crucial, but are still needed for Donald Trump maybe to take this across the line. Minnesota was just called for Kamala Harris a couple of minutes ago. That is 10 electoral votes. That is a little boost for her, but it's not going to be enough to take her across the finish line. Now, why have other news outlets like Fox News, for example, historically very, very close to the Republican Party, called this election already for Donald Trump? Well, the state of Alaska has 3 electoral votes, and those have been solidly red for, many years. And those are 3. Those would take him across the finish line. Right now, we can look at Minnesota, that result that was just recently called by the AP with 90% of votes counted. Kamala Harris has a 52% advantage. There, again, that is not going to help her. There is virtually, at this point, no way to get her across the finish line. Wisconsin is probably going to be the next state to be called with 91% of votes counted at this point. And there, too, Donald Trump right now has a 4% lead, if I'm reading that correctly. Yeah, that is Wisconsin. And with that, also, he would be, of course, over the 270 threshold with a significant margin. So really, there's no way for Kamala Harris at this point to turn this around.
Essentially, many routes to official victory for Donald Trump and none for Kamala Harris at this point. Just so our viewers know what they're looking at, that's visuals from the Trump watch party at Palm Beach, Florida, that's playing in the corner of the screens. And you can see the joy there. President Trump, perhaps President-elect Trump, not official as yet, was there a while back thanking his family and his campaign and others who helped him on this journey and this performance. Let's go straight to Washington, D.C., where DW Bureau Chief Ines Paul is standing by. Ines, a stunning comeback of sorts from Donald Trump there. What can we expect from a new Trump administration?
This speech he just delivered was quite remarkable, Barish, when we remember the speech he delivered 4 years ago when he kind of claimed victory when he didn't win the White House. He didn't do that tonight. Of course, the way he approached his family and his audience, he's sure and certain that he will win the election, but he didn't go that far. And everything he basically said about the election is true. He said that he won the young, the old voters, women and male, Latinos, African Americans, Asians, whites. So that was, in my understanding, because I followed many of his rallies, kind of remarkable. He spared us with a lot of false claims. It's also telling, and this is also kind of a little bit of a look into the future, how much time he spent talking about Elon Musk. Elon Musk definitely will play a bigger role in his government with all the implication when it comes to regulation of big tech firms. So this is something which will definitely change. And then, of course, he talked a little bit about migration, but also for him, in a humble way, he said we let people come back in, but on a legal way. I think what stood out for me here is that he kind of painted a picture of someone who wants to heal America, who wants to make America, of course, great again, but also bring it together. That's a classic, typical for someone who won a presidential election to also reach out to the other side. And he also did that at the very end of the speech.
He seems to have won the popular vote as well. I mean, are we looking at a protest vote here from Americans, or is this indeed a vote for Donald Trump because they believe in him?
I think it's actually both. I mean, you're talking a lot about the fact that life has become so expensive here. I mean, everybody feels it every day in the pocket. We discussed throughout the whole night that kind of really things which the Biden administration did well for its people didn't really come across. And people definitely protested that in this vote. But I think they also believe in some basics Donald Trump stands for. They want someone whom they think can stand up to other foreign leaders. They're obviously a different understanding of masculinity than the approach the Kamala Harris team put out there. Many Latinos, many African American voters, many Arab voters obviously want this traditional kind of strong man back in the House. And then, of course, people have the feeling that under the leadership of Donald Trump, the world was a safer place. We now have the war in Ukraine. We have the crisis in the Middle East. And many Americans I talk to, they really do believe that this would not have happened under Donald Trump. We, of course, will see what he does once he is in the White House. But that definitely also is playing a role here in the United States.
This is a person we're talking about, Ines, who has experience of governance now. He has been president before, and in 2016, when there was no transition team in place, for example, it was really chaotic. There were lots of firings, people being hired, fired, helter-skelter. Do you think it's going to be different this time round?
Yes, he's more experienced and he has other people also surrounding him. I mean, he has no transition team in place yet, but this will change right tonight. I think we will see really what he kind of also promised, that he will take over governing from day one on, especially when he also has the majority in the Senate and maybe even in the House. We will see major policies within the first couple of weeks when it comes to climate politics, when it, of course, comes to migration politics, when it comes to LGBTQ plus rights. We will see a tremendous shift to the more conservative side. And we in Europe, Germany, will definitely also see a very, very different approach to the support of Ukraine. And then it shall be interesting to see how Donald Trump tries to change his support, the support of the United States, of NATO, and then, of course, also of the United Nations. So the world better gets prepared for major changes, and Europe better gets prepared to kind of get its act together, to get more independent from the United States. Because this is also something, Beresh, we heard over and over during our reporting here over the last couple of months, that many Americans are tired too, that's in their understanding, are paying so much money to other countries to support Ukraine, and they think that Europe, especially Germany, should pay more. And this will be something Donald Trump will be changing very, very fast once he's back in the White House on January 20th.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that sort of pans out. I've already been told that we're expecting a press conference from Germany's Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock at any moment now. But Nicole, you had a point to make about the popular vote.
I want to do some fact-checking here, because Donald Trump, when he took the stage, said that he had won the popular vote. That is not yet clear. States like California, you know, the nation's most populous state, only 48% of votes there have been counted. The election was called because California is, of course, a traditionally democratic state. There are still millions of votes that have not yet been counted, and we do need to wait until we know for sure how the American public voted to make these kinds of assumptions. That's the fact-checking we can do on Donald Trump on the flight. There's plenty more we can do later, I'm sure, but that is as far as I'll go at this point.
It is still a claim to election victory. It's not been officially certified, or it's not been officially declared, at least by the Associated Press, whom we are following for our results. And if you can see on the small ticker that we have, the widget that we have up there, still 3 votes short, although he's claiming that the Trump campaign will be able to reach 315 votes. We'll see in the coming few hours. Jessica, you were listening to the speech, a lot of things that Donald Trump said. I just wonder, are we on the verge of an epochal shift in the way America deals with the world and America deals with itself?
Well, we're seeing the rise of a regime that is going to be very different from 2016-17, particularly when it comes to foreign relations. And Donald Trump has said as much. This is going to signal a move away of the United States from liberal internationalism. The idea that as a liberal democracy, America has a function to interact with the rest of the world and pose not only for its own interest, but also consider the interest and the security of others, which, of course, in the end, will also benefit the United States. Donald Trump has said in so many words that that's not what he's going to be and going to do. And I want to say one more word of the speech, because we spent so much time looking at it right now. This was, in many ways, very typical Trump, stream of consciousness, rambling on, people starting to look at their iPhones because, what is it really that he's saying? But at the same time, I think he was very clear in the sense that when he talked about foreign relations, it's all about borders and security. This is not about it's not going to be about interaction. It's not going to be alliances. It's not going to be climate accords or anything like this. And the other thing that I thought was really interesting is the kind of nonverbal language that we got here. He tried so hard to get a lot of people on stage and make this a family event and bow to what he's going to bow to anyway, which is people in high places like Elon Musk, and then play, I don't know whether you picked up on this, play YMCA Young Men as he was coming on stage, and then afterwards America. A very, very clear symbol of what his policy is going to be about, not only in terms of non-feminism, but also international relations. So I think, yes, this is going to be a watershed.
Yeah, and there's lots to talk about here, but just for viewers who are joining in, just as a recap, Donald Trump has claimed victory in the U.S. election after winning in Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina. These are 3 of the crucial swing states that determine the outcome of the U.S. election. And Trump has addressed supporters in his hometown of Palm Beach, Florida. He promised a new, quote, golden age for America and said he would help the country heal. Votes are still being counted, but Trump's win in Pennsylvania leaves Kamala Harris with no path to the presidency. Trump's Republican Party has also seized control of the Senate, flipping 2 seats to overturn a narrow Democratic majority. So Donald Trump has already declared victory, and here is some of what he had to say to his supporters in Palm Beach, Florida.
It is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
The golden age of America. Let's head across to Chief International Editor Richard Walker, who is... I've forgotten where you are, Richard, but you are definitely with some Trump supporters and you've been speaking to them. What is the mood like?
That's right. So we're in Little Havana in Miami. So this is the heart of the Cuban-American community in Florida. And this has been a celebratory night for Republicans who gathered here for a party and to celebrate here on the intersection. And that speech of Donald Trump claiming victory really kind of capping this night of celebration for people here. I can't tell you how many of these flags have flapped in my face in the wind tonight. And the smell of cigar smoke sort of puffing around as Cuban Americans sit here and celebrate what has been obviously a very big victory for Donald Trump. And I think, you know, whether he turns out to have won the popular vote or not, this is very much the biggest victory that he has won in his 3 presidential campaigns. So people here really celebrating, tooting their horns as they go past and revving their engines. We've heard an awful lot of very loud truck engines here in Miami tonight as well. Of course, we've been talking to people here, getting their take on what has happened tonight. I think we can roll tape of that and check it out.
I feel great. I feel positive, man. Trump honestly had the lead the whole time. I think numbers and statistics were on his side. Man. You know, Kamala honestly never really had this.
We've been praying for a big win. We got prayer warriors out here in Miami and Florida. We had a big win in Florida.
Trump 2024, we did it. We did it. We won. We won. Get losers.
As somebody who's kicked communism in Venezuela, I'm an immigrant here. When I came, it was during a Trump presidency. I was doing good. 2 years later, Biden just made it impossible for me to keep, improving my life, maintaining my life here. And now, with this victory, this is just hope for me, for my family, for everybody who's here with me.
I'm so happy. I almost cried, I'm so excited.
I think the economic factor make a big difference in the voting, in the decision of people. A lot of people that are Democrats, they vote for Trump because they were suffering the prices of the gas, food, rents.
God bless the USA. You stand up.
Wide cross-section of...
Yeah, so that...
Go ahead,
yeah,
Richard,
there you get a little taste, Mirage, of opinions here tonight in Miami. And, I mean, going back to what we were saying about Donald Trump's speech from Palm Beach just tonight, he was talking about saying that he would heal America. And, of course, to many that will sound completely implausible. Many people blame Donald Trump for this kind of poisonous politics that we've seen in America for the last several years, for the political divisions, the intense polarization of politics here. But people here, supporters of Donald Trump here, really do, I think, genuinely buy into that idea that he is somebody who can unite America. And a lot of the people here have pointed us to the fact that, this is a diverse crowd. We've spoken to a lot of people with Hispanic backgrounds here, of course, and people from not just the Cuban community, but other Latino communities based here in the United States. So I think a lot of people here are also saying, look, Donald Trump's attitude towards Latino Americans has been misunderstood. But I think for those on the other side of the aisle, they will be deeply worried now about what a second Trump term is going to mean for American unity and what the next 4 years will mean for communities and particularly minorities around the United States.
J.D. Vance was also talking in Palm Beach at that event, and he was talking about the greatest economic comeback. We heard a lot of, in those sound bites, people talking about increased prices and that being a difficult thing on a day-to-day basis. From your conversations with the people behind you, how do they believe Donald Trump will bring about this great economic comeback? How will he be able to rationalize prices? What is the magic formula there?
Yeah, well, I think essentially people trust in Donald Trump as somebody for whom the economy has always been a part of his brand. He's always had this pitch that he's a businessman, that he knows how to run an economy. And they think back to Donald Trump's first term, and they think that, this was a time that was economically more successful, economically calmer than the situation has been in the last 3 to 4 years. And of course, the Democrats have always argued the inflation that has really been the killer problem in the US economy in the last few years has been a global phenomenon, that this was something that was triggered in many, many countries around the world as a result of the pandemic and all of the supply shocks that took place then. But Republicans counter that they say that the Biden administration overstimulated the economy in response to that, and that contributed to inflation. But anyway, I think the bottom line is Donald Trump's supporters look at him as somebody for whom the economy is part of his brand, and they think that the administration that he had a few years ago was a better time for the economy. And they think that that tops the pitch that Kamala Harris had on the economy, which, of course, was a pitch that she pretty much had to rush in the last couple of months as she suddenly emerged as the Democratic candidate. So she didn't really have time to hone that one. But it was always going to be a tough sell for the Democrats, trying to run as a pseudo-incumbent, which is essentially what Kamala Harris was, of course, having been vice president. Which essentially means running on the administration's record. What the administration would, of course, now say is that Donald Trump's economic inheritance is actually pretty good. The growth rates in the United States would certainly be seen with great jealousy by most European countries. If the U.S. economy does go forward towards a more prosperous phase, Donald Trump will probably get a lot of the credit, but the Democrats would probably say, well, they laid the groundwork.
Richard, I'd like to chime in there for a second because Florida is, of course, also a very diverse state, especially in urban areas. Donald Trump, in his speech now, said that he was going to fight for, he said, I'm going to fight for you. Is there a sense where you are that he's actually going to fight for all Americans?
Well, certainly in the crowd here, they absolutely buy that, but not everybody in Florida buys that, certainly not. So, I mean, last night we were up in Palm Beach and I was speaking to a couple in the restaurant where we had dinner last night. And an elderly couple, one who was more on the Republican side, the other who was more on the Democrat side. The Republican was deeply uncomfortable with Donald Trump, thought that he was, I think the word that he used was vulgar, that he did not stand in the Republican tradition as he saw it. The gentleman's wife, who is a Democrat, was saying that she was genuinely worried. She said, I think the quote this was, that it gives her the chills to think about what the next 4 years will mean for women in the United States. So I think, that feeling will be replicated not just in Florida, but in many parts of this country. But here on the streets of Little Havana, you don't see any of that.
Now that you mentioned women, Florida was one of the 10 states where abortion was on the ballot, but that proposition failed. Why do you think that is? Because we were hearing again and again that especially for women who are such, they're the strongest demographic in the U.S., really, and they're the more reliable voters. Why do you think the Harris campaign failed to actually get those voters out, not only on a pro-choice platform, but on a platform that exactly is what you were talking about? A platform that is more pro-women, more liberal when it comes to these issues.
That's right, and I think, this is something that's going to take some longer-term analysis than anything that we can necessarily kind of analyze tonight. That is definitely going to warrant some study, but it is a sign that the Harris campaign simply didn't quite manage to mobilize people to the extent that they had hoped. And of course, on the Republican side, you saw a really concerted effort by Donald Trump and by his campaign to try to soften their image on abortion. Donald Trump trying to insist, I want to leave it to the states. It's up to each state to work these things out, trying to sort of take it off the table as as a national issue. And, you know, it's quite possible that they were partially successful in doing that. Donald Trump, even you could see to a sense, we just heard him referring to that in his speech just tonight, referring to the fact that his wife Melania had written a book that he was holding up as a bestseller. Melania Trump, in that book, talks about her different opinion on the subject of abortion from her husband. And I think that was also seen as part of this strategy to try to soften Donald Trump's image on the question of abortion. To try to minimize any potential losses to the Harris campaign on that subject. So maybe that was also a factor in how that played out.
Richard, it's seriously impressive. You can still hear us despite those high-pitched celebrations around you. I don't know how you're doing it. But I do have one question for you. Donald Trump keeps talking about America first and focusing on America. A lot of people interpret that to be international isolationism. I mean, you're the chief international editor of Deutsche Welle. You speak to a lot of people in a number of countries. And there is a significant American influence in various parts of the world. Do Donald Trump's supporters believe that America will retain the same influence if America withdraws inwards under Donald Trump?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people who we've been speaking to, and I've been here a few weeks now in the US ahead of this election night, and I think he has pretty much kind of one of the arguments within the Republican Party about the direction of America's place in the world, shall we say. And that is moving away from this idea, as he frames it, that the United States needs to be the policeman of the world. And J.D. Vance is also a strong sort of proponent of this idea that the United States can no longer do that, that it is too great a drain on its resources, that it needs to focus its resources partly inwardly on, as they would see it, repairing their industrial base, recreating this American greatness, which is very much attached, I think, to this idea of industrial production and this kind of economic vision of the United States, but also focusing the United States more on its foreign policy and security policy priorities rather than trying to do everything. And there's a strain within the Republican Party that's become known as the prioritizers, essentially saying we cannot simultaneously support Ukraine to the extent that they've been doing, Israel to the extent that they've been doing, and also simultaneously put the amount of resources that they need to put into the Indo-Pacific region to stand up to China, which they see as the dominant and the absolutely prime threat to the United States position in the world. So these prioritizers are essentially saying there needs to be a stronger shift of resources from these other theaters towards Asia. And their prime target for trying to cut back is Europe. And that is one reason why politicians in Germany, politicians in the rest of Europe are very concerned about what this new Trump administration will mean. And of course, the leadership in Ukraine has now existential concerns about whether a Trump administration may slash support for Ukraine to the extent that it gets forced into an extremely detrimental deal with Vladimir Putin to end the war that is raging. So I think that is the kind of the dominant sense that you get from the insiders in the Republican firmament up in Washington, D.C., and it's something that I think really chimes with people here on the ground also in Republican groupings in Florida and other parts of the country, that the U.S. cannot do everything anymore. Allies need to step up and contribute more to their own security, so that's definitely looking at Germany and other countries in Europe, and that it's time for the United States to focus on what they see as the prime threat, which is China.
Richard Walker, our chief international editor, we'll leave it there for the time being. You've had a very long day and an even longer night. I hope you can get some rest on this very historic day. Thanks so much for joining us from Little Havana in Miami. I know now where you were talking to us from. Thanks so much, Richard. Right, Jessica, if I can just come to you, based on what Richard was saying in terms of America first, essentially implying America cannot be everywhere in the world to look at different crises. I mean, that sounds like a reasonable thing to say, right? I mean...
Well, it's not new. I mean, ever since, Bill Clinton entered office in the early 1990s, he very much was expected to pull America out of a lot of commitments and scale down the role of the United States internationally and have America focus on itself. I mean, we've been having this discussion over and over again. And even the Biden administration, let's remember, had this policy of let's get our people out and leave the resources maybe in, but not totally. It's almost like Richard Nixon and the Vietnamization of the Vietnam War. You know, these people should fight their wars themselves. We should not support them, at least not by manpower. So this is not really new. The language is much more drastic, and the kind of chain of events will be more drastic. But for Europeans to wake up today and be concerned and worried is actually not quite appropriate, because we have seen this coming for a long, long time. And that's actually, the concern is more why nothing has been happening. We've been talking about this tonight before.
But it's not like... Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's a good moment to bring in the questions that we have seen coming in on YouTube, because it really links into what you've just been saying. Lots of people are commenting on Trump and his relationship with Vladimir Putin. They say Putin has won. So is a Trump win also effectively a win for Putin, one user asks?
At bottom line, I think it is. Trump has been very clear on how he's going to approach the war in Ukraine. We've talked about this earlier. He said that he wants to end the war, as if America could end this war, which really means that he is going to pull out resources. And I don't think that Trump is going to leave NATO or leave the Europeans totally to themselves, but he is going to downscale. And he is going to have a friendlier tenure vis-a-vis Putin. I think what's going to happen is he's going to hand Putin the Donbass, essentially, and say, you can have it, you can kind of keep face by doing this, and I can keep face too if we can agree on this, and then he's going to hope that this is going to be the end of it, which most people in Europe, of course, think it's not going to be.
I heard you guys talking about this earlier. I mean, is it really that straightforward? Because you have Europe involved as well, and most European countries here in Germany, they've said that they will be with Ukraine however long it takes, whatever it takes. That's the phrasing that's been used. Can Donald Trump effectively make this deal, if it were a deal, with Putin without Europe standing up and saying, well, that's not okay?
It's hard to say. I mean, the U.S. is the main resources provider for Ukraine, and then Germany comes second. And Germany has increased its provisions for Ukraine more recently, but the politics here are also more difficult, and they're getting only more difficult. So both countries are moving, Germany and the U.S., internally, their politics are moving in the same direction, which is a growing skepticism of this conflict. We've seen this come up even before this election, even before the state elections in Germany that really cast this issue into a new light. So it's not necessarily new. Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, knows that there's increased pressure on him to negotiate here. This is one more stone, and quite a giant one, on that scale, actually, because the U.S. is going to have the material, the war material. It's going to have the financial power to really make a difference if it wanted to in this conflict, which it has done so far. Ukraine owes a lot of what it's accomplished due to the help from outside. So the idea that the U.S. would then say, no thanks, not interested anymore, that is quite significant. Of course, it can't settle peace on its own. That is up to the Ukraine, to Ukraine and Russia, but it will have an outsized influence.
And may I just add to that, this is not just about the United States downscaling or pulling out. This is also about the effect of it on other allies. It's going to make it more acceptable to distance itself or oneself from the conflict as is, whatever the ramifications will be.
Germany has definitely needed cover politically, oftentimes from the U.S., to make very hard choices about providing war material, certain tanks, certain missiles. It's looked to the U.S. to provide some of those materials first, or provide similar materials, because obviously there are threats that come from Russia every time that it considers new provisions from the West to be a provocation. So if Germany is standing alone in doing this, is it ready to take that heat? And given the political situation here, I would say it's less and less capable of withstanding that.
But,
sorry.
Is Germany really standing alone? I mean, you were talking earlier about Europe should not be surprised that this is happening because this has been in process for the past few years. Europe has taken a few steps to try and be, I don't know, I call it self-sufficient in terms of security. At least you look at I think it's about, what, 23 out of 32 NATO nations are going to be crossing the 2% of GDP threshold this year, including Germany. There is a growing awareness and there is a growing discussion, particularly in the last 2 years since the Ukraine war broke out, of European security and Europe supporting itself. Do you not think that that's going to be accelerated and maybe Europe will have an initial shock, its head in a cold bucket of water, but then it can maybe support itself?
Not fast enough for Zelensky. In the larger picture, this is maybe the wake-up call that we have been talking about earlier, and it's overdue and needed, but not fast enough for Zelensky. And we also want to talk not just about alliances among European powers, we want to talk about constituents within individual countries. I had a son in the army. The German army is very, very small. We're now talking about a draft. I mean, those are long, unwieldy discussions that have been settled, and that now, and this was a point I think you were making so astutely, we used to shield with a necessity encouraged by an outside ally that is not there anymore. So all of a sudden, Germany would turn from somebody kind of flying in the shadow of somebody else to a leadership position that maybe even its own constituents are not going to go for.
Zooming out from the military perspective, also very interestingly, the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte has already congratulated Donald Trump on his, as of now, unconfirmed victory in this election. But we hear some comments on YouTube about Europe being upset at this result. Europe is crying now. One user said, bye-bye EU. It was fun knowing you, one of them says. Military issues aside, what will a Trump victory mean for Europe?
I mean, it will, I think as Jessica said, it's something that they should have been preparing for a while, not just in the military and security arena. They've seen this coming. Trade is obviously a big part of this as well, right? He's threatened to raise tariffs, import tariffs, that is the taxes on goods that are coming in from other nations. He's threatened to raise them significantly. And because Europe has never come to a free trade agreement with the U.S., that means that it has import tariffs already, the U.S. does, on those goods, and they're going to potentially go up if he sees that through. That's a huge issue for a continent that's been struggling economically anyways, and it could encourage more firms to resettle, to resettle in the U.S., to put more of their capital in the U.S. instead of trying to do their business here. And so it's a huge threat here, and it's been talked about for a while over the past few years, and yet there hasn't been an effective solution to it. And much of that is just structural, because the EU is very different from the U.S. when it comes to economic incentives, things like that. Another aspect of this goes beyond trade, and if you look at the actual breakup of the EU, there are countries that will be emboldened by this. Hungary stands out, for example. The Eurosceptics. Poland, its neighbor, will not be encouraged by this, right? Anyone who is going to be on friendly terms with Russia is going to have a problem with Poland immediately. So those are two neighboring countries who are going to, I would expect, have a very dramatically different view of what this means for Europe and what this means for their personal security as well.
Just on the security question, I do want to talk about populism because you brought in Hungary there, but just on the security question, do you all see a scenario in which Donald Trump uses the threat to withdraw or at least lessen involvement in European security to settle trade issues, trade scores?
Well, that's certainly an option and a very creative one. I would rather not come down on one or the other side. It would align with his ability and his penchant to make deals. This is what he is so good at, and across topics. He's done this before. Whether he would go as far as putting up security for that, which also would entail that if Europe complies, the United States would maintain a larger role in Europe, which he doesn't want, I'm not so certain about.
It's interesting. I was talking to Alexandra von Naumann, our Brussels bureau chief, and we were talking about the impact of Trump on Europe in case he wins, which does look like he's on his way to becoming president-elect. And incidentally, we will speak to Alexandra at some point. She said something very interesting to me. She talked about this Trump task force. That's not the official name, of course. She talked about a Trump task force that's been set up in Brussels to try and look at what this could look like. And I'd asked her about you know, these so-called Trump whisperers in Europe, if people like Mark Rutte, who is counted among some of those Trump whisperers, who can go and talk to Donald Trump, not necessarily make a deal, but, I don't know, flatter him into getting the kind of concessions one wants. Is that going to be Europe's interim solution moving forward?
I mean, I could see heads of state like Rutte try this, but again, I'm not convinced that this is an efficient solution, because Donald Trump will then have to turn around and sell it to his own constituents, as will be the European heads of states, and that might be a bit tough.
Doesn't America lose at all in any of this?
Yeah, that's the bigger question, right? I think this point really that constituencies feel very differently than the political apparatus, the governments around them, is very important here. Yes, for those who spend their lives studying this issue, for those who look at the historical aspects of this and say this is what the security relationship means, they would probably have a very definite answer of absolutely it does. Mm-hmm. And it definitely deviates from the long understanding, and by long I mean probably in the last 8 decades, the understanding, the post-war understanding that we have of America's role in the world. That is, the political elite there have understood America's role as being at the forefront, leading. So America First meant that America leads through alliances. And now America First means you take care of your own stuff, you sort of put up bigger borders, and you let the world sort of develop on its own. And those things don't really make sense. We've learned through time that the world has a way of grabbing you when you don't engage in the world. And so that it always seems to be the lesson here. And it's also paradoxical, because we know that China is rising, for example, as an economic and a military power, even if they're having a very difficult moment right now economically. And Republicans' conservative doctrine still is very much anti-China. So how does it answer that while also answering this need to sort of wall itself off from the rest of the world? These will be paradoxes that this new administration will have to deal with in some way. And the question is if they have an effective plan. That's something that Trump hasn't always been good about. Real quick to this idea of, sort of Trump whispers in the EU, that's what Macron thought that he was, right? Yeah. And what did he come away with? Not a whole lot. So it'll be interesting to see what an Orban, what role he plays, what a Meloni, Prime Minister in Italy, what role she plays. These are figures who are much further right than many here in Europe, and whether, whether they have a larger role to play in being that kind of bridge to Trump.
One about them being a bridge, and the other about the reverse, how Trump and what his constituents want in the United States having an impact here within Europe, especially when it comes to right-wing populism.
Yeah, I mean, I think that'll be the question going forward as well, in terms of what are they going to want in terms of right-wing populism. It's hard to say. I mean, this is definitely a win for European right-wing populism. I would say that as well. They look at this and they can point to, a growing movement in the U.S. as well. We've seen that the right-wing party here, the far right-wing party here, has already congratulated Trump. We've seen that Orban has congratulated Trump. Mm-hmm. We know this will embolden them. But we've also found that sometimes there's not a whole lot of overlap between these kinds of parties as well. So conservative populism in general as a kind of, umbrella statement, yes, this is a win for that. But is it going to encompass populist movements everywhere else? I don't know.
Can I add to that very quickly? 2 things. One thing, you asked, is this a loss for the United States? I think it is, because the reason why the United States became a transatlantic power was not just security, but the understanding that American prosperity was dependent on international trade. That was the lesson of World War I and by implication of World War II. And so we're just throwing that conviction out of the window now in a matter of a few years. The second thing, in regard to right-wing extremist party, I think there's more cooperation than you think. There's a wonderful book by Ann Applebaum who talks about Autocracy, Inc. This is becoming a kind of transnational firm where authoritarian states, and even under Biden, the United States was already a flawed democracy, right? It wasn't a pure democracy. Where authoritarian or proto-authoritarian regimes increasingly cooperate in terms of surveillance, in terms of exchange of information, in terms of how to guide and run the citizenry. So there are a lot of tentacles, or really nodes of connections, where these regimes actually do cooperate very strongly.
We do have a user question, just very quickly, because we were talking about, authoritarian or authoritarian-leaning regimes. There was a user comment, my prediction, China takes Taiwan in the next 2 years max. Will a Trump win embolden China?
Of course. I mean, that's a very if that was going to happen, that will embolden China because that's a loss of control in the Pacific, and then the whole idea about Japan in the military alliance will have to be rethought because where is the United States then going to stand on South Korea and Japan?
Would the U.S. let that happen, though?
Yeah, that's. I think Trump has been very adamant about making confusing statements about this. And it's very hard for me right now to say which one was his latest, but one of which I saw was, I don't care about Taiwan.
How do you see it?
I think it's hard to say. I think China has a lot more to fear from a Trump presidency based on the tariffs from last time. There's a lot of speculation around China. No one really knows, right? We know that it's a country from past experience that will put political preference before its economy. And yet we know that its economy is really struggling right now. Is it willing to risk a real rupture with the rest of the world to do something in Taiwan? If Trump tries to settle something with Ukraine, pull support from Ukraine, will that send a signal to China about what it can get away with? If the U.S. doesn't want to engage, if it's reluctant to engage in the world, if it's reluctant to engage with its allies, what kind of signal does that send? But I think they also see Trump as a bit of a wild card and someone who's very hard to predict. And there is a general bipartisan skepticism against China that you see across the board. So, yes, this is someone who said, let's board ourselves off from the rest of the world, but there is a strong anti-China sentiment in the U.S. that's shared on both sides of the aisle.
If there was anything that united both campaigns, it was their stance on China. Just in terms of the actions that they would have taken would be different. But yeah, the bipartisan consensus was there. Just for our viewers who are tuning in, a quick recap as to where we are right now in terms of the U.S. elections. Donald Trump has claimed victory in this election after winning in Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina, three of the crucial swing states that determine the outcome of the U.S. election. Trump has addressed supporters in his hometown of Palm Beach, Florida. He promised a new, quote, golden age for America and said he would help the country heal. Votes are still being counted, but Trump's win in Pennsylvania leaves Kamala Harris with no path to the presidency. Trump's Republican Party has also seized control of the Senate, flipping 2 seats to overturn a narrow Democratic majority. So Trump has already declared victory, and here is a bit of what he had to say to his supporters in Palm Beach, Florida.
We're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. Oh, we're gonna...
And as that was being said and those results were coming in and a Trump victory looked ever more likely, hope was fading among supporters over at the Harris campaign. Now, this is footage of Howard University in Washington, D.C., where organizers put on a large watch party for the vice president and Democratic presidential candidate Kamala Harris But the crowds there began to dissipate a couple of hours ago, anticipating that Harris would not address the crowd. Her supporters started leaving in droves. A spokesman then confirmed Harris would not be taking to the stage. Let's listen in to one of Harris' campaign chiefs from a short time ago.
We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation.
It's just worth pointing out that that statement came just before Pennsylvania was officially called by the Associated Press, whom we are following as a guide on this. So let's just look at why any path to victory has essentially evaporated for the Harris campaign.
Exactly. For Kamala Harris, all paths to victory basically went through the battleground state of Pennsylvania. If we can pull up the map, we can show you how that has played out, because it hasn't played out well for her at all. Donald Trump took that state with 50.9% of the vote. That is a significant margin, some 2.5% over. We're looking at the Electoral College vote here. Of course, Donald Trump at 267, that is just 3 short of that threshold of 270 that would secure him the presidency. Some outlets are already calling this election for him because Alaska holds 3 electoral votes and is widely believed to be called sometime from now for the Republican Party, because historically people there have voted Republican. Now, if we can look at Pennsylvania, we can see the margin by which Donald Trump was able to impose himself, 51% versus 48%, still very close. That is with 96% of votes counted there. And the AP just an hour ago approximately called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. That leaves virtually no path for Kamala Harris. Maybe we can look at the map of the entire country now. That leaves virtually no path for her to the presidency. We still have 4 battleground states, that's Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona, that need to be called. The most likely candidate to be called sooner is Wisconsin. They have 93% of their votes counted right now. You can see them there in, I think, what the previous crew called salmon color. So they're leaning Republican. That could be, as per the experience that we have from previous election cycles, a red mirage, as it's called. That has to do with vote counting dynamics, that people who vote in person tend to be more conservative, tend to be more Republican. Those votes are counted before absentee and mail-in ballots. Those tend to be and have historically been more Democratic leaning. So we might well see a surge in Democrats, in the Democrats' numbers in those states, in the Rust Belt as well as in the Sun Belt. But it will not be enough for Kamala Harris to get this race across the line.
Salmon color, I like salmon. It's a swimming name to have for this color. And as this map shows, it all began with salmon colorings, and now it turned red for most of the United States, leaving open the question, what went wrong for the Harris campaign? Any volunteers who wants to take this one?
I'm not even sure whether something went wrong for the Harris campaign, period. I mean, Harris, we talked about this earlier. She had just a tad over 100 days to kind of establish herself. And had she had more time, this might have panned out differently.
But really, with the issues at hand, you're talking about price rise?
I mean, this is what we call iffy history, right?
I know, we're in that.
We really do not know. But I would say this, she hasn't had much time to establish herself as a convincing candidate, apparently, in the eyes of many people. The other thing I think that went wrong is this is the second time in the history of the United States where a woman has tried to become president or has run for president, and she has failed once again. So from a feminist perspective, gender plays a huge role. This is an obstacle right there and then, period. Now we can do iffy history again and say, well, maybe Biden would have won. Who knows? But we look at what has happened.
Right.
And so apparently her gender is an issue here as well.
Yeah, but then she didn't make it an issue, right? And it's something we were talking about earlier, Nicole.
Exactly. And I think she took some cues there from Hillary Clinton, right?
Yes.
Because she very much ran on the historical nature of her candidacy, being the first woman to maybe make it to the White House. It was all about shattering glass ceilings. And she seemed to take more cues from Barack Obama, you know, not really making identity politics the center of her campaign. Why did that work for Obama and not for her?
I want to turn this question around and say, you know, was it a problem of her taking this cue from Hillary Clinton? Because almost a decade has passed since then. And the profile of voters have changed, but also the challenge of Donald Trump has become a different one now. Maybe it would have been much more advisable for her to push this up in the face of his blatant anti-feminist statements for the last 8 years. Not to take that up may have actually been a problem in order to sway these 55% of voters of the among the American constituents. That we will never know. But we can't deny that having a woman run as president for the second time and failing is an issue in and of itself. Clearly, this country is not ready for that yet, period.
I think that's tough to say. I don't think you can say that based on 2 elections, right? These are also personalities in their own right. These are political figures in their own right, and they will either attract voters or they will potentially repel them, or they will just not somehow gain traction. And it's hard to say. We know that Hillary Clinton had a bit more of a reputation for a lot of voters coming in, whether that was right or wrong. We know that Kamala Harris was not seen as the most magnetic candidate going into this campaign. She ended up with the candidacy, but at the beginning there was a lot of grousing that perhaps it would have been better to vet some others. And in fact, a lot of people said anyone but Kamala, to be honest, because she didn't have that kind of presence. This was the thinking at the time. She ended up putting together quite a nice campaign in many ways. She was solid. Was she as risky as she should have been? Should she have done more interviews with sort of more Republican outlets? I don't know. That will be debated. But what's interesting is she spent a lot more money, and she supposedly had a much better ground game in many ways than Donald Trump. That means knocking on doors, really talking to voters. She had a bigger staff in a lot of ways.
On voting day as well.
Yeah, even
on voting day, but also the kind of money advantage, and it shows that it wasn't enough. So there's going to be a lot of head-scratching about this. And while gender, she may not have made such an issue about gender, gender played a huge role in this election. You know, the issue of reproductive rights, they really staked so much on that. Did that further divide this gap that we're seeing between, you know, the genders between men and women in the U.S.? We see more men sort of trending towards Republican. We see more women trending towards Democrat. Did that make this somehow even more likely that men would vote for Donald Trump? It's hard to say, but these are things that you can't not notice when you look at this.
But let's not forget that gender is not just about women. Donald Trump very clearly ran on a ticket of ultra-masculinity, and a lot of people liked that. He declared himself the protector of women, even those who didn't want to be protected, due to his anti-abortion stance and others. That is part of what may have made this election very difficult for her. This is not anything you can measure or that people will even tell you in polls. We may have not even asked that question, but it was clearly on the table for everyone to see.
I want to ask you something, because we saw there take the stage Dana White, the president of the UFC. He talked about Joe Rogan. He recently endorsed him. It was a huge deal when Donald Trump came to his podcast. They talked for over 2 hours. That hyper-masculine platform, why does that speak so much specifically to the younger generation of mostly white men in the United States?
Yeah, well, white men in the United States are a very diverse crowd. We're back to what we talked about earlier, right? I mean, it would be nice if we could simply label them as this or that, but a lot of white men are very scared of any type of feminism, and even that includes female position or female leaders in high places. And so this probably grouped with a general discomfort or anxiety at complexity at gender relations, I think for a lot of men added to going for the known, going for the familiar, going for the strong leadership. And we heard that a lot about in the context of diplomacy, of foreign relations, security, the economy, and so on. We need a strong leader, and she can't deliver on that end. We don't see her as a strong leader.
We'll leave it there for the moment. I know, Jessica, you have to leave Thanks so much for coming in and spending all this time with us. Jessica Guino-Hecht from the Free University in Berlin, talking about the historical perspective of this election. Thanks so much. It's been a pleasure chatting with you. Thanks so much.
It's a privilege.
And we can head over to Brussels now, where Alexandra von Naumann, we spoke about her a little while back, is standing by. Alexandra, any initial reactions coming out from Brussels?
Yes, quite a lot of them, we have to say. Of course, the first leader that took to Facebook, actually, to congratulate Donald Trump, that was the Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban. It's, of course, not a surprise that he, quite early in the morning, was talking about a beautiful path to victory on his Facebook page, because he is known as a real Trump fan, actually. But then we have already seen other EU leaders, among them Emmanuel Macron, the French president, and Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the European Commission, taking to X and expressing their congratulations. Ursula von der Leyen stressed that it is, or how important it is, for the EU and the US to work together. And that was also the message expressed by the French president. However, he also stated in his message that he is willing and determined to work together with Donald Trump, with, as he said, your convictions and mine. So stating here clearly that he understands that he stands for different opinions, issues, and probably values as well. So a lot of reactions out there, and that is, of course, telling us that EU leaders knew that something like that might be coming. So it was not, at least is my interpretation, not a big shock there for the Europeans.
It may not be a big shock, but then this is certainly not the result that Europe wanted, right? I mean, we've talked about this before, Alexandra. Yes. What is Europe's plan, if I can call it that, this colossus of a grouping? What is Europe's plan moving forward?
Well, I think that the plan is, first and foremost, to, of course, say, hey, we need to work together. It's for the good of Europe and the US to keep this close cooperation alive. But you mentioned it before, the Europeans were preparing for a potential Trump presidency in the last months and weeks. Set up here in Brussels a special body to prepare for a potential fallout of the US election, the so-called Trump task force. They wanted to see their options if Trump would really go ahead and push through with his threat of imposing new tariffs on foreign imported goods. But at the same time, I know from many capitals across the continent that governments there and government officials were also reaching out to the Trump camp to make sure that they know the people who are there, that they have people they can talk to figure out what kind of path forward, what kind of cooperation would be potentially possible in the future. So we see this twofold approach here, first to prepare for whatever may come in terms of the fallout of the election, potential tariffs and other issues, and at the same time reaching out to make sure that they know who are dealing with the potential Trump camp, and also making sure to bring this message across that Europe is, of course, ready and willing to work with Donald Trump together to face the big challenges that both the US and the EU are facing right now.
Alexandra, if I can just ask you to sort of stay on the line, because I'd like to introduce a guest who has joined us at the table. Majda Ruger is a senior policy fellow at the European Council on Foreign Relations. And it's the perfect time to bring you in, Majda. Thanks so much for coming in, because you're talking about Europe. And I don't know if you got a lot of what Alexandra was talking over there. But in Trump 2.0, again, it just needs to be said that officially Donald Trump is not yet the president-elect, but it looks very likely that he is going to be president-elect. A Trump 2.0 administration, Is this going to be as acrimonious as the first one with Europe?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. The Trump 2.0 administration, if we are right, and we have been at European Council on Foreign Relations building up the networks with a large number of new right think tanks that are sort of mobilizing behind Trump's agenda, I think that our prediction is that Trump 2.0 administration is going to look very different from Trump's first administration, in the sense that those officials who, in his first cabinet, Europeans and some Americans called them adults in the room, I don't like that name. I think those officials tended to kind of be more internationalist, to represent the old Republican elite, and to also see the value of the alliances. They will probably not come back.
Right.
And so what we can expect from Trump's second administration is a cabinet that is going to be much more aligned with his foreign policy preferences. Trump himself has often complained that his first-term policy pledges, whether it's on NATO, whether it's on Middle East, general security, have been undermined by his so-called primacist cabinet. These are your sort of forward-leaning Republicans. We have called them a primacist tribe in our work. He has called them derogatory names, warmongers, globalists, etc., and he has pledged not to make the same mistake, as he said in his second term. And so I think what we can expect on Europe and foreign policy is a cabinet that is much more focused on prioritizing China and Taiwan, that sees Europe truly as a free rider, that is kind of free riding on American security guarantees to take advantage and bring in the unfair trade agreements with the US. And so I think these people will be much more robust when it comes to forcing the Europeans to step up on security, when it comes to actually pushing the implementation of the pledges that Trump has made in his first term, but also in his second.
Can I just interrupt you there? Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you. It's just on that point, talking about forcing the Europeans, this is about making the Europeans work with the Americans, or America going it alone? Because because this is basically under this transatlantic relations underpin everything internationally ever since the Second World War. So are we looking at Trump saying, we'll deal with China and Asia on our terms, we don't need you, goodbye? Is that it? Or that Europe needs to follow our lead, our rules, and we go at it together? Which one is it?
Well, that really is $1 billion question, and it depends who you end
Only
up having
$1
in the cabinet. You've kind of really put a finger on the key issue, right? When it comes to China and Taiwan, there is a division between some of the, if you want, hopefuls for the next cabinet. The China prioritizer, someone, for instance, like Elbridge Colby, who was former Trump Pentagon official and now leads the sort of Marathon Initiative, very close to the sort of ecosystem around J.D. Vance. They would say, what we need Europeans to do is take care of European security and Ukraine, backfill in Europe, have our back there, and we will take care of Asia, China, and Taiwan. They actually see any European contribution in Asia, Indo-Pacific, as distracting from the necessity that Europeans take care of European security. And so in that respect, you have a very strong and vocal current in this prioritizer wing of the party that basically wants Europe not to get involved in China. On the other hand, there are huge expectations in the team around Bob Lighthizer, a former US trade representative, and the people on the economic side that Europeans actually participated
participate in the integrated deterrence, so that they participate in the tech policy, in the sort of strategic industrial policy which aims to contain China and deny China the dominance in the technologies of the future.
I just want to go to Alexandra. Alexandra, you've been listening in to what Majda has been saying over there. Just on the point of China and involvement in wider Asia, China is one of the biggest trade partners for the EU, and the EU has been trying to come up with some form of unified policy when it comes to China. It hasn't always been in line with the policy that the Americans have had until now under the Biden administration. Do you see more of a divergence now when it comes to relations with China between the Europeans and the Americans under Trump?
Well, I think that the Europeans have taken a more hawkish stance on China, more than they used to have in the past, and that was clearly the result of them understanding how important it is to, at least to some extent, to align with the position of the US administration. And I also understand that, or they also understand, I would put it rather in this way, that it was inevitable for them to face this issue and that problem, regardless of whether Kamala Harris is in the White House or Donald Trump, and that there is this broad understanding in Brussels, but also in Paris, for instance, that this is one of the biggest challenges, and that the center of gravity also when it comes to trade, that has shifted towards the Indo-Pacific. However, they also understand that that means that, of course, they need to do more for their own defense. And that is the big question here, whether they will be able to do so. We heard, as I mentioned, from Emmanuel Macron today, from the French president, congratulating Donald Trump on his victory, but he also invited Olaf Scholz, the German chancellor, to talk about a more united, stronger Europe. So you can see that this issue, how to strengthen the European Union and its members when it comes to defense or to sovereignty, that is apparently on the mind of some leaders this morning.
We'll leave it there for the moment. Alexandra von Naumann, DW's Brussels Bureau Chief, thanks so much for that insight. We will, of course, come back to you later on through the morning. We're just getting started with some reactions from Brussels and other parts of the world. Thanks so much, Alexandra, for that context and that insight. Let's take our viewers now to Washington, D.C., where DW Washington Bureau Chief Ines Paul is standing by. Ines, what a night it's turned out to be, and this you've had quite a long day. We were talking about Europe with Alexandra and Majda, who's in the studio. Where does Europe fit into the Donald Trump foreign policy idea?
Well, I totally agree with our colleagues there in Brussels and Berlin. I mean, this is definitely... No, it's more than a wake-up call. It's a push for Europe, and also especially really for Germany to give up this attitude, oh, everything will be all right and the big brother of the United States will, by the end of the day, fix it. This will not happen under the Trump administration. And, you know, we have to be also kind of aware that even with the Kamala Harris in the White House, this understanding that the United States support of Europe and Germany is just a given and unquestionable. This is over. Joe Biden definitely has been the last transatlantic president, as we used to know for the last, or ever since the end of the Second World War, I shall put it. A new era would have begun anyhow, but this will be different, or more different, of course, with Donald Trump, who is, for a reason, saying, let's make America great again and let's put America first. So Europe, Germany will have to take better care of their own issues.
Right. Stay with us on the line, Ines. We're seeing visuals from earlier when Donald Trump was addressing the crowd in Palm Beach, Florida. Maybe this is the time that we just listen to what he was saying to the crowd, just for an idea of what his message was.
I believe the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much.
So that was Donald Trump, a bit of what he said, but he also talked about his plans to turn the country around, a major part of his campaign, and a decisive topic in the election focused on migration.
Yes, indeed. That was a bit next to the economy, one of his most important topics, and topics which probably delivered the win. So what he said, and that's interesting, you know, it was even humble compared to other speeches he just delivered in the last weeks and months. He said, you know, those whom we send out of the country, so those people who kind of want to come to the United States, they can come back if they come legally. This is kind of a slight change in tone. I think he understood over the last couple of months or so that this super restrictive politics that he just like will kick out all people without work permits or who are here without or who didn't come to the United States in a legal way, that this would really harm the American economy. So he fine-tuned it a little bit, but he definitely will fulfill his promise that he will conduct a much stricter border politics than Kamala Harris and Joe Biden did. They also had to do because he personally kind of stopped the bill from going through, which would have kind of provided a stricter border control even under the Biden administration. So, but yes, indeed, we will see a major shift when it comes to migration in the early weeks once he takes power.
Ines, stay on the line. Just on this, Stephen, based on what Ines was saying, Donald Trump, during his election campaign, he had talked about being a dictator on day one, and on day one, he would drill, and close the border. In the speech that we heard earlier, he was a slightly more soft, let's use that word. He talked about there being a legal way to enter the United States. What does that tell us about his migration policy?
Nothing.
Nothing, right?
I mean, you can't really say. I mean, Donald Trump sort of wavers from day to day, and there's a lot of speculation around this. He said that he's not going to run again. This is his last campaign. He's going to be pretty old by the time he would face re-election. Excuse me. And so there's this speculation that perhaps he has very little to lose in terms of what he does in the future. And it's been very clear from the beginning that he's not that interested in creating lasting Republican majorities. He's more interested in winning himself. So the question is, does he need to restrain himself? Does he need to create a bipartisan appeal? Or will he unleash a series of executive orders? And I imagine that's what will happen in the first few days. We could probably see something along the lines of more military at the border. We could see a more focus on deportations, what exactly that looks like. It remains a question that's very unsettling for a lot of Americans, and it was the last time he was president as well, this kind of suggestion that there was going to be a greater role in terms of deportation, but also the wall will probably take some sort of role as well. It's just too early to say what actual legislation and priorities look like. Migration has been a legislative failure for a long time. It's just not, there's just very little in the US that can get done legislatively, that bipartisan agreement can really cluster around. And even if there are Republican majorities in the Senate and the House, it doesn't mean that measures just sail through. So it still will be difficult, and it'll probably come down to executive orders.
Just for our viewers who are just joining us, I think it's just worth playing that soundbite from Donald Trump, especially on migration. Let's just listen to what the man had to say a short while back.
It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally.
Stephen, is this going to be the one single issue that he's going to be judged on by people once he assumes office?
I don't know. I think there are a number of issues that he will be judged on depending on which side he's being judged by. There are plenty of people who would like to see tighter abortion restrictions. He'll be judged by them differently on that issue. There are a lot of people for whom migration is a serious issue. And because of the dynamics of migration over the past few years and the absolute flood of people we've seen on the southern border, which has been abnormal over the last few years, then that is probably going to stay in public view. The question is how he will approach that. There are very few good solutions. When he talks about a legal mechanism for bringing people in, it is an acknowledgement that migration plays an important role in the U.S. There are plenty of business leaders who would probably have his ear as well, saying we need people in certain positions, and we're not going to have that unless we have immigration. People believe that they can come here in a reasonable manner. So he will be judged differently depending on which groups are looking at him. Migration will definitely be one of them. The economy may be another. The question is whether he'll really care, I think, to what extent he will care as well.
I do have a question for Maida real quick. He talked about Trump when he took the stage to claim victory. He said that promises made will be promises kept. That sounds like a threat to some. He promised to be a dictator on day one. So what do you expect to happen in the country, and what will his first actions be?
Well, if you look at the domestic side, we've been basically mostly looking at the foreign policy promises, and that's a tall order, right? On foreign policy, he has pledged to end 2 major wars in a very short period of time, both in Ukraine and Israel-Palestine. So that will be something, I think, where he will be hard-pressed to deliver, and I don't see how that is going to happen that quickly. But if you kind of turn to this question of domestic policy and democracy and sort of promises made, promises kept, if you think about the dictatorship comment, I think the really interesting thing to watch is going to be what now happens with the Heritage 2025 project. Yeah. He had to dissociate himself from Heritage Foundation and the 2025 project during the campaign, obviously because Democrats had picked up on the document and said, here, it's written on page 72 what he is going to do with this department, that department, that department.
Authored by many of his close allies, of course.
By many of his close Heritage Foundation is staffed, and the leadership of Heritage is basically very much the ecosystem that evolves around the vice president. And also, you know, this is kind of a very big chunk of the expertise, if you want. And, you know, many, not just Heritage, but it's a coalition of a very large number of new right think tanks that had for a long time been mobilizing, training, preparing documents, and one of them focuses on one of his key pledges, and that is deconstruction of the administrative state. He has pledged to drain the swamp in the first term, says he didn't manage precisely because he was surrounded by the wrong people. And I think that what you have in this document is an enormously detailed agenda for basically making sure that the next administration is aligned with the priorities of conservative new right.
Does the shadow of Project 2025 also extend to Europe? You studied transatlantic ties, and I just wonder because, I mean, the ideas that are there in Project 2025 in which the executive is aligned with the wishes of the leader, these have found echoes in Europe as well. And I just wonder, what you think in terms of the impact of Project 2025 on Europe's internal domestic equations could be.
Are you suggesting that the ideas of 2025 might resonate with some European governments?
Yes.
Well, you could also take it the other way around. My colleague Jeremy Shapiro has just recently published a paper called Urbanization of America. And in fact, you could argue that Hungary provides a blueprint for centralization of power and dismantling of the system of checks and balances in the government, whether it's judiciary or whether it's the parliamentary oversight. And so I think you have that sort of stuff going on in Hungary, but also prior to the Polish elections that had brought the new democratic government in Poland as well.
We're talking about Hungary. I'll just come to you in a second. See, we're talking about Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, and his name comes up when we look at European leaders who've already begun congratulating Donald Trump. Viktor Orban is a close Trump ally. He posted on X, and I quote, "The biggest comeback in U.S. political history. Congratulations to President Donald Trump on his enormous win, a much-needed victory for the world." That was Viktor Orban. Then you had French President Emmanuel Macron, who tweeted in French, and here is the translation. "Congratulations, President Donald Trump, ready to work together as we were able to do for 4 years, with your convictions and with mine, with respect and ambition for more peace and prosperity." And we also have another European leader, Austria's Chancellor Karl Nehammer wrote, "Congratulations to Donald Trump on the election victory. The United States is an important strategic partner for Austria. We look forward to further expanding and strengthening our transatlantic relations to successfully address global challenges together." Stephen, will these global challenges be addressed together?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think we've discussed that a little bit with the amount to which the U.S. will engage with allies, former allies, traditional allies, under a new Trump administration. I want to pick up on something about Hungary, though, that we were talking about. There is obviously this real flirtation, this sort of love affair right now between the new right and Hungary as a kind of model for establishing a more, I don't know if you call it authoritarian, but a more centralized government. And of course, we have to remember that the history of Hungary and the population there is very different from that of America, which has had a longer tradition with democracy. So I would really hesitate to take that comparison too seriously. But it is clearly an interest of people who have the ear of Donald Trump. The other thing I would add is the priorities of the new right, as you mentioned, are those the priorities of the people who voted for Donald Trump? We know that with the core, it probably is. He can do no wrong. As he said, he could kill a man on Fifth Avenue and probably get away with it. But he doesn't just rely on them to win. He has to win undecided voters, independent voters. And are they really there for all of this? Are they there for a transformation, a fundamental transformation perhaps of their government? Are they there for a transformation of the executive branch such that the Department of Justice targets political enemies? Are they there for an overhaul of health systems such that vaccines come under incredible scrutiny under Bobby Kennedy Jr.? Are they there for that? Because in 2 years, there's going to be another election. And if Trump, maybe he doesn't care because he may not go up for election again, but someone's going to have to care because they're going to lose their job if they don't. And that's going to be congressmen, senators, someone. So there is a response mechanism. You don't just dismantle a democratic state in 6 months, in a year or so. The institutions are under pressure, and that is serious, and that is worth taking very seriously. But it's not quite Hungary, even if that is the dream of a lot of his advisors.
It could get a lot closer to it if the Republicans actually get both houses of Congress, though, right?
To some extent, yes. They will control the flow of legislation, but again, they will have to answer to constituents back home. And if the constituents are really concerned about the economy and the price of bread and the price of milk and things like that, are they in there for the other stuff as well that they gather is much more controversial and that may actually be quite bad if they don't like it? And this is what happened as well in his last administration, is they got punished in the midterms. And as well, Republicans got punished in the midterms after Roe v. Wade was overturned. So there's a lot of stuff where voters will come back to them. And dismantling a democratic country is not something that I would imagine most voters have in mind, even if there is this serious core around him that you think they're not really down for the kind of democratic values that most Americans hold true. So yeah, I think these are going to be very narrow margins in the House and in the Senate.
Yeah, sorry, I was just lost in what Stephen was saying there. Do you have some
well, what
comments?
I think is interesting on the foreign policy, if you're asking, is there going to be a coalition, right? Let's just kind of take Hungary. But, you know, there's other governments and potentially movements in Europe that are more sort of leaning towards the new right. So it's going to be very interesting to watch Meloni and Italy, which way they go. And so what are some of the questions where there are points on convergence between this kind of Christian, anti-immigration strongman in Europe, like Orban?
We will have to continue this discussion a little while in a moment, because we are nearly towards the end of this particular show. We're going to be taking a quick break, but we'll be back with more updates on the US election. Stay with us.
Africa. How do you get young people thinking about waste in public spaces? Put it in a game.
Player is tasked with a particular quest to clean up the environment in a way that is interactive and logical for them.
Grab young people's attention? Check. Pass on environmental awareness? Check. This is the mission of Green Quest.
Eco Africa. Next on DW. Yemen in the grip of the Houthi militia. 10 years of civil war, misery and destruction. What do the Houthi want?